One, two, three.
Good love, good love, good love, good love. I was feeling so bad. I asked my family doctor just what I had. I said, doctor, doctor, Mr. MD, doctor. Now can you tell me what's ailing
Thank you for being here. It's lovely to see each and every one of you, and a full house today. Please, if you notice the ground rules, I would ask that you adhere to these, if you will. Again, I'm Cassandra Gandara, Mayor Pro Tem for the city. Mayor sends his regrets. He's unable to be here. He is out of town at a mayor's conference, is my understanding. And so with that, I'll ask for you to please stand. Let's give a moment of silence for, and lots of gratitude to our chief, our police and our fire for all that they do to protect us. And then we'll say the pledge. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. And like clockwork, we do Pets of the Week. Do we have Amy on?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Hi, Amy. I look forward to seeing you every time to see what color your hair is going to be this week.
Thank you.
It looks great.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Screen one. Alrighty. Let me turn this up as well. Alrighty, and hello everyone. I'm Amy DeFelix. I am one of the rescue coordinators for the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. I also do Pets of the Week every week. And so let's start off with this week's Pets of the Week. We have our Cat of the Week. Her name is May. Her number is 61472, and she says, "Aren't I such a gorgeous girl? I am a diva, and I want to be the star of the show. That also means that I should be the only kitty in the household because I don't like to share. I promise my love is worth it. I'm such a sweet and affectionate girl, and I want my future family to spoil me." And she's definitely very cute. I think either like a snowshoe or ragdoll. Some of that is in her because she's just very pretty. We also have our Dog of the Week. His name is Scout. His number is 53933, and he says, "I'm an adventurous boy who loves being outdoors. I give humans lots of attention and I'm very treat motivated, so that's the perfect recipe to give me some training. My goal in life is to have a family that can take me out on hikes or even just strolls around the desert to take in all of the great outdoors, and then we'd go back home for a cuddle sesh." And he's definitely a handsome boy. He is a larger breed. He is about 70 pounds, but he's definitely super affectionate, a great family dog. He's definitely overdue for his home. We have our next offsite adoption event. That will be at PetSmart this Saturday, June 10th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So we encourage people to stop on by, meet some of the lovely animals we have for adoption. And now for the next topic I'd like to present on, it's kind of like a sort of resources and help people that have already adopted a shelter pet, but they don't know where to go next from it. So it's like, adopted a shelter pet, what now? And we also send new adopters adoption packets with papers that have like guidelines and instructions and words of encouragement and such, but it always helps to reiterate all this stuff. And the biggest sort of tip and hint of advice that many people in the animal welfare industry or would like to suggest is kind of definitely giving them time to adjust. So we all kind of go by it's called the 3-3-3 rule. So we give them 3 days to decompress, 3 weeks to learn the routine of the household, and then 3 months to finally start feeling at home. So when we break this down a little bit more, when you give them 3 days to decompress, within these first 3 days, it's a brand new environment. They don't know, even though you are their adopter, you're still pretty much a stranger to them. So they don't know what's going on. It's a whole new crazy situation that they've now been thrust in, even though it is usually much quieter and much more calm at the shelter. It's still such a drastically huge change of environment and everything that it kind of freaks them out a little bit. So they usually act pretty scared, unsure. They might not want to eat or drink water or go to the bathroom, and they might be hiding or might be acting shut down. And usually, not usually, but every once in a while we'll get some new adopters call us within this 3-day mark and ask if they can take their pet back in to have them get looked at by medical staff because they're not eating, they're not going potty or anything like that. And we like to reassure them that it's normal. They're just a little stressed. And after the 3 days of kind of the major decompression, that's when they'll then start to come around and start eating, start doing normal pet things. And then we also suggest to give them 3 weeks to learn your routine. The routines are in the house. So within the 3 weeks post-adoption, that's when they'll start settling in. They'll figure out the environment, where everything is, where they get fed, where they go to the bathroom, where you guys sleep, where you guys hang out, like in the living room, on the couch. And then they start developing their own routine. They start feeling a little bit more comfortable. They start kind of making their place in your home. And this is also the time where they start showing their true colors. They start letting their guard down and reveal who their true personality is, pretty much. And then 3 months after adoption is when they start to finally feel truly at home. So around the 3-month mark is when you'll start to finally build like a real bond, like a real true like human-animal bond. They gain a sense of security with you. They feel like they truly belong. They feel like part of the family, part of the pack by the 3-month mark. We like to also suggest in the beginning of adoption, like when you first bring your pet home, it might help a little bit to kind of limit their amount of spatial freedom. I know a lot of animal welfare groups, especially with cats, suggest like when you adopt your cat, confine them to just one room for the time being and let them kind of take in all the new experiences a little bit at a time to not overwhelm them too much. Let them get comfortable with one room and then start opening up and letting them get taken a little bit more new experiences a little bit at a time, so as not to like totally freak them out. But we also suggest that for dogs as well, and crate training especially can definitely help them feel like gain a sense of security. When you crate train a dog, their crate is kind of like their bedroom, their safe space. That's at least the goal, at least. We want them to have a space that they feel is theirs and that they can feel cozy in, even when you guys are away, so they don't have to feel so, I guess, insecure. And especially within the first like 3 days, 3 weeks, when they start getting kind of acclimated to the new environment, their own little personal space like a crate can definitely help them feel a lot more comfortable, a lot more quicker. But yes, that's all kind of the main topic that I'd like to talk about today. And as we go on in the month, I'll give you more and more suggestions as to what to do when you've brought a new shelter pet home. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. I learn something new every time you present, and you're lucky we have a full house with lots of kids here that might encourage their parents to visit the center and adopt a pet. So come on, kids, talk to your parents.
Madam Chair, can I chime in, please, before we move on?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Amy, as always. And the other Google search that I'm going to recommend to anyone out there who found themselves in the position that I was in, we have our 3rd and 4th shelter dogs happily living together at home now, but it wasn't like that initially when we added number 4. So an amazing Google search is crate and rotate, which is where you basically rotate who's in the crate and who's out, and they can kind of get to know each other, but you won't have to, as I did, throw water on them in the house because there was a really big fight to break up. But yeah, crate and rotate, highly recommended. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Councillor Graham. Good to know, good to know. Okay, next up, we have Jobs of the Week, and is Giselle Palomedes here from New Mexico Workforce Connection?
Good afternoon,
Oh,
everyone.
you're online. Hi, Giselle, how are you? Okay, very good.
Good, how are you? All right, let me just share my screen real quick. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giselle Palomares. I am with New Mexico Workforce Connection. And for the jobs of this week, we have City of Las Cruces hiring a bus operator at $19 an hour, and that position closes today, June 5th. White Sands Missile Range is hiring a recreation aid lifeguard, and that pays $15 an hour, and that closes December 29th of this year. Walmart is hiring a retail merchandiser that pays $16 an hour, and that closes August 20th of this year. We also have auto body painter, ABC Paint and Body is hiring for $12 an hour to $18 an hour, depending on experience, and that closes on June 18th, 2023. Along Spices and Vegetables Incorporation is hiring a mechanic for the night shift, and that pays $17.32 an hour, and that closes on June 18th. And Bosque Brewing Company is hiring a cook, and that pays anywhere between $14 an hour to $16 an hour, depending on experience, and that closes on June 17th of this year. For any more jobs that you are needing or wanting to know more of, you can always visit the New Mexico Workforce Connection office via in person at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, or via telephone at 575-524-6250. You can always check out our app, which is under Employ and Them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giselle. Appreciate you being here. Okay, next up, we're going to do some presentations and certificates of appreciation and proclamations, and I'm the one to do, at least I'm going to do the presentations, and Counselor Abeta is going to help with reading the proclamation so you don't have to listen to my voice the entire time. So give me some time to get down there. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yes, okay, very good. What's different from down here? Hi, everybody. Yeah, I love it. Okay, we are going to be presenting recognition of Mayor's Certificate for Community Service presented to Guzman Martial Arts by myself. Is Guzman and the young people here, please come, make your way down. So good to have you. Good to see you. Yeah. Hi, how are you guys? Ooh, we got a winning team here, right? I love it. Firm handshakes. You're teaching him well, Guzman. Okay, we want to recognize Guzman Martial Arts for winning its 4th national championship. Let's give him a hand. I know we have incredible youth and children, and you're a big part of that, Mr. Guzman, so we very much appreciate that. Would you like to say a few words? Okay.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say thank you for having us here in City Council, and we're representing Las Cruces. This is our 4th national title, and we're grateful for the opportunity. We thank God, of course, and you know, these kids were in Indianapolis and competing, and we travel all over, and it's a great opportunity for us to be able to bring another national title to Las Cruces. You know, you wouldn't think this little town in Las Cruces could have some great martial arts, but we have a great team out here, and they go out there and they dominate the tournament circuit. So we've been doing this for, actually yesterday was our 23rd year in business, and we're just grateful that we have great instructors. I don't know if my instructors are here yet, but we have great instructors, and of course I want to thank all the parents that, you know, work really hard to get their kids to practices and tournaments and traveling all over the place. So we're truly grateful for all of our students, and we can just give them a great hand and of accomplishment. They've been doing really well and worked really hard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Guzman. So exciting. I know we have some great martial artists and athletics like baseball and soccer and chess players and robotics. So we're doing fantastic, I think, and we want to continue with that upward curve, right? So we have some certificates here for you all. It's a pleasure that I'm able to do this. Let's see, is Mariela? Hi, Mariela Romandini.
Say thank you.
Welcome. Don't mess with her, right? Is Isaiah Duran? Isaiah Duran. You hear Isaiah? Okay, I'll just hand those over to you. Angelique Arvizu? She here? Not here. Okay. Bianca Diaz. Woo. Congratulations, Bianca. There you go. Okay. let's see. Zenaida Garcia? Zenaida Garcia, you here? Not here, okay. Larissa Olguin. No, Larissa? Okay. Ashton Bird, they're really, it's hard. Ashton, hi, sorry, Ashton. You'll forgive me, right? Congratulations. Oton J. Moreno. Oton? Our instructor? Oh, not here yet. Okay. Lisa Gonzalez. Lisa? Okay. Dawson Cartwright. All right, Dawson. Congratulations. Antonio Moreno. Not here. Eric Jimenez. Eric? Congratulations, Eric. Thank you for providing mentoring and programming, right? You're an instructor?
Yes.
Yes, very good. Maya Alvarado. Maya? Maya not here? Oh,
She here?
she here? No? Okay. Alexa Chavez. Okay. Gabriel Keys? Gayas? Not here? Okay. Joel Nedvares. Oh, okay. Victoria Wilson. Tommy Vargas. Kendra Montoya. Congratulations. Yeah, family? Yeah, cool. Mia Apodaca. Yahid Montoya. She here? No? Or he? Yahid? No? Okay. Keegan Ingle. Hi, Keegan. Congratulations. Raymond Cias. Congratulations, Raymond. Cesar Aguilar. Is that you, Cesar? All right. Congratulations. Uh-huh. Addison Dickerson? Derrickson, sorry, Addison, Derrickson. Jaslyn Aguilar. Hey, Jaslyn. Oh, congratulations. Sarah Beebe? Bybee? She's not here. Logan Miller. Elijah Martinez. Oh, Sensei Eli Guzman. Olivia Apodaca. Congratulations. Janisa Aguilar. Janessa, congratulations. Silas Buchanan. Not here. Brooklyn Rivera. Juliana Salazar. Aiden Salazar. Is that your sister? Okay. Jade Swift. Congratulations, Jade. John Alex Gurama. Mary Todd. Congratulations, Mary. Jacob Herrera. Congratulations, Jacob. Okay. Thank you again, and good luck in your future tournaments. And let us know if we can help in any way. You want to take a picture? Someone here to take a picture? Okay. Maybe in a couple of the whole, well, all of us.
Congratulations, everyone, on the win. Next up, we are going to have some proclamations. I'm going to ask if Victoria Portillo is here, if she can come down, as we recognize Gun Violence Awareness Day. Is Victoria Portillo here? Okay. Well, she is not here, but we will read the proclamation, and we'll wait just 1 minute while everybody is exiting. So thank you, everyone. Thank you all so much. I know that it was really exciting to have all the individuals. I know that we have a full agenda and a lot of people still waiting. So I'll ask if everybody could return their focus. And thank you all for being so patient as we do this and as we have members exit the chambers. Thank you. For here we have our proclamation, whereas gun violence touches every segment of our society and impacts people of all ages. It increases the probability of death and incidents of domestic violence, raises the likelihood of fatality by those who intend to injure others, and among those who attempt suicide. It places children and young people at increased risk of physical harm and injury, and disproportionately affects communities of color. And whereas Gun Violence Awareness Day honors the many lives that have been cut short by gun violence in our country and supports efforts to reduce gun-related crimes in the United States. And whereas it is important to recognize community organizations which assist families that have been directly impacted by gun violence and provide a continuum of care for grieving parents or spouses who must continue to provide for surviving family members. And whereas the city supports continued statewide efforts to strengthen gun safety laws and educate the community on safe gun storage. And whereas it is appropriate to set aside time to honor those Americans whose lives are cut short each year by gun violence, and the count altered. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim June 2nd, 2023 as Gun Violence Awareness Day and urge all citizens, businesses, organizations, and agencies to work collaboratively to reduce gun violence in our community. Signed by Mayor Miyagashima and attested by our city clerk, Christine Rivera. Thank you. Our next proclamation is for the Corazon Collective Day, and it's to be presented by Denise Chavez. If you are here, or anyone, thank you. Take your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, why don't you come right over here? So, hi, everybody. Hi. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. For our proclamation, whereas the Corazon Collective and the group of Texas and California Latinx-based poets and writers will be touring New Mexico June 16th through 24th, 2023, with events planned in Las Cruces on June 18th and 19th. Members of the collective include Irene Lara Silva, Joe Reyes Boitel, Jen Anise Alizun, Carmen Caludad, and Angelina Saenz. And whereas the Corazon Collective will offer a community writing workshop entitled Gritos from 2 to 4 p.m. at Nopalitos Galleria, Nopalitos Galleria, and whereas the Corazon Collective will present a free community reading at Nopalitos Galleria June 18th on Sunday at 6 p.m. And whereas the Corazon Collective represents talent, energy, and vision of our Latinx and multicultural communities, healing the world one important and powerful story at a time. A Corazon member, Irene Lara Silva, states, "We want to connect with other creatives and other communities, Corazon first." And whereas the Corazon Collective represents the deepest roots of who we are, representing lo nuestro, what is us and belongs to us. And whereas the Corazon Collective will forever leave an imprint of connection and love in Las Cruces, honoring the ancestors of this place and all who live and work in our beloved, what this word? Querencia, bringing our community together to support art, culture, and our local sponsors, which include Casa Camino Real Bookstore, Napolitos Restaurant and Galleria, Weaving for Justice, KTAL Radio, La Posta de Masia, A Still Small Voice for You, Roberto's Mexican Food, Hotel Encanto de Las Cruces Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and many other individual sponsors. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Sunday, June 18th as the Corazon Collective Day, signed by Mayor Miyagishima and attested by Christine Rivera, our City Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the counselors and the mayor. The Corazon Collective is a group of 5 Latina women from Texas and California. They are touring New Mexico, and we're honored to have them at Nopalitos Galleria doing a writing workshop from 2 to 4 that evening. We also have a reading, and I want to note that Irene Lara Silva, one of the members, has just been named the Texas Poet Laureate. So we are really, really excited about this. There will be some information in the newspaper. You can always contact Casa Camino Real. And the workshop we're giving is called Gritos. Everybody knows what a grito is? I just have to give one right now. Thank you so much. Gracias. Oh, okay. That's for them. I hadn't prepared that. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final proclamation will be for Juneteenth Day, and for, if we can have Bobby Green and any others who would like to come down for this proclamation. Thank you. Whereas Juneteenth is an opportunity to celebrate the progress that has taken us the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation by President Abraham Lincoln on January 1st, 1863, to the signing of a bill by President Joe Biden making Juneteenth a federal holiday on June 17th, 2021. And whereas Juneteenth reminds us that our country has reached significant milestones and made great progress since 1863. And whereas Juneteenth is not only an opportunity to entertain, but also an opportunity to teach the history, which has made an important impact on this country. And whereas the theme for Juneteenth 2023 is This is Power, which speaks to the resiliency and determination of our citizens while acknowledging that there is still work to be done. And whereas the City of Las Cruces recognizes the power of collaboration and has supported the Doña Ana County NAACP through many years of Juneteenth celebrations. And therefore, we, the City of Las Cruces, will celebrate Juneteenth 2023 along with the Doña Ana NAACP and the entire City of Las Cruces as we work to celebrate our differences while appreciating the cultural and diversity in our community. And now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth Day in Las Cruces, and a time for all citizens to work together to make our city an inclusive place for people from all walks of life. Signed by Mayor Miyagishima and attested to by Christine Rivera, our City Clerk.
Thank you to our Mayor Miyagishima in his absence and to the City Council. We are grateful for the partnership that we've had through the years with the City of Las Cruces. This year, we have a Juneteenth 2023 Power Weekend of events. We start celebrating on June 16th with the history of Juneteenth at the Brannigan Cultural Center. We have music concerts every night, beginning with the 16th. We have it at the Rio Grande Theater. We have a concert. We have a concert at NMSU in the Performing Arts Center, and we have a concert in the Music Recital Hall. We have a banquet at the Las Cruces Convention Center, and we have African American dance. We also have an event at NMSU. So we are collaborating with the City of Las Cruces, with the NAACP, and with the Doña Ana County, all of the persons of Doña Ana County. So we are looking forward to your attending. If you would like to know more about the events, please go to our website. You can Google NAACP Doña Ana County, or you can go to naacpdac.org. It is all about civil rights for all people, and we look forward to your participation in our Juneteenth 2023 Power Weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta. Next up is Heather Pollard and Senator Mary Kay Papin here. There you both are. If you want to sit, you're fine to. If you want to stand, how are you? Good to see you again. Come on in. I'm so honored, please. Turn around so they can see your beautiful faces. I'm honored to read this letter from the Department of Cultural Affairs. One of their state historic preservation officers, Dr. Jeff Papas, hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, sent a letter on May 25th, 2023 to the Honorable Ken Mihigashima. Dear Mayor Mihigashima, since joining the State Historic Preservation Office as director in 2012, there's been a handful of projects in New Mexico that continue to shine for their impact and value to a community. The Amador Hotel is one of them. I remember back in 2015 when the initial plans to restore the property came to my office. The developer at the time was so excited about it and the potential to redevelop that part of town. He showed us his plans, which included a careful and considerate rendering of the Amador and what it might look like after all was said and done. Fast forward to 2023, and it comes with considerable joy that the Amador continues to offer Las Cruces an opportunity to see how restoring a cherished building might enhance a sense of community in the downtown district. It's rare to see a city council and its mayor invest so much energy and resources to preserve a single building. Your investment of $5 million spread over 5 years is a testament to the city and its leadership, not to mention the foresight it takes to creatively integrate an historic building into a redeveloped area. This is precisely the sort of project that best exemplifies the true intent of historic preservation. My office is here to help. Through our new partnership with the city and the National Park Service's Certified Local Government Program, we stand ready to assist in any way to support your efforts. Thus far, our working relationship with the Amador and the city's preservation planner by Dr. Troy Ainsworth has been productive and exciting. Wishing you all the best as you continue to celebrate Las Cruces and its wonderful history. Sincerely, Jeff Papas. Papas? Dr. Papas, I said it correctly. He's our State Historic Preservation Officer. Like I said, it gives me great honor to be able to read this because it's in my district, District 1, and since I've been elected, we've been working on renovating, rehabbing, and this is how I met Heather, and Senator Papin and I go back a long way. But I want to give a little bit of kudos to Senator Papin. Thank you for your leadership. It means so much to the city and what you've been able to do and accomplish, not only in the downtown area, specifically to the Amador for our city with the capital outlay funding that you've distributed over the years. We appreciate it so much, and I know we've put that money in good use. Yes, I do want to say that Mayor isn't here today, but he is working on a plaque, the Distinguished Citizen Award. So you will be hopefully receiving that at the end of the month, and we will be notifying you when that's ready, Senator Papin. Yes, of course. And then I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Pollard. She has a few remarks.
Very briefly, it takes a village, and sometimes the people who are not recognized are the people that are boots on the ground. And so I would like to recognize the people who have worked with Dr. Deb Dennis, Dr. Sonia Cooper, myself. Some of them are here today, some of them are probably watching in their office. If I've forgotten anybody, I'm not sure what I'll do. I'll just be terribly embarrassed. I'd like to thank our city manager and assistant city managers, Ifo and Ikani, Barbara De Leon, Elizabeth Teeters, Chris Favor, Sonia Delgado, Carol Bray, David Cedillo, Tony Trevino, Sri Devi Barthala, Annette Granado, Marco Marquez, Chuck DeVarenz, and David Villarreal. They are the people responsible for this letter from Dr. Pappas. So I would like to also add, Senator Papin and I have worked together for close to 40 years on the Rio Grande Theater, La Casa, Hospice, Main Street. Without her, we would not have a TID. Without her, I wouldn't have one of the very best friends in the whole wide world. So, Mary Kay, would you like to say a few words?
Excuse me. Thank you. But, you know, I think Hillary Clinton said it takes a village, so it isn't one person that does any of this sort of things. And I was saying to Heather a few minutes ago, sitting in the thing, Margaret Markham, where is she? She was here for how many years at every city council meeting, making sure that this city ran the way it should run, that we had benches for people on the buses and whatever. And she would call me often and she would say, there's a note on my front door, get it done. So you would go by her house and you would pick up whatever it was and we would try and get it done. But, you know, I think Las Cruces has grown. And I'm very proud of Las Cruces. And downtown in particular, when I was first moved here back in the early 70s, you couldn't go downtown Las Cruces. It was, I mean, after dark, you didn't dare go to downtown Las Cruces. And look at it today with people like our city council, like Heather Pollard, like Deb Dennis, like all of you who are here today. I have made a difference in bringing Las Cruces up to what Las Cruces is, and we're all so very, very proud of it. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our presentation and proclamation period. And give me a moment to get up there and we'll start the meeting. Okay. I'll read the conflict of interest. Is there any conflict or perceived conflict of interest for council or staff? Please signify if you have one.
None by Flores.
None, Aveda.
None, Corin.
None. Gandara. Okay, next up is our public participation. I'm going to start on my left. I'll give you 3 minutes, and anybody on my left, first row? Please come over here. Wait, excuse me? Yeah, I will. I will. Are you here? Are you here for any items on the agenda?
No,
Okay.
ma'am, I am not.
Okay. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Kathy Stark, Animal Advocates for Change. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me today. The city's animal control webpage has a quote on it, and that quote states, "The greatest of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated." In this case, I'm going to substitute the city for the nation. We're in the eye of the storm right now. It's a storm of dogs and puppies and cats and kittens. Should have been anticipated with COVID having the protection of PPE and the vets having to reduce their surgeries to emergencies, including spay and neuter. For years, we as a city have admitted we have an overpopulation of companion animals, and the legislative intent in the ordinance includes population management primarily through sterilization. Funding for TNR was verbally committed at several meetings, but no funding was allocated when the ordinance was adopted or in the subsequent fiscal year, and the funding for next fiscal year is woefully inadequate. I've requested you consider a voucher program to help residents access spay and neuter services within the region. Mr. Thacker was correct when he told you that a voucher system for surgery would cost more than if the shelter would do the surgeries. It would be more expensive, but there is capacity in the surrounding area, and the shelter simply cannot keep up with demand. Because the county provides annual funding to SNAP for spay and neuter, co-payments for county residents have remained low. However, because SNAP also provides vouchers to city residents but does not receive city funding, the co-payment now for SNAP vouchers for city residents has had to go up. Rescues have been telling me this is the worst year they have experienced, and so I thought I'd go check the numbers. In May of this year, 932 dogs and cats have gone into the shelter, compared with 756 last year. That's 176 extra animals, and so our euthanasia rate is climbing exponentially. People need help. They're asking for help. There's every day on social media, somebody's asking for help. You stated a group should be reconvened to revisit the new ordinance. To the best of my knowledge, no such meeting has been set. AAFC spent months doing research, drafting and submitting a proposed ordinance for discussion, including provisions for spay and neuter, along with a 61-page document that documents our research and the justification for the proposed changes. ASCMV has been recruiting a veterinarian for over 2 years now. Think about it. With a nationwide shortage of vets, if you were a vet looking for a new job, and you could go just about anywhere in the country, would you come to Las Cruces with an inadequate ordinance and a high kill rate? Governments fund what they prioritize, and actions speak louder than words. You've passed your budget for the next fiscal year, and the overpopulation of companion animals is going to continue. We can continue to spend money euthanizing animals, dogs and cats, as the reproduction continues, and it is exploding, or you can begin to seriously allocate funds to begin and control the population and keep the intent, the legislative intent in the ordinance. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, please. Are you speaking on any of the agenda? Okay. Gotta ask.
My name is Diane Starbuck, and I am with Animal Advocates for Change. All right, I was really hopeful when this council was elected that there would be change for animal welfare. Right now, I'm disillusioned, I'm disappointed, and I'm getting angry. I'm appalled at the number of the Animal Service Center's killings of healthy dogs and cats because there's not enough room. And whose fault is this shameful and unethical situation? It's not the Animal Service Centers, it's yours, okay? You're the ones who make the rules, the laws, and you have failed the animals of Las Cruces. You have failed to enact a progressive and best practice animal welfare ordinance that would include a funded, mandatory spay and neuter law. You cannot kill your way out of this horrendous situation. Okay, why hasn't the council passed at least a mandatory spay and neuter law? That's the question. Especially when New Mexico already has 7 cities and 2 counties have mandatory spay and neuter laws. There's several other cities and counties that have low-cost spay and neuter services. All right, this is just shameful for Las Cruces. It's shameful. I know one of you has made animals a priority, and we thank you. But apparently, not the rest of you. One person cannot do this alone. At the end of the meeting, when you give your personal statements, I would like to hear why you have not made the animals of Las Cruces a priority. Because I can see what you can do when you do make something a priority, when you have passion about an issue. There was a street name that was discriminatory, terrible. You had obstacles to change the street name, but you got it done. You overcame and you got it done. I would like to see the same thing happen for animal welfare. And when you make your statements, please I don't want to hear the same excuses, that there's not enough veterinarians. Yes, we know that. However, shelters and citizens, they're going to other towns to use their vets. Alamogordo, Truth or Consequences.
Thank you, ma'am. That was your 3 minutes.
Yes.
Next.
Thank you for listening.
Second row.
Hi, and thank you for always taking public comments. I'm Dawn Duncan. You may remember me from last fall. I am the founder and chair of Animal Companions of Las Cruces, and also working along with my colleagues in Animal Advocates for Change. I want to speak from my heart today instead of the slideshow and the data, but the data's right here. I love this city, and I don't want to leave this city. And I want to support all of you in the work you do. I have a question. I would like to ask everyone at the table and behind me to raise your hand if you have an animal companion. Could you just do that? Just raise your hand, and you better, because I know you have 3 or 4. Okay. When we did the Pledge of Allegiance, part of that was justice for all. I think a lot of times we think that's just for humans. I care about what happens to children and elders because I think we better. But those of us who are adults, human adults, we throw a lot of money at us when we can do a lot for ourselves. But our animals cannot save themselves the grief that they live in every day in this city. Our shelter is overwhelmed. Our veterinarians are overwhelmed. You know that my organization is working very hard with all of our veterinarians and our shelter to recruit. We'll be at the National Convention in July. But we can't recruit more staff, more vets here if we aren't willing to give them the money to come. So it is a human and animal situation. I live in Becky's district, District 5, and I live right up against the desert. And I can tell you that the number of animals that wander there, that are tossed there, that are lost there, is unbelievable. And the number of animals that I post on a daily basis for people all over this community to say, this animal is lost, this animal is lost. And animals will wander much more readily, we know that statistic, if they are still intact. So I urge you today to give money, like the county, to SNAP. I urge you to work with the Animal Advocates for Change. They've done the research. Don't reinvent the wheel. You don't have time. Work with them. I also want to give you one statistic I didn't know last year. This comes from the Center for Disease, from the American Veterinary Medical Association and Census. Out of a rate of 100 for animal welfare, Las Cruces has an 11. That must change. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on my second row? Please make your way down.
Hi, I'm with Animal Advocates for Change, and my name's Mary Rodriguez. And I made, can you see this? A little bit?
Yes.
Okay, I'll explain what it is. First of all, thank you. And I'm not going to read today like I did in the past. I did a visual aid because I feel like maybe it'll be more effective. So I came from another county. I lived in the county for 60 years. And during the time I was in that county, which was Santa Cruz, California, which has a population of 267,000 people in 2021 in the county. Doña Ana has 221,000 people in the county as of 2021, so there's more people in that county. And their adoptable dogs in May was 40. That's how many dogs they had. The shelter had 40 dogs that they were putting, I mean, that's it. The reason is because they've had mandatory spay and neuter since the 80s and 90s. 80s in the city, 90s in the county. And it takes years, decades, for it to really see that kind of change. But I've witnessed it because I can still remember when I had, when Bob Barker was, I don't know if you know who Bob Barker was, but he used to go on TV at the end of his show and say, please spay and neuter your pets. And at that time we had kittens. We always had kittens growing up. We had a tomcat that came around, and a lot has changed. I saw it change, but then I moved here and saw that we're right back where they were then. So when I heard, it just floored me that we're still, it felt like I was living in a different country, to be honest. So I just want to say that I want to reiterate what everybody else said. The fact that we have 200, 300 pets in the shelter and adoptable animals are still being killed, it's not right. And it doesn't have to be that way. So I want to just echo again what everybody else has already said from our group. But mandatory spay-neuter, it's time. It's way overdue. And so please, please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the second row?
There was a gentleman in the first row.
Gentleman in the first row, you need to
You need to step forward.
please step up.
My name's Keith Welpley, and I just wanted to say I'm relatively new to the group, the village that there is in Las Cruces that helps animals. And I have to tell you that it's pretty impressive how many people, it's an underground community that just, all they do is they strive to help these animals. And I love the phrase, it takes a village, but sometimes a village needs the help of a municipality. And that's kind of where we're at with animals. I can't speak like the rest of these folks can speak because they've been at it for so long. But I can tell you that every day my wife comes home and she starts working the problems that it seems like could be helped with the city, mandatory laws. And all the facts and figures are not new to anybody here, not new to anybody there. It just seems to be a lack of political will. And one thing I've learned since I've been working is that animals matter to just about everybody. New people to the community, they care about animals. And if I was to ask them, are they happy? And I love Las Cruces. I've been here for over 30 years. And I'm proud of Las Cruces. It's a progressive city. It's just the way I like it. I love that we were one of the first cities to have net or effective zero homelessness for veterans. I love that we stood up and we became a sanctuary city. I love that we opened our arms to refugees from Afghanistan. But when it comes to animals, it seems we're missing in action. And it's not because Las Cruces can't do or tackle big problems. It's not that they're afraid of big problems, because you guys tackle them all the time. And this is a problem that needs to be addressed. I'll keep working, my wife will keep working, and I'll be working with these beautiful people. But literally, we've reached a point where we need a municipality to help the village. And this is where we're at, and I thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
Hi, my name's Peggy Galarza. I want to talk on two things. One is on your agenda.
Peggy, I'm going to ask you that you not talk about that item in the agenda and wait till the agenda item comes up. Okay?
I have 4 dogs.
And if you would come closer to the mic, right on the mic. Thank you,
I
ma'am.
have 4 dogs myself. And I think besides the city being responsible for animal control, there should be also a leash law on cats, because those cats run like crazy out there. But it's also, I feel it's the people who owns the pet's responsibility to make sure the spayed and neuter laws and enforce. And I did that for my puppies, for their health and for the environment. So, and I do believe, there should be a law for all the animals, both cats and dogs. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Okay, any more on the second row?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Temp, Council and community residents, fire and police officials. My name is Patrick Garcia. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today about why buffer zones in residential areas should remain in place.
Sir, you're unable to talk about it until the agenda item comes up.
Okay.
I'm asking for those folks, aside from the agenda items, to come and speak at public comment. If you're here specific for the agenda, if you could wait, that would be great. Thank you, sir.
apologize.
It's
Thanks.
all right. Thank you so much. Again, anybody in our second row? No? Third row? Oh, you're in the middle.
Good afternoon. My name is Jack Ekman. Hi, City Council and
Hi,
City
Jack.
staff. Good to see you all. Last fall, Mayor Miyagishima appointed me to the Crisis Triage Center Advisory Board. The county established that last year, and I'm very pleased to serve. I wanted to report, since we've had 3 quarterly meetings so far, and the third one was just last week on June 1st. It is a 10-member advisory board, and they represent the behavioral health hospitals of the area, the Community of Hope, the Mental Alliance on, or the Alliance on Mental Illness and things of that nature in the area. They'll celebrate their 2nd anniversary at the Crisis Triage Center this month on the 21st. All of these meetings have been held by Zoom. At the meetings, we are provided their quarterly statistics on services performed for guests, as they prefer to call the clientele. During the period of February, March, and April 2023, the Crisis Triage Center had 96, 107, and 124 visits, respectively. Guests arrived through police interventions, family members, the Doñana County Detention Center, and self-referrals. Previous guests are very welcome to re-enter as needs arrive. So I kind of learned that there is a difference between visitors and guests in the data. Capacity at the center is currently 3 times what is being used. When we look at the April number, that was about a little over 4 visits per day. Medicaid is the only medical provider willing to reimburse. We meet quarterly, and our meetings last a maximum of 60 minutes. The June 1st meeting was 3rd. I thought it would be good to give you an update. No individual cases or staffing details are presented to the advisory board. Should you have any items you would like me to bring up for discussion, any questions that might be applicable, I would ask you please get in touch with me. I'd be more than happy to serve as your intermediary there. And we have 25 seconds for questions if you have any.
Chuck, thank you so much, Mr. Ekman, for serving. As you know, any questions, anybody? Yeah, no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on our third row? Third row? Fourth row? Please make your way down.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg White. I live at 360 El Prado in Las Cruces. I have 3 things I want to address today. First, Councilor Bencomo, thank you for your support in getting Melendres adjusted. The residents of Melendres Street and the adjoining streets of El Prado, La Colonia, El Molino, Brown have tried for 5 years to get that street slowed down. Traffic has had a tendency to increase in volume, and we've had speeds of up to 50 miles an hour of traffic going down that. The city street department is now doing a pilot project to do traffic calming, and it's working. This is a really good thing, and we appreciate it. That's my first thing. Second thing is I'd like to address the chief. I want you to know that a number of our neighbors have called in to dispatch asking for the city police department to go out and stop the road racing on Main Street from the downtown mall all the way around the loop to Missouri. We've been really pleased by the response. It's been fast and it's been consistent, and it's been that way from the first contact with the dispatch all the way through to your patrol officers. So wanted to put that good word. The third thing I wanted to talk about very briefly is how happy I am to see the bicycle patrols out and around. The Kilby Motel, as many of you may know, was an absolute blight on the city of Las Cruces. It was a center of drug trafficking, prostitution, and other violent crimes. We're really glad it's gone. I know that was a private effort, but the city was patrolling that effort, patrolling that area, and doing their best to keep crime under control. Really am glad it's gone. That leads me to my final thing to say. There's an abandoned building on Main Street that's been that way for decades. And if you want to see a blight and what that causes, the street does not feel safe to walk down. It's not a good thing. And I don't know what the city can do, but it's about time, really, to make some effort to condemn the property, take it over, do whatever, but that really inhibits the revitalization of downtown mall. I'll conclude with do the same thing with the rest of El Paseo. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you can give some detail about the abandoned building to our clerk, that would be, I have an idea of which one you're speaking of.
I'd be happy
but
to.
If you would, that would be excellent. Thank you, sir, for being here. Anybody else on the fourth row? Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Good.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me. My name is Marcus Tapia. I volunteer for 3 different rescues, cat and dog. Okay, it is past time for this city and county to crack down on backyard breeders. When they don't sell their own overpriced puppies, they get dumped. I am on call to go scan lost animals for chips. Over half of Over half of animals scanned are never chipped. The ones that are chipped are not updated. Lately, it's been puppies every day. Puppies every day, more than 1, 2, 3 puppies. Where are they coming from? Rescues get countless calls a day asking for help with oops litters, found puppies, and breeders who can't sell their overpriced puppies once again. We need laws. We need mandatory spay and neuter. We don't have enough vets for the influx of spay and neuter. We need more vets, but how? Let me quote Kathy Stark. If you are a new graduate, care deeply about animals, and can basically go anywhere with a vet shortage, are you going to come here with irresponsible owners, poor laws, and a high kill shelter? Rescues and shelters are busting at the seams. It's only getting worse. How much euthanasia is it going to take for this city to help? Euthanasia has been double digits this past few weeks, and numbers are only going up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tapia. Anybody else on the fourth row? If you're going to speak, you want to make your way down as well, please? Okay.
All right, thank you. My name is Kelt Quinn Cooper. Some of you all know me as Quinn. I wait tables at Hacienda in Mesilla, and I'm a part-time farmhand at the Gutierrez family farm about a mile north of Gadsden High School. I do apologize. I moved because I really need to say it and get out of here. Work. We all have work, right? The reason for me coming up is that about 5 weeks ago, I moved back into city limits from San Miguel. And within a week of living on Haggerty, my vehicle was stolen. It was returned to me within less than a week. About a week later, I got it out of impound. I had to pay for my own stolen vehicle out of impound. What was interesting, though, is that the individual that was taken out of the car, William Hudson, was just let go. He has another stolen vehicle case against him from last year. He will be going to trial for that in July. So the issue that I'm really having with is, I've been in contact with over a dozen officers. I know that they share my frustration with this because they are arresting him and his wife, amongst other career criminals, on a weekly basis, and they're just getting let out. So we have a state of de facto catch and release. And it's gotten bad. I read in the March police report that was in the bulletin, certain areas of property crime are as much as 87% from last year. And that's like significant is not a big enough word to describe that. Like gross is probably more appropriate. So I'll hopefully be able to watch this later. I don't think I'll be here for your guys' closing remarks. Ultimately, is what capacity does the City Council have to improve some of these conditions? What is City Council doing to help the police department be more responsive? The same individual, he's still on Haggerty. Making calls, you know, the cops are usually tied up with other emergencies, so they can't always, respond to it because it's considered nonviolent. That road, I made a terrible mistake of moving on to Haggerty. Since I've been there, every single night there are vagrants dumpster diving. There are drugs being sold out of almost every complex on that road. Being from Las Cruces, a lot has changed in just the last 3 years, but we're not dealing with COVID anymore. We can't keep blaming COVID. So what are we doing about it? So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else on the fourth row? Fifth row.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Michael Potts. What I want to talk to you about is responsibility.
personal responsibility to follow laws that have been set by the society we live in. When a person enters into society, he agrees to abide by the rules of that society, and when he crosses those rules, he becomes liable to judgment. And if he continues to cross them, then he becomes an outlaw. Now, we can't ever forget the preamble to our Constitution. And we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union and establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings and liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the Constitution of the United States of America. Well, in order to ensure domestic tranquility here in the United States and promote the general welfare, we have an established police force made up of, as Mrs. Flores has pointed out, well-trained, responsible young men and women who put their lives on the line for each of us each and every day. When we talk about personal responsibility, we should have learned at an early age that we are to obey the commands of the police officer. It doesn't matter if you agree with what they say. It is my responsibility. It's all of our responsibility to do what they tell us to do. Now, if you want to argue with the police, and if you want to run from or resist or accost the police, and if you want to struggle with them or try and take their gun, then you are responsible for the consequences of your actions. If you end up being killed, then that is not on the police officer, that's on you. Depending on the situation, they may only have seconds to evaluate the situation, formulate a solution to the problem, and even protect themselves from being killed in the line of duty. Now, since 2018, there have been 1,614, as per the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, officers killed in the line of duty. What I'm getting at is a proposal that Peter Goodman came up with to create a Citizens Police Oversight Committee. ABC News reported in 2021 that a 2018 DOJ report suggested there is little empirical evidence to demonstrate the effectiveness of oversight committees. It also states that these groups have exacerbated tensions among local officials, law enforcement, and activists. And according to information from PBS, the American Police Officers Alliance finds that oversight boards have track records of slow-moving investigations, inadequate funding, lack of staff, and additionally, criminal justice experts feel that the board's propensity for political bias and manipulation makes it easier to be skeptical of their usefulness. This is like playing armchair quarterback on a Monday morning. The individuals on one of these boards cannot possibly understand any situation a police officer is faced with, much less try to tell him they need to do something a certain way. So I think it'd be a huge mistake on y'all's part to even consider putting a board like that in place. So
Thank you,
I
Mr.
strongly
Potts.
oppose it, and I thank you very much for your time.
Fifth row. Are you coming? Yes, okay. Hi, hello.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Council, City Management, members of the staff. My name is Rafael Leos. I know some of you are familiar with me. I serve as the Deputy Director for the South Central Solid Waste Authority. I also have the great privilege of serving as a lieutenant for the Volunteer Fire Department for Doña Ana County at District 16. But I'm here before you on an unofficial purpose. And part of that has been echoed through a lot of the sentiments and comments that have already been before me, so I won't belabor it. But I do want to take the time to have the opportunity to give these two young ladies a voice, because right now they don't. Part of that is we have seen an excess of speeding, which again is rampant throughout the city, through the area of Glendale Gardens. I'm a resident at 1032 Tamarack Drive in Glendale Gardens. That's right off the Aspen Hickory Loop area on Valley. The city had made some remarkable changes and investments into improving the traffic through that intersection with Mesilla Drive many, many years ago. But unfortunately, what it's led to is continuous non-residential traffic through Aspen at a high rate of speed to just make the cut through Hickory Loop to get to either Walmart, the actual exit, or to any of the businesses that are in that area. So One of the unfortunate situations we encountered is these young ladies here have been participating in Safe Routes to School for over 2 years now and ride their bikes frequently. They are highly vizzed up with reflective vests, helmets, all their safety and PPE. However, that's not the safety that they're preparing for. It's the unfortunate events that people are speeding through these areas, which in 2 near misses, one of which we were far enough away that an individual drove rapidly through the community. Our neighbors were concerned about us because they see us almost every evening riding, and they thought we may have been hit. Unfortunately, we have not. I don't want to be in a situation where either our residents, who are many who walk and many who bike through that area, are at fault of somebody else's, or they lose a life as a result of that of injury. What I do want to do is publicly thank Councilor Johanna Bencomo, because over the past year, I made this present and acknowledged that there was an issue there. She's made 2 attempts to, well, she's actually made efforts. She came out and walked the area with us, and on a second occasion has met with us. I represent a small 30% group of about 100 homes there, and we just kindly ask that this be addressed, be looked at as possible study on the speed traffic calming mechanisms that you might have. And I'd be happy to develop a much larger presentation and actually be an agenda item so that we don't have to be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leos. Thank you, girls, for being here. Mr. Leos, and if they want to speak, we should let them speak. Okay, all right, maybe next time, maybe next time. Hello.
Hi, my name is Linda Hall, and I have a quick question for you all I've been trying to get an answer to, and that is about the new shelter buildings that are sitting vacant while the dogs are still being housed in the old facilities that are very cramped and pretty disgusting, actually. I just adopted another dog from there and was a little disconcerted to see the situations that they were living in. But that new building that we spent so much money on, that the citizens paid for through a GO bond, has been sitting there vacant for several months now. And I was wondering why. I tried to ask the mayor and the city manager through some emails and have not gotten a response. So I was wondering if anybody could give me some insight into that situation.
Thank you so much for being here and asking the question. Basically, we're waiting for the crates, the kennels. We've had them on back order, and they haven't arrived. I understand that there is a few, and they're placing them in, but not the total that we've asked for. So this is due to supply chain issues, and we're just as disconcerted and disturbed as you are that it hasn't occurred yet. But hopefully, it feels like they're starting to come in and being put in as we speak.
Okay, I'll be keeping an eye.
Keep an eye out, please do.
Dog park right behind there every day, so.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Please
thank
do.
you.
Thank you so much. Okay, anybody on the 5th row? Anybody else on the 5th row? 6th row?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor, name is Juan Garcia. After listening to the proclamation on anti-gun violence, how about a proclamation against violence, about all violence? It was very sad to listen to that citizen earlier talk about his plight concerning the crime in Las Cruces. After listening to the Civilian Police Oversight Panel discussion, a few things come to mind. How far you chase a citizen for a warrant on various, quote, nonviolent crimes, or not when the crime is nonviolent, or if you chase for a nonviolent crime, but at some point you let him go, or let him go for a warrant that doesn't mean anything. What is the common theme here? The common theme is nonviolent crime is acceptable. So if a criminal is breaking into Lucy's Cafe and attempts to run and resists, does that mean the officer lets him go? Or you pull someone over for various open misdemeanors and flees, you let him go? So when is a crime, quote, no longer a crime? And who determines breaking into Circle K on Picacho and terrorizing the cashier. Domino's, Murphy's, Micro Machines, Dion's on El Paseo, Staples, Best Buy, Burlington, Arteries and Veins, Taste of India. And these are just the most recent ones that I visited. When are they not worthy of an arrest because they might require, quote, some use of force? Who is going to tell these forgotten victims the crimes committed upon them, quote, don't matter? Why is there no message from the panel stating that don't commit criminal acts, period? Obey the laws and respect citizens' property as well as lives. Instead, the message is, let's trivialize the crime so the criminal who is often portrayed as the victim goes free and continues his criminal behavior. On Saturday, May 27th, Albuquerque Journal, regarding the new task force established by the governor. So, quote, so will this latest task force make a difference? Not without enforcement. The lack thereof is why customers are terrified, like here in Las Cruces also. And businesses are fed up with retail crime, are closing shop all over Albuquerque, and Las Cruces is coming up next. In the Las Cruces Bulletin for June, quote, Dominguez said there was a 50% reduction in use of force by LCPD officers during the first 3 months, which is great. This is due to increased de-escalation training. This is great, but where are the other factors? Is the LCPD concerned about being portrayed as killing citizens by execution style? Or perhaps allowing, quote, nonviolent criminals to walk? I would love to see the whole picture. In closing, from Victor David Hansen's The Dying Citizen and the lax concern over property damage, Nicole Hannah-Jones, the New York Times journalist and the chief architect of the 1619 Project, declared that she was honored that some had dubbed the 2020 summer riots, which caused 40 deaths, injured 700 officers, and led to billions of dollars of property damage, quote, the 1619 riots. And she explained that, quote, destroying property which can be replaced is not violence. Is this where we are today? Thank you.
Anybody else? Sixth row, seventh row, seventh row. And if you're in those last few rows and need to speak, please make your way down.
Good afternoon, everybody. I never thought I'd see myself doing this, so yeah, I'm nervous. So my name is Barbara Corral. I'm a registered nurse. I've worked in this community for 29 years, worked at MMC, the whole works. In July, I was diagnosed with cancer. Not a big deal. I have health insurance, right? So I go see my doctor. He refers me to Memorial for radiation. They won't take my insurance. They won't even try and take my insurance. So what happens then? I have to go to Albuquerque. I have treatment in Albuquerque with a 40% copay. And that wasn't the worst part. The worst part is that I basically had to move to Albuquerque to get my cancer cured. My husband went with me as my caregiver. We had to find someone to watch our dogs. We still had to pay all our bills in Las Cruces, and we weren't working, neither one of us. So thankfully, somebody said, apply for Medicaid, and I thought, oh my God, no, I can't do this. Well, I did do it, and by the grace of God, we got Medicaid, and I'm so grateful for that because it paid 100% of everything. Well, we still had problems paying bills, and I came across a lady named Yoli with CARE, and Yoli really helped us out a lot. That was about the only good thing that happened, except for that now I am a cancer survivor, and I'm so grateful for that. But I just feel like after being a nurse for 29 years in this community, I shouldn't have had to leave Doña Ana County and Las Cruces for treatment. All the hospitals are for-profit. I had no choice. And, you know, think about those people that don't have insurance and can't get insurance. I think that this isn't something you think about until your world falls out from underneath you like mine did. Totally fell apart. So I urge you to think about this and maybe try and start finding a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kroll. Next, Yoli.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, staff, and public. My name is Yoli Diaz, Executive Director of CARE, Cancer Aid Resource and Education. I'm also a patient advocate. My advocacy to you does not include immigration issues. I am concerned for sick residents who live here and contribute to our economy. We residents are all taxpayers. We pay into gross receipts tax by purchasing goods and services, and we pay into property taxes through rent or home ownership. I am not here to disrespect, arm wrestle, or mudsling. I am here as an advocate for the sick, indigent, underserved sick residents of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County, both the U.S. citizen and non-U.S. citizen residents. Today, I am here publicly, on record, and on video, advocating for the goal of needed change. Access to health care for those affected with a major health issue in order to correct or improve the injustice, segregation, and the discrimination that occurs in our county. And I'm not talking about emergency care. I will begin with my ask. I ask that you include the issue of accessing health care on your next agenda so that you may discuss this subject publicly, since protocol limits private discussions. For anyone who may not know, Memorial Medical Center is City of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County's lessee, a long-term tenant. The 40-year lease has 21 years to go. This lease is a legal document that binds the City of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County as lessors. The city and county owns the land still. As lessors, you have accountability to oversee the lease upholds its responsibilities and of lease compliance, including indigent care stated in the lease. Since October 2021, I have been advocating for the county's residents that may have been denied or delayed health care at Memorial Medical Center. My first indication of this problem was the discovery that the county residents diagnosed with cancer will not receive cancer treatment at Memorial Medical Cancer Center without health insurance. I would like to end with the words of Yehuda Bauer, because I don't have much time left. We are all one human race, interconnected and interdependent. Politics that are not based on moral considerations are, at the end of the day, not practical politics at all. I come from a people that gave the 10 Commandments to the world. Let us agree that we need 3 more, and they are these. Thou shalt not be a perpetrator, thou shalt not be a victim, and thou shalt never, but never, be a bystander. Let it be known that I will never be a bystander, accept this injustice and discrimination. I have the power to use my voice. You have the power to enact solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Anybody, Ms. Little, is that you, or are you making your way down here? Okay, slowly but surely. We will wait for you. Just be careful.
I am Christina Little. I am a resident of Las Cruces, and I am the manager of the Interagency Council. This is an organization that's now existed for 20 years. I have a listserv that with 500 people on it, and we pass out all kinds of messages from nonprofits, from social service providers, from the city, from the county, from state agencies. So we see a broad array of the kinds of services and needs that are available in Las Cruces. I am basically here to thank you. Because I see all this information, I have come to the conclusion that Las Cruces is perhaps the most important social service organization in our community. You talk about the Parks and Recreation, the library, the museum system, Munson Senior Center, public transit. These services are really critical for people. I have kids who really glom on to finding out what the museums are doing, what kind of athletic opportunities are going on. I found out this morning that there is going to be a movie at Brannigan, Thomas Brannigan Memorial Library, Crocodiles Singing. I don't know how any of us could resist that. I pass along all kinds of information. I've given you a flyer. I'm not asking you to be on the Interagency Council. You get a lot of email. You already get a lot of email. But I want to let you know that you can always use the Interagency Council. If you have a message that you want to send to the community that's not come out publicly, you can send it to me and I will pass it along to these 500 people, and I will be delighted to do so. I should add that I do not do any direct advocacy material. I want this forum to be available to everybody in the community, and I don't want it to be political. So, the next meeting is on June 14th, and I want you to know we will meet at the Housing Authority Conference Room, and the major presenters will be from the Quality of Life and the Las Cruces Museum System. So I really try really hard to include these services and focus on these services that you offer. So I'm just basically here to thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Little, for your service. I've known you a long time, and that interagency outlet is excellent. Okay, anybody else on this side? Okay. First row on my right. Second row. Third row. Fourth row. Fifth row. Sixth row. Seven. Anybody on this side? I'll just go there. Okay, please make your way down, ma'am. And if anybody else on that side that's sitting behind her wants to make your way down to public comment, please do so now. Hello.
Hi, I'm Clarice Francis. Thank you for this opportunity.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
Clarice Francis.
Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. Is it time now that I could address a completely unrelated thing, like Ordinance 3037?
No, not yet, ma'am.
Not yet.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I just want to make sure.
Okay.
We'll get a chance later.
You got it. Anybody else on this side? Okay, seeing none, that concludes our public comment. Okay, let me get myself together. Okay, next up is I need a motion to accept the agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a quick amendment.
Okay.
I would like to move item 8.9 to the second item of the agenda, right after the public hearing.
8.9, is that bill number 23-031?
Correct.
Okay, we need a motion to approve the change.
I'll second.
Who made the first?
Councilor
You?
Bincomel.
Councilor Bickle. Okay, second, Councilor Abeyta. Christine?
This is a motion to approve the agenda as presented with the removal of item 8.9 to the second item after the public hearing. Councilor Abeyta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Cran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Why?
No.
Councilor Gondeta.
No.
And the mayor is absent.
So it passes. Okay.
Passes.
All right. So next up is Resolution 8.1, resolution number 23
Mayor Pro Tem, it's actually old business.
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry, yes, you have given me, yes, there's old business. I need a motion to remove 7.1 off the table.
So moved, Corin.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Corin and second by Councilor Abeta. Christine.
This is on the motion to remove Resolution 23-123 from the table for discussion. Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Graham.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Cran.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Okay. Hello, Raymond, how are you?
Mayor Pro Tem, just fine, thank you. Raymond Birchfield for the City of Las Cruces Housing and Neighborhood Services. And before you, we have a resolution to approve a community development block grant agreement between the city and the Housing Authority for the Oak Street Apartments improvements. If I can just get this to...
Can you get closer to the mic? We're having difficulty hearing you. Thank you.
And the Oak Street Apartments is a 22-unit apartment complex on Oak Street at Union, not far from South Main. They house predominantly veterans through the Veterans Assistance Supportive Housing, and this will approve a $300,000 grant and approve the agreement to help provide these services. This project will make improvements to parking, sidewalks, exterior, kitchens, and bathrooms. Currently, there are 2 units that are vacant, one of each type. There are 2 efficiency units and 20 one-bedroom units. This is a rehab-in-place project. No relocation will be required, but they're going to do the 2 vacant units first. And there is a kitchen and a bathroom in the community center to provide available places should a project be delayed. Now, here is the location on Oak Street at Union with South Main right down below it. And there's a picture of a typical kitchen and bathroom on that complex. And now we can stand for any questions.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. Can you clarify, are all the kitchens going to be updated or remodeled?
For Mayor Pro Tem Council, I'm going to defer to Mr. Olvera from the Housing Authority.
Thank you, Richard. Hello, Mr. Olvera.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Juan Olvera, Housing Authority. This property was built in 1974, almost 50 years ago. Right now, we have 19 veterans living in this property. We have 3 vacant units because one was recently damaged by a former resident. In addition to the CDBG funds, we applied for the ARPA funds, and those were awarded, I guess, a few months ago. So this is part of the matching in order to do this rehab work. Early this year, Senator Heinrich came and visited the property. We walked the property, he looked at the property. He was very excited about us doing that rehab in partnership with the city. In addition, he encouraged us to apply for direct spending appropriations. So we did. We applied for an additional $100,000 because he wanted us to do additional improvements on these units. We're gonna basically do the rehab in place. We're gonna do a unit at a time. We just did 14 units at our Tres Árboles property, and we were doing the bathrooms. So we used vacant units so the residents could use the bathrooms in those units. So we'll do one by one. We're not gonna do the 20 at the same time. We'll keep those units vacant so that we can provide those, they can use those facilities. Once we finish the bathrooms, then we'll do the kitchens and we'll be the same situation. If it's necessary, the Housing Authority will provide like hotel accommodation for a night or 2 for any of the residents that really said, no, I prefer to go to the hotel, so we can also do that.
Mr. Olvera, thank you for that. So what is the time frame for the rehab and the kind of time frame that you will inform the tenants or the residents in the event that they would have to move?
Well, basically, this is a market property. It's not a public housing property. So as a landlord, we'll give enough notice. We usually give 48-hour notice. But in this case, we'll do it from the beginning. We'll notify we're going to do this rehab. Once we sign all the agreements, we need to issue an RFP, hire a general contractor. So once we know we're going to start, we'll give at least 30-day notice to the residents that this is going to happen.
So 30-day notice that this is going to begin, but there's the possibility of a 48-hour notice in the event that they would be displaced and need to move. Okay, okay. I do have concern about that, especially with the cohort of folks that we're dealing with. Many of them might have PTSD, mental health issues that I think, quite frankly, if any one of us would have to move because we're doing renovations in our house, right, we could A, afford it, B, I mean, it'd be a nuisance, but we'd be able to do that and do that accordingly. I'm really worried about these folks being displaced without more notice given to them. And so I'm asking Richard and staff to really look at, as the negotiations are being done, and that you give them significant notice, especially those folks that are providing wraparound services for our veterans currently. I'm very, very concerned about them being displaced.
Well, they're not going to be displaced. And also, as you know, we have that partnership with Community Hope, and we have a community center right there on the premises. They provide services. Also, we have the VA for all the veterans that have the bus vouchers that also provide the services. They're not going to be asked to move out of the property. Basically, they're just going to ask to, okay, we're going to remodel your bathroom. Today, you cannot use your bathroom. Can you use this other unit on in the complex?
Again, I understand that, but I'm concerned about the displacement, especially with the level of possible PTSD. I mean, all of us know that many of our servicemen suffer from PTSD. I'm just worried about their mental health and the kind of compassion and empathy that we are all going to have for them when something like this is going to take place. So I'm hoping that that conversation is being had by Richard and Natalie, with you all and with Mesilla Valley Housing Authority. The other question, let's see, that I have is, so when do you help me understand the process that you're going to go through in terms of the distribution, once the distribution occurs of funding? Do you still have to go through an RFP, hire the individual developer that will be doing the rehab or reconstruct?
Correct.
Okay, and when will that happen? And then a roundabout time frame when the rehab will begin?
Well, basically, the rehab will not start until about at least 6 months.
Okay.
So that's it. We have plenty of time to start discussions with the residents. We're not going to come out of the blue and say, hey, tomorrow we're going to rehab your bathroom. So the sooner, the better.
Sure.
I agree with you, and we want to make sure that they are informed, well-informed about what we're doing with the property and providing to them any services that they need.
Okay, all right. And so probably 6 months down the line, and then once it begins, what's the time frame you think of completion?
About a year.
A year. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Olvera. Those are all my questions. Yes, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Olvera, and thank you, Richard, for your presentation. How long, what process did you go by to obtain CDBG monies?
I applied about 2 years ago
And who do you apply to?
to the city. They
To the
issue-
city.
Yeah, they issue basically a request for application. We submit an application, I remember 2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago, and 2 or 3 years ago, you applied for this specific
For this
job?
specific, yes.
Okay, so was there any investigation or tour of the assessment of the property and the living units to determine whether you qualified or that particular project qualified for the funds?
We did a phase 1 environmental review completely, including any other historical and cultural, and that was presented to the city.
Okay, so you did a historical, whatever. It took 2 or 3 years, and now it's going to take 6 months to get the workers, the builders, the contractors.
Yeah, because I'm not going to go out for bids when I don't have the funding. So until I have a signed agreement and I have a commitment from the city with the funding, I'm not going to go into any subcontracts.
Okay, but it took as your own words were that it took at least a couple of years to go.
I've been waiting for the city to bring this for approval.
Okay, so maybe, Richard, you can answer that question as to why it took so long, because if the process began 2 years ago, I know that if I had a problem with my bathroom and it would take me 2 or 3 years to repair it or to replace it or to refurbish, as the word here is refurbish, it would be it'd be a total mess by now. So why does it take so long to get CDBG funding?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor, they applied for CDBG in HUD program year 2020, fiscal year 21 for the city. Now, they applied for $300,000 from HUD CDBG, and in their application, they had applied for a couple other funding sources, which they did not get. Now, that delayed their appropriation of an environmental review, which they contracted out to another company that was out of state. Now, that process was finally completed maybe 2 months ago. So now, once that is complete, then we can move forward with the CDBG agreement. Then they can get their ARPA funds. Then they'll be able to procure the services needed to complete the project.
And does the city oversee the entire process?
My part, Councilor, City Council, my part will be covering Davis-Bacon compliance.
I'm sorry, what?
Davis-Bacon Act labor, any construction funded with federal dollars, they have to pay the prevailing wage. I'll have a part in that. They'll have to test for lead-based paint and asbestos as part of the mitigation plan for the environmental review that was completed, and then the project can proceed.
So I'm really concerned, as is, I believe I understood Mayor Pro Tem to express a concern about the displacement issue. It seems like money should be available to house people, because I don't think it's going to be something that's done overnight, and to not have a bathroom where you're living is unacceptable. And I think that there has to be more of a thought process as to how people are going to survive that renewal or that refurbishment in their housing. And as also stated by Mayor Pro Tem, there is, as stated by Mr. Olvera, the occupants are veterans. I think we owe them a lot more than can you use the bathroom down the road. That's really, yeah, I don't have a solution, but I do think that when money is being asked for certain projects. By the way, why did HUD deny their request, do you know? Because CDBG does come from the House Urban Development Program that was started by, I think, President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. So why, it's pretty much the same money, why didn't?
HUD did not deny, Councilor, HUD did not deny them. The other two funds that they applied for.
I believe he did say that it was denied.
not the HUD money.
Okay, something was denied, and I misheard then.
We applied to the Federal Home Loan Bank of
Federal home
Dallas.
loan.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't HUD, okay.
Yeah, and we submitted an application and it was not funded.
Okay. Did they explain why you weren't funded?
Not really.
Did you appeal?
No, with our score, we couldn't appeal. We didn't have enough score to meet the threshold.
Okay. Well, I'm just really concerned about the displacement issue during the refurbishment, and I don't know what to say except that it falls short of really taking care of that issue, and for it to have taken so long, 2-3 years, I don't understand. I find it abominable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Anybody else? Okay, any public comment on this issue? Seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-123. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Resolution passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, next up, we have 8.1, a public hearing, resolution number 23-131. We're required to do a hearing. And we'll begin now while our staff comes up to the podium. It's 2:55. Christine? Is there anybody here that has any comment, issue of this particular resolution moving forward? Seeing none? Okay. It's 2:55, Christine. We were closing up that portion of the hearing. Okay. Valerie?
We need a
How are
motion.
you?
We
I'm
need a
sorry.
motion in a second.
Can I have a motion, please?
Moved, Abeyta.
Seconded, Corin.
I'm sorry, who made the first?
Flores. Oh, Abeyta.
Councilor Abeyta made the motion, second by Councilor Corrin. Valerie, hello.
Hello, Mayor, council members. This is
Please say your name for the record, and we can't hear you, so just make sure you speak directly into the mic.
Hi, my name is Valerie with the City Attorney's Office, legal assistant. I'm actually here just to present the slides. I don't know if there is anyone here they want to speak on this, but basically this is just an Icebox Brewing LC doing business as Icebox Distilling Company, first off-site location. The application for craft distiller first off-site location was accepted by the Alcoholic Beverage Control, sent primary approval to the city. We did request an extension for the hearing to today. Our staff didn't find any complications for anything, so.
Valerie, need for you to get closer and speak up. Yeah.
Sorry.
And maybe if you want to lower the podium, it goes, there's a button to your side there. On your right? Is it all the way down? There you go.
Oh, thank you. So this is the location of the offsite. It's at 2260 South Locust Street. And this is where they are actually asking for the craft distiller. And that is it.
Does that conclude your presentation, Valerie?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Anybody have any questions, concerns on council? Okay, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-131. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Resolution passes. Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is 8.9. Council Bill number 23-031, ordinance number 3037. I need a motion to approve.
Move to approve, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Graham,
Second, Bencomo.
second Bencomo.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Chris Faber with Economic Development.
Good afternoon, Chris. There you go. Move that podium right up.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is going to be a two-part presentation before community development jumps in and talks about the buffering. Economic development is going to talk briefly about an industry overview of the last year. So we have some data from Cannabis Control Division, and then some information that my staff went out and gathered speaking with local cannabis businesses in Las Cruces. So ED staff did visit with 31 local cannabis businesses over the last few weeks, and I just wanted to hit some of the highlights that we were hearing. Overall, overwhelming positive response with the city regarding support and access to staff. Everyone was very complimentary on those efforts, so I wanted to point that out to council. We did hear from numerous locations that saturation was becoming an issue and that the 300-foot barrier between businesses was helpful. A majority of the businesses reported that their out-of-state sales made up a sizable portion. Some over half of their sales came from out-of-state purchases. And some of the biggest challenges that the industry is seeing is the restrictions on advertising, access to capital and banking, and competition from large out-of-state corporations. So just wanted to put that on council's radar. And lastly, while some of the stigma has gone from cannabis over the last year, there's still more education needed, and many of the places did point that out to us. Just a real quick timeline of where we are here. New Mexico, 2007, medical marijuana was approved. April of 2022, adult use cannabis was approved. Everyone knows the excise tax is 12%, will increase to 18 over a 5-year period beginning in 2025. And the city does receive 1/3 of the excise tax. So I'm going to run through some real quick statistics. Stop me if you have questions, or I will be available after the community development presentation on this. So roughly from April 22 through March 2023, the city of Las Cruces collected $830,000 in the excise tax for local funds. That averages out to about $69,000 per month. We've got a whole bunch of information on this slide here. Beginning on the upper left, there were 397 jobs posted in a variety of sources online for cannabis-related jobs throughout the state. 30 of those jobs were specific to Las Cruces, and 67% of those jobs were related to sales. You can see here that $534 million was collected, was total sales for the state of New Mexico. Medical sales was a little over $200 million. Adult use recreation was $330 million. And then you can see that Las Cruces was about $42 million in sales for the last year, with 58% of that accounting for recreational use. Per capita stats, so Las Cruces per capita about $382 on a yearly basis for individual purchases. Adult use recreational was about 222, medical was 161, and that leaves about $44 per transaction per person. On the chart over here on the right is just a breakdown of monthly sales for a variety of cities. Just to note, we did leave Albuquerque off this map because their sales are so much higher. You can see Las Cruces is averaging around $3 million a month. Albuquerque is in the $14 million range, so it kind of skews some of the data there. The months with stars indicate the highest monthly sales for that particular destination. You can see the highest month was April 22 of last year, but remained pretty consistent throughout the last 12 months. Over here on the left, we just have a visual representation of how many cannabis locations were reporting in April of 2022 versus April of 2023. And over on the right, we have statistics that are specific to Las Cruces and some surrounding communities. We started with about 15 locations reporting in 2022. We are up to about 48 reporting as of when this data was collected. We are about 70 in Doña Ana County right now, which is an increase of about 50 over the last year. And the statewide number is 558, an increase of about 327 over the last calendar year. This slide shows monthly sales ranging from, at the very top of the monthly sales all the way down to some of the lowers reporting. The data on the lower end could be as little as $20 per month, just pertaining to when the particular license reported to the state. But this shows the progression in the addition of licenses here in Las Cruces from April 22 all the way through April 2023. That's concludes my portion of the presentation. We can move on to community development, or if you guys have questions now, I can answer your questions now.
Any questions yet? Okay, no questions yet. Okay. Chris, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, Adam.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem. Adam Ochoa for Community Development, for the record. So what we're looking at with this proposed case right now is give you a little bit of backstory. I guess we're going to start for recreation cannabis history here in the city. April 2021, the state of New Mexico adopted the Cannabis Regulations Act, and in September of 2021, cannabis uses were added to our zoning code. So we've had it almost a year now that we've had these regulations in our zoning code. On 2 years. In April 2022, retail sales of recreation cannabis began. Essentially, the Cannabis Regulation Acts allowed us to kind of control the time, the manner, the place, and even the density when it comes to cannabis. That being said, though, there are things in the state statute that we cannot do. We cannot restrict transportation. We cannot prohibit operations. We cannot prohibit or limit signage. We cannot require relocations of existing businesses, and we cannot prohibit personal use and production. So that being said, what happened essentially is the city of Las Cruces, we changed our zoning code in order to incorporate the different types of cannabis uses that are permitted. The cannabis retail or micro businesses are allowed in our commercial zoning districts, C1, C2, and C3. Cannabis industry, manufacturing and so forth like that is allowed in our industrial zoning, M1, M2, and M3. Cannabis research is allowed as well in our, not only in our industrial technology zoning district, but our other industrial zoning districts as well. And of course, we also do allow cannabis micro businesses in our, what are called our rural residential settings. So our EE zoning, equestrian estate, REM, residential estate mobile, these are kind of our rural larger lot kind of thing where we would allow you to do a micro business out of there. So essentially, the existing conditions are that all cannabis uses must be a minimum of 300 feet from any school or daycare. Cannabis retail and micro businesses in the C1, C2, and C3 zoning districts must be a minimum of 300 feet from residential zones and 300 feet from each other as well. An SUP or a special use permit can be applied for if a business is closer to either one of those, either from each other or from a residential zone. Additionally, on top of that, no consumption is actually permitted in our C1, our commercial low-intensity zoning district. excuse me. Additionally, with the cannabis industry, it can have a kind of like an accessory retail associated with it when it comes to industry, the industrial side of it. That being said, though, they're limited to 5,000 square feet in size and no more than 49% of the total square footage of that building. So essentially, the primary use would still be that industrial use. Secondary would be that retail aspect. Cannabis micro businesses and the SUP or in the EE or REM zoning district, again, can be accessory to the primary residential use on the property, limited to no more than 200 mature plants. Products for sale must be grown on site, located in fully enclosed accessory buildings, 100 feet from any residences. So that's including on site and from any adjacent residence as well. So some things to take into consideration when we're looking at this amendment. Other like uses in the city of Las Cruces do not have buffers from each other. You can have a McDonald's right next to Burger King. You could have, Adam's Burritos right next to Tim's Burritos with no issue. Additionally, there's been no real additional or unique impacts that have been noted. We have had no code enforcement complaints over the past couple years that this has been going on. We do have a weekly meeting with potential cannabis entrepreneurs, and essentially they do keep coming to us saying, when this site work, will this site work, will this site work, just because it's becoming difficult to find somewhere that they're allowed to do the use by right, or not having to do a special use permit, or have the correct zoning district on it, either citing that they're already too close to somebody, or there's already one in that area, or that as soon as the property owner finds out what it is that they want to do, they just back out of the deal completely, and that's been told to us on several occasions. Staff does also see kind of like an inadvertent inequalities between multifamily and single family. So you have to be 300 feet from a single family home, but you can be right next door to an apartment complex. So we see some inadequacies there. Staff has used a lot of time processing our special use permits. We've actually done 16 special use permits already to allow businesses to either be within the 300 feet from each other or from a residential, single-family residential zoning district. That takes a lot of time from staff. All have been brought before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and all have been approved except for one, which was upheld. It came to City Council, and then it got approved there. Basically, it's based on the lack of increased impacts. There's no real impacts is what staff sees with these. Let's see here. Here is that cannabis buffer analysis. So this is just kind of showing you where a business is at that's cannabis related. That basically, and then shows kind of like a buffer around it, the orange. So essentially, somebody went in here, and now all that whole area, nobody can go there. That's kind of what we're showing with this map here. Here's just a quick number of cannabis business types that we have in the city of Las Cruces, and the number of them that we have of each. Cannabis retail, we have about a total of 30 issued business licenses. Manufacturing, we have 4. Couriers, we have 1. Cannabis producers, we have about 7. Cannabis micro businesses, we have 2. And there are other cannabis businesses that have multiple aspects, courier and retail and manufacturer. Those that we have about a total of 8, so a total of 56 issued licenses right now in the city of Las Cruces. And I guess I'll go ahead and do this now. Just wanted to show this. There we go. This is actually a map that we have in our city website. The green dots show the different businesses that are cannabis related in the city of Las Cruces. These are actually issued ones. So for instance, if we go here, click on it, it'll actually show you the name of the business, doing business as, and what the type of business it is. So just a quick little map that kind of shows you, as you can see, the vast majority of cannabis-related businesses are located within the core of the city. So really, it's more in the central part of town. Nothing really too much. A couple things on the East Mesa, and then some industrial-related out in the West Mesa as well. Just get back in here. So Staff is here before you. We're recommending amendments to our existing zoning code, essentially to section 38-53, which is the conditional use section of the code. We're asking to essentially eliminate the 300-foot buffer requirement for cannabis retail and micro businesses from each other and from single-family homes as well. So those are the two, essentially the only real buffer that will still be required would be the 300-foot buffer from any school or daycare. That would still be in place. Additionally, under section 38-54 and the special use permits, we would eliminate the requirement for special use because essentially you would no longer need one because there'd be no more buffer requirement. The Planning and Zoning Commission did review the proposed amendments on April 25th, 2023 during the regular meeting. They did recommend to eliminate the 300-foot buffer and special use permit review as well. Cannabis retail or micro businesses to cannabis retail and micro businesses, and also cannabis retail micro business to single family residential zones. Recommendation made at a public noticed meeting, so that did take place at a public meeting. These were some of the findings that they said, and it's in your staff report and the staff report as well. Excuse me. With that, Council, your options: 1, to vote yes and approve the proposed amendments; 2, to vote no and deny the proposed amendments; 3, to vote to amend and change whatever you'd like to do to these amendments; and 4, vote to table and postpone. That is the conclusion of my presentation, and I stand for any questions anybody might have. And we have additional staff here if you have any questions for them as well.
Thank you, Adam. Councilor Graham.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to catch you while you were here, Adam, before you had to sit down and then get back up. I'll have other comments later, but so if you can go back to the slide about the SUPs that have been approved. Okay, so of the 16, all 16 were essentially approved.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Graham, that is correct. All of it have been approved except for that one.
Okay.
We do have more kind of lined up, if you will, but they're either waiting for additional documentation that staff needs, because it does take some doing on their part in order to get their special use permit ready for public meeting. Additionally, some are also waiting to see if the amendment happens, then they don't have to do a special use permit, essentially.
Right. But in spirit, through the actions of the P&Z and of this council, the 300-foot buffer has essentially not been existing. We've essentially been regulating this without the buffer based on appeals and approvals of SUPs.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Graham, these are only a few of these of the proposed cannabis retail or cannabis micro businesses that have come before us. A lot of them, they'll just go try to find another place. So
Okay.
this 16 or whatever it is, those are just people that said, you know what, this is it. We're going to go for it. We're going to try our best. We've got to get our SUP approved here. And
Okay.
those are the 16, ma'am.
And those were 100% approved anyway.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Graham, I believe the vast majority were approved unanimously. There's one or two, twice where we had one person voted.
Oh,
against it.
I'm sorry, I misspoke, not speaking to how the votes broke down, but all 16 of them passed, for want of a better term. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Graham. Councilor Flores.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't know where to begin on this, but there's a distinct discriminatory language here. Single mixed family, but not multi-family dwelling. That's discriminatory. I don't know if it falls under any classification of a protected class, but first glance here, it doesn't make sense to me. Secondly, being that there's so many areas out besides the residential area, being that there's so many shopping malls and shopping this and, you know, all these little mini malls or whatever they're called, strip malls, why do we need to have why do we need to have a business right in the middle of a residential area and single family? And I haven't heard from my constituents in the East Mesa, but I don't know if my colleagues here have heard from their constituents, but I don't understand why we would have a business right in the middle of a residential area. I don't expect you to answer it, but that's one of the concern. It's a concern I have. The other, of course, is a single family, and not that. And I know that I am aware of Airbnbs throughout the city, and I know that it has taken away a lot of revenue from our lodgers, our hotels and whatnot. So and then there's also like home care facilities in my district. I know of one, I know of 2 Airbnbs. I'm sure there's more. But it's not, and for the Airbnbs, I have to say, I think that the city has to do something. This is just an aside, but I think we need to start collecting tax money from the Airbnbs. You know, that's an aside, but something to, put that in your pipe and smoke it, no pun intended. But I think that the most distressing part here, and I am not in any way morally or legally opposed to the use of cannabis in any way, shape, or form. Well, maybe the form of smoking is bad because any smoke in your lungs is bad. But I don't, this is not a very, it's not acceptable to have that. Do we have, do we have, what's it called? When you have a strip mall and you have clauses in the agreement, because I believe they're owned by one person, and in the strip mall, the stores are leased by the tenant. Is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, that's typically what happens.
Okay, so are there no competition clauses in those? Because it seems to me that a business such as cannabis could be, say, at the Mesilla Valley Mall, or it could be on the many strip malls. Oh my God, I don't know where that came from. Maybe because it was joint and strip and joint as in, smoking a joint. But the strip malls, so we have the strip malls. And why can't they go there? Are there restrictions? Are there no competitive clauses? But I just find it very distressing. I am not at all, I think everybody knows, I am not at all anti-cannabis consumption in any way, shape, or form, except smoking, which is bad for your lungs. But I don't understand that part. So are there restrictive covenants in our strip malls?
Mayor Bertram, Councilor Flores, we see multiple things in our dealings with our weekly meetings that we have, where there was a gentleman who owned a strip mall, like you said before. He actually would be okay allowing multiple cannabis businesses to be located on the property. Then there was one where he said where they entered into a lease agreement with somebody, and they said, nope, mine will be the only one in your strip mall, and he said, and that's how they wrote up. It really depends on how that agreement is written between the leaser and the leasee, really, to be quite honest with you. And then just to touch back on the single-family residential, so the special use permits that we've taken forward for the buffer requirement from a single-family residential are along major thoroughfares. They're on Main Street. The four that come to mind that we did a special use permit for were on Main Street, which is basically one of our busiest streets along Las Cruces. But literally right behind them is single family zoning. because it's just commercial. They don't affect the residential properties, to the west or east of them or south or north of them. They have direct access to commercial to Main Street only, but because they're literally right next door, just right across the street, they need to do a special use permit.
And I think you're referring the one that we overturned, the P&Z decision on the one where people came in from Tutti Bambini and that area, and we did overturn that decision, that finding. So, but this is different, and the fact that it's not acceptable to me at all to discriminate between single-family residential and multi-dwelling businesses. I don't understand that part at all, but I don't think I don't know, maybe Dr. Pitts has the answer.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, Tim Pitts, Deputy Director for Community Development. We actually agree with you 100% on the issue of the single-family residential and multifamily residential, that if you're not going to approve to get rid of the buffer for single-family residential, then we're going to recommend you apply it to multifamily as well, that it's one or the other. We shouldn't be picking and choosing which type of family gets a buffer. So we're in agreement, I think, with what you seem to be saying here, that's what we're going to recommend to you.
Well, why would you propose this and then expect us to go back to the drawing board for you? Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, we are asking you to remove what we believe to be an inequitable rule in the code.
Oh, you're talking about the 300-foot issue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that I understand. What I'm addressing, Dr. Pitts, is the fact that there's a discriminatory application here as to single dwellings and multi-family dwellings. Did I not read it correctly?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, we do not propose to allow cannabis facilities in any residential districts whatsoever. That's not one of our recommendations.
But you're saying to eliminate the 300-foot, which means that it opens it up to, next door.
What we're saying is that currently,
someone could use this and say that,
Councilor, right now, if you were to take, let's say, one of these buildings just maybe a couple of 100 feet to our north, they all are within 300 feet of residential. Everything from that CVS up is all within 300 feet of residential. We're running into problems of people not being able to go into those buildings. And one of the things we're finding from the economic development perspective is that cannabis right now is adaptively reusing buildings that we were looking at nobody ever going back into them. So from economic development perspective, we very much want these businesses to be able to go in because they're going to reinvigorate neighborhoods and so on. But we don't want them anywhere near residential.
But it doesn't say that, Dr. Pitts. It doesn't say that. And arguably, and definitely someone can say, I have a single home and I want to make it a cannabis, retail or whatever. So,
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, that would not be allowed under the current code, nor would it be allowed under the recommended amendments we're proposing here. A single-family home could not be used for that purpose unless it were rezoned into a commercial property.
But if there's no buffer zone, it could be anywhere.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores,
I don't understand. Explain it to me as if I were a 4-year-old.
Under our zoning rules, you can't have spot zoning. You can't zone a property different from its neighbors. It must be either next to a similar use or in an orderly, it has to be in an orderly fashion. So we couldn't go in and take a single family residence in a neighborhood and rezone that to commercial. that would be against, at least planning principles, I believe it's against state law, that we can't do that, and we certainly would not recommend that anybody do that.
Well, then what I would recommend is that the language be a lot clearer. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that someone that could arguably win on coming in and saying, you know, it says there's no buffer zone. And this is actually analogous to the fact that we have residential homes for the elderly or the people, and I'm talking about my district that I'm aware of, one, and there's probably more, because they're right where I walk my dog every day, and then the Airbnb. Those are businesses. Those are actually businesses. They're not really residential units. So how did they get around that? And why wouldn't someone who wants to use, say, a property, a dwelling they own, a single-family dwelling, and set up a business there?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores. I think I'm getting at what your concern is. So, in the zoning code already, we have expressly limited cannabis facilities to, and Adam had earlier on in the zoning districts that they were allowed in. So generally retail and consumption in C1, not C1 but for consumption, but C2, C3. So the commercial areas. And then the only way you can do a cannabis facility in a residential area is if it is in the REM or the EE, in the very large lot, usually 1 to 5 acre lots, and only then there's very restrictive ways that you have to do it, or you have to stay away from where the residents are and so on. But no other district that is, so whether, and again, we're inclusive, whether you're R4, which is our highest density residential, or you're R1, which is our single family residential, no type of R zoning allows for a cannabis facility, except that express thing in those rural districts.
So, Dr. Pitts, this is, the language here isn't, now what we're voting on, and this is a concern I've had through the years, the language that we are voting on will not become part of, parts of it will be in the actual ordinance. Is that correct? Because this is not worded in a way that an ordinance would be worded.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, I think in your packet you should have the correct wording for the ordinance, and it's, I believe, a revise and replace. Adam, is that what we did?
That is correct. The resolution is to revise and replace.
So we're going to replace the existing cannabis rules with the new ones, but by striking out about 3 sentences, and otherwise the rules stay exactly the same.
So the synopsis that we get to vote on, item 8.9, is that now, so the packet that we got, does the public get that packet too?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Flores, it is available online, yes.
It's available online, and by the way, since you mention it, we've received a lot of complaints about people not being able to access any city information. And that's problematic in and of itself, but especially to this issue. So given what we have, anyway, I want to thank you for indulging me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Bengomo.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam and Dr. Pitts and Chris, for the presentation. I think there's some misinformation being discussed. Dr. Pitts, would a grocery store be allowed in the middle of a residential neighborhood?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, no, we would not allow a grocery store
Would a gym?
or a gym. No gym.
Right, because that's not what they're zoned for, correct? Regardless of whether there's a buffer or not, you just can't put, also, why would you want to put a business in the middle of a residential home? You get no traffic. It's, what is it? Economic development, location, 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 right? I think the reality is that if you put a business in the middle of smack in the middle of a residential neighborhood, you might get very little traffic. You might get very little sales. I think for me, what is critical to understand when we're talking about these buffers is that while our city is growing, it's still a pretty small city. And so we have large commercial corridors, West Picacho in District 4, for example, that are right next to residential neighborhoods, right? Large commercial corridors, urban core zones that are right next to homes, because that's just the size of our city. We are just not big enough to have only commercial zones that don't rub up against any residential homes. And so for me, it is a matter of equity, actually. And to me, equity would not be implementing another buffer for multifamily home. That would actually not be equity. For me, equity would be removing this one. And I think that often when I hear, people's comments and their fears of the removal of the buffer, to me, it's still rooted in stigma. I think, we voted just a little while ago on a full liquor license at a location that is in a residential area. Spirit Winds, I believe is what it is. Spirit Winds is right next to a home on the back and on the side. In the front street, there's homes. On the catty corner, there's an apartment complex. And I thought maybe some of you would come up and say, we don't want that. We don't want alcohol sales, full alcohol sales right in the middle of a residential area. It's not in the middle of a residential area, it's next to a residential area. And so I thought some of you might have something to say against that, because liquor is also dangerous to youth, to adults, but nobody did. And I think it's because we're far beyond the prohibition of alcohol that we have just normalized it in our societies and in our communities. The prohibition of cannabis has been in our community for about, a year? 14 months maybe. And so I get that there is deep-seated fear of what we don't understand, of what has been intentionally driven in society for us to be scared of cannabis. And a much deeper layer to that is a racial analysis, to be scared of the people who are consuming cannabis, which is everybody. But in this country, we have said that predominantly black and brown men are the ones that are going to suffer the consequences of prohibition. There's lots of layers to this, and I'll get off my soapbox in a minute. I just think it's important to recognize that the size of our city places a ton of limits on on all of these kinds of retailers. And just ultimately, I also think that the 300 number is completely arbitrary. I mean, really, a year ago we said, how about 600? How about 700? How about 1,000? It's completely arbitrary, and we landed on 300. I was doing some research around data on other states and other cities. It's all over the place. There's 0 for residential buffers. There's 1,250-foot buffers on residential buffers. The more critical buffers continue to be the buffers around schools and daycares. Those are not going away. No one's talking about making those go away. But I do want to note that, everyone's saying keep the 300-foot buffer. Would a 100-foot buffer be effective in the outcomes of ensuring youth aren't smoking cannabis? 200? Would 600 be more effective? Is the ultimate buffer prohibition again? Because I don't think we're going back. And so here we are. We have 30 retailers. We have plus other uses. And we are, in essence, continuing to place prohibition-style barriers on this industry that is now a legal industry. And so I do want all of you to reflect on what makes you say definitely keep the buffer for cannabis, but not for full sale of liquor. I think that's an important reflection to make. You all know where I stand on this. I've talked about this multiple times, and I just wanted to make that note and that distinction, that while the buffer may or may not be removed, you still cannot have any type of retail business smack in the middle of a residential neighborhood because it is not zoned that way. There are layers to zoning. And in urban centers, there are more flexible zoning so that people can open businesses. That's how we function. So I'll stop there because I just feel like there was some misinformation being put out there that I thought I wanted to help clarify in my own words. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Councilor Graham.
Yes, thank you so much. We last visited this in October of 2022, October 3rd, actually, and as Councilor Bencomo said, I don't know why I tried to speak after Councilor Bencomo, because that was eloquent. My position hasn't changed since I voted to remove this buffer last October. At the time, there were four in support. I'm sorry, 3 in support, 4 against. But my position has not changed. 2 things that I do want to speak to on today's presentation, though. I think that, as someone who's often accused of being a socialist, here I am saying, hey, this is capitalism. I understand concerns about the saturation of the industry, both from the side of people who do not want to see the cannabis industry thrive, and from those who are concerned that it's causing undue competition for their cannabis business. And what I would say to both sides of that is this is a relatively new industry. A lot of people are going to try to get into it, and the market's going to shake out. And do I think that we're going to have 100 cannabis businesses this year and 200 next year and then 300? No, because the market isn't going to be able to sustain that. So for once, here I am crying for the virtues of the free market. And I'll just say, to the businesses who have reached out to me, the cannabis businesses who have reached out saying that they want to maintain this buffer, I'm sorry, I am supporting removing the buffer across the boards. And for your business to thrive, you have to be the best business in your industry. So I just wanted that out there. The other thing that I want to speak to specifically, the breakdown of medical versus recreational sales in Las Cruces, I think I caught that quickly. I think it was about 58%. Does that sound about right, Chris? Sorry, I'm jumping way back in the presentation.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Graham. Yeah, let's see here.
I think there we go.
Here we go. 58% was recreational use as opposed to medical.
Okay, and this is where I am going to continue to try to advance my vocabulary change of maybe not just recreational, but over the counter, because I'm part of that 58% of people who purchased cannabis without a medical card. I did it to try to get some pain relief from arthritis because, that's my cannabis use at my age. Like, I assure you, it was not recreational. I was not like, woo, getting. I was using it medically. I just don't have a prescription. So I just want to kind of call out these numbers. Recreational versus medical may seem like a simple binary, but I assure you that there are probably some other folks in that 58% with me using cannabis medically, just perhaps not with a medical card. And I'll chill there for now. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Graham. Go ahead, Councilor Abeyta.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation with this. I had just a couple questions with regards to the SUPs. I know we talked a lot about it, but I was curious to see when these were requested, was it primarily for the exclusion of the residential, or was it because they wanted to be closer to another business, of what that breakdown might look like?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Beta, it's really close, to be quite honest with you. Out of those 16, it's a pretty close half and half, to be quite honest with you, ma'am. We've seen recently, the vast majority we've had are ones to single-family residential, but for a while there, especially along El Paseo, we're getting a lot of from business to business at the time, but they're pretty evenly split, to be quite honest.
Okay, thank you. And for me, it seems like this process, though I know it might be a little bit labor-intensive, that it has worked, and it has been able to work for the industries as well.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Beta, it does delay them, sometimes even more, because they need to provide us their map showing that how far away they are and so on and so forth like that. Send a public hearing and as public notice, so eventually it gets them done, but without a special use permit, you don't have a business, so they're literally stopped in their tracks until that SUP gets approved, if it gets approved.
Okay, thank you. I will note, most of my residents, actually all of them that have written in or called, have been against the removal of the buffer. I myself, I do find any sort of use of any substance, I find very much to be a consent issue for who you are as a person and what you want to do. With that in mind, though, I'm curious, have we done defined terms on outdoor consumption lounges yet? Because this is where I see the issue. If we have that near residences, that's where I have some concerns. If I know it's not, I'm not sure if it's allowed, but this was a question that was brought up back in October, and one of the reasons why I said no, because I couldn't get an answer that was a clearly defined issue yet.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Beta, outdoor consumption lounges are not permitted right now. We just follow state statute when it comes to consumption. It's got to be indoor or in your own home, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Beta. Councilor Quarren.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for your presentation, and thanks to the folks who have written and talked about this. And I just want to talk about the history of I'm going to go meta, and then I'm going to go micro. And so first, one of the most persuasive folks who talked to me before and who's here today, and I'm glad to see him in the audience, asked if you could be at the table when folks were debating smoking, what would you do in that situation, and how would you interface with that conversation, knowing the destructive nature of tobacco smoke in our culture? And that was really potent for me to think about, because I know that smoking kills 500,000 Americans a year, much more than any illicit drug by volumes. But I've been thinking more about that conversation and what rooms I could possibly be in, and what I contribute to the rooms and the spaces that we exist in, especially those that relate to things like the stigma around cannabis use, the history. So I think about when someone said we should prohibit cannabis, I am pretty sure that it had a connotation of those people. We want to punish those people. And I know what those people means, and I've been learning in my life how to reduce stigma for all of those people who are at tables and who are excluded from tables and who have been criminalized and kept away from tables because of their criminal histories, which is part of the spirit of this legislation in our state, to reduce that stigma, to change how we see folks who have prior experiences with cannabis, how we interface with it and how we think about it. And that reduction of stigma, that power of education that can happen, I believe in. And so I think I just want to talk about thinking about what it means to set up arbitrary barriers, thinking about what prohibition means in the context of prohibition in our history, and what every step toward prohibition suggests is that we want to control someone else in a way that will maintain a stigma that we're trying to reduce. And so for me, I think I have evolved, and I continue to evolve, and I keep reading what folks say in their emails to me and in public spaces, and including cannabis retailers, including folks who would like us to not have cannabis at all in our communities. And I can't help but think about that table. 1937, I think, is when cannabis was first made illegal, and the context for that was increasing the ability to deport people from Mexico from the United States. And Councilor Flores is really the person who last time reminded me of this history. So all of that to say, I appreciate you all being here, and I appreciate our ongoing conversations about how to think about this. And I'm considering which table I could be at, and I respect the idea that we could nix smoking in historical context forever. That's appealing. But if we could nix racist constructions of criminalization of certain people in our society, I'd much rather be at that table and stop that at the moment. So I will change my vote today from what I did before, and I realize that that's not popular with a lot of the folks that are in my district and that have sent me emails, but just so you know, I've been thinking about it in all of those contexts since then.
Thank you, Councilor Corn. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Councilor Corn, for those statements. I actually just have, I feel bad now going after you because my question is much more logistical. But in some of my research, Adam and Dr. Pitts, I came across something that Seattle, I believe, does in terms of the issue of close proximity to other businesses and sort of reducing that density and those concerns from other businesses. So they've taken, I don't know if you've looked into this, they've added this, so they're trying to avoid clusters of 3 or more, but they allow pairs. And so if there is already a pair of cannabis stores, retailers next to each other, then they've added, from those, they've added an additional buffer, right, to not have all of these clusters. And so they have a buffer from retailer to retailer, which we may continue to after today or not. And then from there, from those 2 retailers, they have an additional buffer for the third to avoid those clusters. Is that something that you all have thought of, or is that something that we could potentially discuss in the future?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, I think there's a few ideas of how we could handle it if the issue of clustering of businesses were a problem. As a professional planner, Adam, Larry, and I, and the rest of our staff look at this on the basis of whether there's scientific evidence. We're not interested in obviously you're in a different situation than we are, but what we present are our scientific findings, and I don't find any scientific findings of clustering of cannabis facilities causing issues. We had a concern that might be the case because there wasn't evidence. We didn't have evidence, at least not local evidence. Maybe there was some from Colorado or Washington or Oregon, but we didn't have any in New Mexico. We've had a year and a half to explore, and I don't notice any higher rates of crime, any higher rates of vagrancy, any higher rates of any sort of social dysfunction. So I guess that's where we come from, is if without that. Now on the side of, for instance, the buffer from schools, early on we were presented with pretty hard evidence that had detrimental effects on children. And so because of that, we recommended those harder buffers. And yes, it was arbitrary, but it was arbitrary. It was the arbitrary number that the state had selected, not us. We chose 300 because that's what the state told us is the maximum we could do. So that's how we're going to look at it. If Seattle is finding some, and we'll look into it and look at what their evidence is and what their results look like. and be happy to come back. And I say the same thing about the consumption. I think, 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, when we were considering this, what consumption meant to almost all of us was smoking. What I'm hearing from a lot of the industry is it's either vaping or it's gummies. It is not as much smoking as we thought originally. There may be avenues to approach that. We haven't done that yet, and I'll await city manager's direction on when we should approach that. But we're happy to continue doing research onto those sorts of things. How could we possibly open up to other forms of consumption lounges?
Great, Dr. Pitts. Oh, go ahead, yes.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bengomo. Actually, just a couple months ago, we just had our conference with the New Mexico League of Zoning Officials, where I actually did a presentation on cannabis. I just kind of gave them a rough idea of what the city of Las Cruces did. And just the sheer number of people that came up to me afterwards talking about what they do and their distance requirements, it's still really so new. People just keep trying different things. Village of Los Lunas, I talked to their planner, they do it per capita. Mm-hmm. There's other ones that do they only do distances from schools, not daycares. There's just so many different things, and that's ever changing, ever evolution, that we as planners just got to keep our finger on the pulse and make sure we keep an eye on that.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting. That's amazing, leading the way for sure. That's great. And thank you, Dr. Pitts. That's all I ask for, is if there could be some research on this Seattle model. I think is interesting, depending on how today shakes out. And I think while there have been a couple of people, and some people have emailed me about outdoor consumption, I don't think we're even close to saying what could work here, something that is obviously based in consent, right, and informed consent. And so I don't think we're very close to it, but I think I've said this before, if advocates are interested in having those conversations, I'm open to that. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Bengomo. Okay. Thank you, Adam, Chris, Dr. Pitts. Appreciate your presentation, all the work that you've done. For me, procedurally, I'm very concerned about cases like this that have come to P&Z with the number of folks who are either absent or vacancies. And when you have 4 people, one of those which is absent and 2 are vacant, or 3 vacancies, and you're presenting this issue and the appeal that we should have heard earlier, I become very concerned that it's an unfair process. I don't know if P&Z acts as similarly to council does when they should be having quorum and such. So I'm going to ask you, Adam. I thought I read in the packet, and I've been working on this since last week, and really, as all of council, really, taking in the information, but that really concerns me. And I've talked to Christine just briefly about that, and I think if that is the case, we have a problem. And so I'll leave that for you to answer, Adam.
Mayor Pro Tem, we always have to have quorum. We have to have a minimum of 4 of the 7 planning and zoning commissioners on hand to do any type of action, ma'am. So every single case, all 16 that have been approved were approved with quorum, ma'am, which was last meeting we actually had 5 there as well. So all 5 unanimously voted to approve the special use permit that came in for our last month's meeting. But like I said, all of them are approved with quorum, and all of them been the vast majority, either unanimous vote or just maybe one person voting against it, essentially. But we do have quorum. We do actually now have a full commission as well now. We have 7 commissioners now, so we will have a full commission of all 7 members starting this month, I believe.
Can somebody, as we're talking, go back and look, because I thought I saw that you did not have 3 and 1. 3 were missing and 1 was absent as we're talking, because this does concern me. I'm glad to hear that you have a full board. That's an important step, I think, in such a for me, a high priority commission, right, that does a lot to determine sort of planning and zoning issues related to the city. So, you know, I feel like this is evolving and ever-changing, and all of us are being hit at different directions. I try to be really open and concerned, and what I've always said and have continued to be concerned about is youth consumption. And the data that suggests that density and the number of businesses that we have correlate to onset use, right, for our youth. And what I've asked in the past is for you all to sort of bring in the experts as we speak on this issue, because it's something that I feel is actually missing from this equation. When I hear Dr. Pitts suggest that, you know, there isn't any evidence and whatnot, well, you're thinking from a planner perspective, I think, and I also believe that where you live, the zip code you're at, right? I mean, think about our city, and to Councilor Bencomo's commentary related to our city being small. Well, we all live in neighborhoods, or most of us here, me in particular, and I'll just speak for myself, where we have a high poverty rate, we have a number of issues, you know, happening in our community, and I worry about what the messages that we're sending to our kids. And luckily, I see a lot of folks here from H2H have been wonderful to invite me for tours, and we have really great conversations. They're very open, and they too, at least a couple of representatives that I won't speak for all of them, but that I've spoken to, are concerned about youth consumption. But those conversations aren't being had, and we need to have more of them related to that as it relates to density. So, Adam, from your perspective, is that something that you are also thinking when you bring this particular piece to us?
Mayor Pro Tem, staff took a look at it, and essentially we saw the issues that were brought before you. And I'll bring it back up again. There we go. We've had all 16 SUPs get approved with no issue. Sometimes no opposition at all from the crowd, to be quite honest with you. One did get a little heavy that I remember, but actually really no oppositions to them. And additionally, code enforcement has not received any complaints, and we have a weekly meeting with our code enforcement officer to see if there's anything out there of any type of complaints about consumption, underage consumption, or anything like that, and nothing's been reported as of yet, ma'am. So that, as staff, that's what we look at, and that's why we feel that the amendments are basically needed, and maybe in the future something else can be done as well, as Councilor Bencomo brought up to change as well.
I appreciate that, but we also had a presentation from the superintendent's office with the individual, right, Amy Himmelite, specific to this. They didn't see an increase, but there is some issue there, and I don't know that the city just utilizing codes and PD's stats is the most appropriate thing. We have data that I'm receiving all this information that suggests, and the data over studies, meta-analysis and such, that indicate the density is causing onset youth cannabis usage. So with that, I continue to be concerned. I've had a conversation with Ikani last Friday, and I know this is a piece that we're not quite, I think, ready to, because of the level of expertise. We don't have anybody that speaks specifically to public health issues on staff. And so it's up to me and others to look at that and really consider. And that's one of the things that I'm considering as we're moving forward with this removal of a 300 buffer. And so I'm asking again, any time that we speak to this and removal of buffer, anything, that we really look to the experts in community, because they're out there, right, that could give us some good feedback, so that it's just, I feel like a lot of times it's one-sided. And I'm relying on people in public comment to, at 2 or 3 minutes, speak to their expertise related in this area. Thank you.
Definitely make a point of that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Okay, we're, I think, at the moment of public comment. Who wants to speak? Raise your hand. Keep your hands up, please. Okay, I'm going to limit it to 2 minutes because there's a lot of people and we are very early in the agenda and we have so much to, and we're close, what, to 5? 4:05. Okay, so I'm going to start on my left. I'm giving you 2 minutes, and please, whoever is ready, and Akani will be helping me with this. Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, to come back and answer your question about the other case that we have before you, we did have quorum. We had somebody on the phone, and then we had 1 absent and 2 vacancies, so we had quorum of 4 commissioners at that meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate you very much. Hello, sir. Please state your name.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, my name is Greg White, and I personally am really glad legalization has occurred. I think that the social equities issues have long been ignored. However, I also believe you must have standards for locational changes. Simply going in and removing a buffer because you haven't had any reports or haven't had opposition to special use permits doesn't mean that there aren't concerns about the special use permits. And by eliminating it, you take away the public's right to have a voice in what occurs within proximity to their homes. I hope you don't do it. I hope you do consider increasing the buffers to include multifamily. I have 2 points on that. Multifamily dwellings frequently have higher rates of youth occupying them than single-family houses. You get that. You have a limit on 300 feet from schools for a reason. It's for the children. So I hope you do not eliminate this buffer zone for those 2 reasons. The other point that I would raise is this. If you want to increase the potential for new outlets, which I think is reasonable, right, do look at allowing clustering inside of strip malls or similar kinds of areas. If you have clusters of vacant or underutilized buildings, allow them to be used, but don't go in and take away people's right to express their concerns. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you, each and every one of you.
Thank you, Greg. We appreciate you being here. Okay, next. Please state your name.
My name is Karen Sowards, and I own 8 child care centers here in town. And I'm concerned that the buffer zone is not big enough for child care centers and schools because the average step a person takes, like this, is about 2 to 3 feet. So what you're saying is that you can have a cannabis place within 150 steps from a child care center's playground or from the place where the parents bring and drop off the kids. And so I just would like to, I'm very nervous. I just like to say that I don't feel like that's far enough for schools and child care centers. And another thing that I'm concerned about, and this has nothing to do with the ordinance, but we've had trouble with parents coming to pick up their children sky high on marijuana. They're not drunk because they don't smell drunk, but they're definitely high. How do you feel about that as Las Cruces? Is that a good thing to have done, is to allow so much freedom to use this cannabis? And, we can't turn a child loose to a parent that's drunk, but there's no rule about turning a child loose to a parent who's high on marijuana. And it is happening. These are young parents, they're young people that really just kind of are parenting by the seat of their pants. They don't have a lot of responsibility. Anyway, that's what I had to say about it. I'd like it to be further away, and I'd like us to I don't know what could be done about that. Does anybody have any ideas? Anyway, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Wow, there's a lot of things involved in this. I'm Clarice Francis, and thank you, Mayor and City Council people. I want to start by saying I have a son who has extreme arthritis, and he has a lot of health issues, and he has a medical card for marijuana. And that is the only thing that has helped him with his pain level. He takes other pain medications, but they affect his liver more deeply. But marijuana somehow isn't affecting his liver as bad. So I'm not against this totally for medical purposes. And then to move on, we saw Guzman's group this morning, how healthy and strong those kids were. We saw what that company is doing for our community to help our people. We talked a little bit about the Juneteenth history. Those people they're good for the community. They have high goals for us. They don't want things to diminish our community. And we heard about other organizations here. And it was mentioned that why didn't we bring up alcoholism? The alcohol businesses, I didn't hear it, otherwise I would have said something. And somebody else brought up the fact that, well, would we want a grocery store in the middle of our neighborhoods? There are big grocery stores already in our city, and that's not needed. There's also big cannabis buildings and companies and businesses in our city. We do not need them at the doorstep of our residences. I say keep this buffer. And
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I'm not a professional speaker.
That's
And
okay.
In Colorado, I'm sorry, but in Colorado, we went through Colorado 20 years ago.
I'm going to have to stop you. If you
Okay.
have something, you can write us an email or
will.
give your account to Ms. Rivera here, okay? Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, honorable ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lori English. I live in Councilor Curran's district, and I'm really bothered about lifting this restriction. In fact, I think it should be increased, and it should be drawn up to include multifamily residents like apartments, like the Veterans Apartment Building, to include a 300 to 500 foot. I think yard would be a better distance. Do you realize that it's 70, that's 100 yards. 300 feet is 70 yards, right? I mean 100 yards. 70 yards one way from the ladies' room to my seat here in the second row. Think about it. That's how close a cannabis dispensary can be to your home. Do you want your children exposed to this? We need to, first of all, the state, it's not in your hands, the state needs to specify that, just like a gun, you can't buy cannabis if you don't have in-state ID, period. You don't come from Texas or Arizona or someplace else to buy guns, and you don't come from another state to vote. So you shouldn't be able to buy cannabis in New Mexico unless you are a proven Mexico resident. Revenue over the long term, I don't think offsets the medical expenses and the long-term problems that we're going to have, not only with people right now, but as the previous lady brought up, what about people that are on cannabis, recreational cannabis, picking their children up at school when they're high? That's under the influence. They just don't get caught by the police. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. English.
I wasn't planning on speaking today.
Please state your name.
My name is Dale Ann Lathrop, and I am from the East Mesa. I am not a letter writer, so that is why, Ms. Flores, you have not been contacted by me, but I object to this removal of this 300 feet. I've had my neighbors using cannabis. I don't care if they want to use their cannabis inside their home, but when they're out in their yards and it's coming in through the vents of my swamp cooler and I have to turn off midsummer and suffer the heat because of somebody else's stinking smell, it would be the same way with tobacco. I don't like tobacco either. But I don't have any objection to somebody using cannabis for medical purposes, or even if they want to use it for recreational use. So that's my piece. I object.
Thank you.
My name is Fred Huff. My comments today are concerning the removal of the 300-foot buffer for marijuana dealers. First, how many marijuana dealers do we need in Las Cruces? This presentation showed that we already have 56 dealers locally. We only have 3 super Walmart centers, and that seems to be plenty. When New Mexico legalized marijuana, it was for adults. But one has to be brain dead to really believe that this law is not an open door opportunity for our young people to gain access to this federally illegal drug. I found a 38-page report about marijuana use by adolescents prepared by the National Institute on Drug Abuse and emailed it to each of you before this meeting. Here are the opening comments from the director of this institute. Because marijuana impairs short-term memory and judgment and distorts perception, it can impair performance in school or at work and make it dangerous to drive. It also affects brain systems that are still maturing through young adulthood. So regular use by teens may have negative and long-lasting effects on their cognitive development, putting them at a competitive disadvantage and possibly interfering with their well-being in other ways. My question to this council: do you hate our children so much that you would vote to make this addictive and damaging drug available on every street corner? Shame on you if you vote yes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Corina Miramontes Strauss. I am a cannabis dispensary owner here in Las Cruces. And I wasn't planning on speaking, but I just want to remind everybody that this is also a medical use plant. We're all comparing it to alcohol. It is nothing like alcohol. It is a whole plant medicine that's been proven to be medicinal for a very, very long time. So I ask that you don't compare it to alcohol, because it's the furthest thing from alcohol. It is true plant medicine that God put here for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We're still on this side, so if you are speaking about this, please make your way down.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilor. My name is Dr. Ned Rubin. I'm the chair of the Unified Prevention Coalition of Doña Ana County. When I'm done, I'd like to leave my complete remarks with the city clerk, so you'll have the opportunity to take a look at them. We're supporting continuing to maintain the buffer. I'd like to have you think about this from a slightly different perspective, though. From a social determinants of health perspective, a public health perspective, you can make a decision today, I think, that will go a ways to decrease the use of cannabis among our kids. Let me explain a little bit. There are a number of studies that have been done to examine exactly the issue you're dealing with today, which has to do with the density and location of outlets. We already know the impact that cannabis has on the brains of youth. We just heard a little bit about that. The issue I'm talking about here has to do with the frequency of exposure to information about cannabis, which has to do with signs and location of outlets. In the mind of youth, the proximity and location of outlets contributes to a decrease in the perception of the risk of cannabis use. In other words, it normalizes their sense of cannabis. And so what that ends up doing is, as they're considering this, they are less likely to think about some of the issues that folks have just talked about today, some of the problems it can create from them. From a scientific, evidence-based public health, quality of life perspective, there's almost universal acceptance for the need to control locations and limit the density of cannabis outlets. Sorry,
Thank you, Mr.
I'll leave you
Rubin.
I'll leave you my
Thank you,
remarks.
Dr. Rubin.
Mayor Pro Temp, councilors, my name is Patrick Garcia, and I just want to highlight a few items for consideration and concern regarding this issue. Number one, the visual impact, echoing off the previous speaker, of recreational marijuana dispensaries in neighborhoods. Marijuana dispensaries and their signage near familiar residential areas directly impact youth in areas of their home and normalizes marijuana use without proper understanding of marijuana and its associated risks. The consistent viewing of these marijuana storefronts becomes part of their daily story. Buffer zones are needed. Secondly, an increased crime rate near neighborhoods. I encourage everyone to do the research and look at some of those studies. Recent studies have shown that when neighborhoods have at least one medical or recreational storefront, there's an increased crime rate. The University of Colorado, published in the Journal of Justice Quarterly, indicated recently, which highlighted numerous crimes associated with proximity, including aggravated assault, auto theft, burglary, drug and alcohol offenses, murder, public disorder, robbery, and theft from a vehicle. The studies are out there. You just really need to do the work and find them, and then see what they say and their relevancy to the topic. The values of homes are at risk. This is a consideration. The negative impact marijuana storefronts have with regard to land use in neighborhoods include increased pedestrian traffic, more vehicle traffic, vehicle noise, increased loitering, public marijuana use, all of which impact the peaceful use of existing homes by families. This could negatively impact the existing values of neighboring homes, the existing values, causing significant economical and financial problems for home sellers and or buyers. Additionally, we're out of time, but thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm starting on my left, so you'll have to wait. Sorry. Starting on my left. Come on over.
Good afternoon. My name is Jody Kincaid, and often I bark at you guys, but I'd like to say I agree with you, Councilor Gandara. I'm worried about the children. This discussion is not about economics and zoning. It's about the safety of our children. We need to keep these buffer zones in place and add on, like Councilor Flores said, the multi-residential buildings. And like Councilor Graham said, let the market determine whether the stores can make it or not. That's what capitalism is all about. But I am concerned that the children are the ones that are being ignored. And I want to share a personal story at this point as to why it actually means something to me. I have a medical card. I have a lot of arthritis. I sleep better at night with a bar of chocolate. I'm good to go. But my brother, who at 16 started experimenting with marijuana first, even before he was experimenting with alcohol, he was one of those kids that couldn't handle it very well, and by the time he was 37, he was dead. And we have a situation right now with the COVID issues in our society where mental health issues in young people are, increasing on a logarithmic scale. And to make the availability of the dispensary dispense strong marijuana products that we have today more readily available to kids by keeping them closer to residential areas, to school zones, things like that, which we've already talked about happens when there's a denser population, there's more availability for children. We have to keep this stuff away from the kids as much as possible. That is the key issue here. It's not zoning. Zoning doesn't care about public health issues or mental health issues, but we do, because our children are our future and we need to protect them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kincaid. Next.
Good afternoon, councilors, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm Tammy Pickering. I talked to you a few weeks ago, and I was a principal at an alternative school. I can tell you directly what marijuana use does for kids. But that's not the only thing. You said that the zoning, the buffer zone was arbitrary. It's not arbitrary. Look up Denver. Denver has a 1,000-foot zone. And in fact, if you open a new marijuana business in Denver, you have to file a social impact. So it's more than just arbitrary. It's important. And if we don't care about our kids, if money, this economic impact is of more importance than our kids, then where is our future? That's what I want you to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Next.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Joe Ruprecht. I'm a longtime resident of District 1. I want to call your attention to a couple of things, and I'm listening to all of this, but I've got two significant things that are missing. One is I've heard no questions of the police. I've heard no statements from the police about what they are seeing in the past year with legalization and with this proliferation of businesses. What I can tell you from my contact with a number of neighborhood groups who are in contact with liaisons on the police is that there are ripples of information about vagrancy going up, about vandalism going up, about people walking through neighborhoods who weren't walking through there a year ago. I can say this personally about our North Alameda neighborhood. We've got a number of places where we get the answer, they're on our radar, and there's police there over and over again. And we're being told it's fentanyl, we're being told they're meth labs, we're being told all sorts of things. But the truth is that what we smell in the neighborhood is dope. It's marijuana, okay? So this is a problem, and I'd like to address this to the chief, is what are your officers telling you about this situation, and why aren't you being asked to speak to that? It's been a silent thing. I've been at P&Z, haven't heard a thing. I've been at some of these meetings, haven't heard a thing. What have you got to say about this situation? The other thing I want to speak to that's not being spoken of here is that Dr. Pitts and the others from Economic Development are glad to tell you about the taxes being collected, about the number of businesses, all this new activity, the jobs. Where's the quality of life representation? The city has a quality of life director. The city has tourism people. Where are those speakers to tell you what are those effects?
Thank you, Dr. Joe.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Randy Pickering. Most of the things that I was going to speak about, it's been great discussion by you guys. I mean, it's a lot of the points I wanted to make, you've been making. I've heard a lot of the audience making these comments. So I found out over the last couple of years I have all kinds of phobias, and I guess I maybe have another phobia, but whenever I read from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services about, and this is a February of 2023 article from the government that talks about the dangers of marijuana, and one of the things it lists specifically is mental health issues. So when I think of mental health issues, I look around our city. So on Motel Boulevard, just a week ago, somebody's lighting up crack cocaine, right there in the middle of the day, right there on the street, everybody can see. On Valley, I'm visiting a business that had their windows broken out. I get to do a lot of that lately. But I talk to those folks, and they don't want to come down and talk to the council because, honestly, they're afraid of reprisal. They're afraid that, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know whether it's valid or not. I'm just telling you what they feel. But in this respect, we don't need more mental health issues in this town. What we need is mental health facilities. And as I heard earlier, I look on Google real quick, and I see all the dispensaries that are around. And I look at how many grocery stores we have. How many drug stores do we have? We have fewer drug stores for prescription drugs than we do for this. And I'm not talking about, fentanyl is a drug that can be used by the medical facility. But 18 to 43-year-olds, that's the #1 killer.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Juan Garcia. I sit on the LCPS Equity Council. We had a recent presentation where 7% of high school suspensions, 27% of elementary, and a whopping 54% of middle school, that's 10 to 12-year-olds, suspensions were due to drugs. And you can confirm this with LCPS. A nationwide survey of high school students, Albuquerque Journal, found that New Mexico youths report some of the nation's highest rates of drug use across the board range of illegal substances. The survey also found that 1 in 4 New Mexico high school students said they had used marijuana at least once in the 30 days prior to the survey. New Mexico ranks second among U.S. states by that measure. UNM Health Sciences Newsroom. So why are teens using marijuana? The short answer is a change in the culture among young people regarding the perceived risk of marijuana. A common misconception, quote, that marijuana is harmless makes kids more open to trying it. This was eloquently presented by Councilor Bencomo just a few minutes ago in trying to normalize marijuana, the use of marijuana, and in addition to that, throwing in the race card to help closer comments. In the past, this council has frequently stated in regards to crime legislation, there is nothing they can do, but in this area you can, but refuse. With elections, re-elections coming up, you will be able to look at parents in the face and tell them you care about their kids and voted to maintain the buffer, or you gave in to the marijuana industry and allowed dispensaries near the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
I'm William Bierman, and I'm against eliminating the buffer. And I think the city's Department of Community Development is too zealous in trying to bring new businesses into this town. On November 24th, 2020, along with many of my neighbors, I urged the Planning and Zoning Commission to refrain from eliminating all conditions on the zoning for 3830 East Loman Avenue, which abuts a residential zone. At the behest of the Department of Community Development, the commissioners ignored us and approved unconditional, high-intensity commercial zoning for that property. Having some foresight back then, I also urged the Planning Commission to ensure that a marijuana store could not be opened there, but they rejected that request too, and so subsequently did City Council. I argued that since the property is located next to a liquor store, the location of a marijuana store next to the liquor store would create an attractive nuisance, which you might call an intoxication zone, near our neighborhood. Now, guess what? There's a sign on the property that at 3830 East Loman announcing that a marijuana store is coming soon. I saw a list of more than 100 marijuana businesses with licenses pending or granted in Las Cruces. If we have that many licenses, why do we have to relax our law to allow more? And I guess the Community Development Department will license just about anything to improve their growth numbers. They even licensed a, quote, home occupation, unquote, a biohazard cleanup business with a big truck and a billboard in the middle of a block in our neighborhood. Toxic hazard waste business. They'll permit anything.
Thank you, Mr. Bierman. Next.
Hello, I'm Don Walker. I come as a concerned parent and community member. I grew up in a generation that watched Hollywood and smoking and alcohol and drugs from rock stars. I see the impact of modeling. These buffer zones are important because they create a space between our children and what they can see adults doing. But the impact of the decision is more, the boundaries aren't so important as the modeling. As a parent for my children that I raised here in Las Cruces, I had 9. What I modeled was more important than anything else because I wanted to set a good example of what a good citizen did. So I didn't smoke, I didn't use drugs, I didn't use alcohol because I wanted my children to have a happy life. And the decision you make, I played football with a guy named Gilbert Sotero here at Las Cruces High School. I went to his funeral when he was 40-something years old because he became an alcoholic and he died from it. And you talked about smoking. Well, all these things that affect our health issues are going to affect our children. So we need to set an example, but boundaries are just part of that. And we need to educate our community, our children, so that they become good community members. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Rob Wood. I noticed it was never noted that this is a controlled substance we're talking about. This isn't a burrito stand or a clothing store that we're talking about. This is something that is controlled like alcohol. So I have a couple of questions. First, since the city licenses cannabis dispensaries, they must have an idea as to what the right number of dispensaries for a city of our size and demography is. At what concentration do they outstrip demand and become unprofitable, causing the excess product to move into the lucrative, untaxed street market at a discounted price, which goes directly to our kids? According to accredited business publications, the Wall Street Journal and Forbes magazine, many dispensaries are failing to maintain profitability because of an excess number of permitted outlets combined with exorbitant taxes and are thus selling a portion of their inventory out the back door into the black market to avoid the tax payment while increasing their revenue stream. Remember, this is a cash business and you would have no way to accurately audit their books, even if they let you. My second question that is raising real concern in other cities is their growing number of back alley unlicensed pot shops. These illegal operations are prime targets for robbery because the thieves get both the cash and the easily saleable product. Plus, the operators are not going to call 911. Please keep the 300-foot buffer for all residential dwellings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Pro Tem and councilors. My name is Julie Fowl. I'm a concerned citizen mom, and I live in the East Mesa area. My hope today is to just let you know that I would like you to not lift the buffer zone. I am sure that if you were to talk to the residents along Picacho Avenue, West Picacho Avenue, they would actually ask you not to lift the buffer zone. I want to make it clear that I am not against cannabis industry. They have a right to have business here in Las Cruces. But when the council was debating and legalizing cannabis in 2021, there was a promise made by this body to restrict and regulate this industry. I'm sure you remember that. If you remove the buffer zone, you will renege on that promise, and Las Cruces will have dispensaries clustering and spreading in all spaces of the city. This is not regulation. This is not restriction. I really appreciated Mayor Pro Tem's concern about the youth. I'm concerned that other counselors here who did not mention that whatsoever, and you even mentioned that some of your constituents said that they were concerned, and yet you'll vote anyway. I wanted to say that, Mayor Coran, you mentioned about the nicotine. If you recall, at that time, nicotine, it took years and lawsuits before that product was labeled as harmful. We're going to see in marijuana, eventually, that product will be labeled as harmful. This is not about what Councilor Bencomo said, as she suggested, as stigma, or that we're trying to do a prohibition against cannabis, not at all. It is really a legitimate concern about the saturation of Las Cruces becoming a pot town. This is not what we have as a vision for our city. This is not what we want for our city. I ask that you would not, I ask that you would not allow a thriving industry to continue. Thank you.
Next. Please come up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ali Fao. I'm 16 years old and a student at Centennial High School and a former student at Mayfield High School. I was in the kitchen when my mom asked me what I thought about these cannabis buffer zones. I couldn't believe that my elected officials are not only allowing but encouraging drug use in our city. I'd like to bring attention on how this affects our youth. So I decided to do my own research and I found that it was true. So I'm here to say that I've had first-hand experiences with kids younger than me who have flunked out of school, went to rehab, and or spent hundreds of dollars on an industry that you are permitting. You may be thinking that dispensaries don't affect minors, and I'm here to tell you that that's false. Someone that I was close to, who is 15, was able to buy weed without being ID'd because she looks of age. She was 15 and she became a regular at that dispensary. She was buying weed for herself and her friends, and this is only one way that minors are obtaining pot and other harder substances. I could go into story after story about people my age that are using harder substances that are causing hallucinations or dangerous trips, or ones like nicotine that you could buy at a gas station that you could end up with an eating disorder or lung cancer. Mayor Pro Tem, I would really like to appreciate what you said about the youth, and it saddens me that no one else mentioned that. But more of you mentioned the decrease of sales that clusters would cause instead of mentioning the teens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Anybody else on this side?
I don't know if I need to make this up or this will work.
You can. On the side there, you can raise the podium,
It's
Scott.
all right. I think I made
You all
it.
right?
I think I'm
Just
good.
make sure you speak directly into the mic. Thank
Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Scott Kraling. I am the Director of Public Engagement for High Horse Cannabis Company. I'm a dad, and I'm a daily cannabis consumer. I started my day-to-day with cannabis this morning. I'm basically, I guess, have cannabis in my system right now. I will have it when I go home. I'll use it tonight before I go to sleep. And there's a lot of people out there like me. And I guess I want to come in and thank you for being leaders and hearing people like me. I do care which way that you choose to vote, but I understand if you've got concerns and you'd like to see these buffers stay in place. Because you set a great example for the tone of this conversation. And I want you to know that. I want you to hear that from someone like me. Because we wouldn't have, even folks that are opposed to what I believe in, stand here and say, I support the medical use of cannabis, right? That's a big accomplishment. I feel like that's a big accomplishment, even when people that disagree with me and disagree with the idea that I think that cannabis businesses should have the ability to thrive, but that they understand the medical value is a big change, and that's because of leadership and people like you. And so thank you for that. The only thing that I'll add is that all cannabis use has medicinal value. Whether I'm doing it with my friends after this meeting, which I probably will, or I'm at home by myself, my body's benefiting from the medicinal use of cannabis. And so think about that too. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Now, okay, we've completed this side, yes?
Oh, one more.
Okay, come on out, come on. And those of you that are coming on this side that want to speak at public comment, please make your way to the front, okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members and Pro Tem. Can you hear me?
I can. You might want to. Can you raise it up just a bit? It's a button on the side. Oh, it is all the way up.
All the way up.
Okay, all the way up. You're up. Yes.
I was born with good genes. But anyway, my comment is we've heard that cannabis is a cash business. And any cash business is what kind of enterprise? What kind of enterprise is a cash business? What kind of enterprises are cash businesses? They're all crime. Any kind of cash business is involved in crime because they don't want to leave any kind of electronic trail that can show the monetization of their business. So my point is that if you're talking about a cash business, you're talking about crime and criminals, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for being patient, Ms. Lambert. You can put the to the side there. You can lower the podium.
There's a button.
There's a button right there on the side. Maybe Adam or Dr. Pitts can help.
I got it.
There you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Josie Lannard, and I'm in Councilor Gandara's area. And I live in the historic Mesquite neighborhood. And our area would be affected by if you remove the buffer zones. I really pray you do not do this. If that is done, just right across the street from me potentially can be a cannabis location. You have to remember it's not just an industry, it's people. The historic neighborhood will be really harmed. We have many elderly people in the neighborhood, and I myself am retired from the university after 27 years, and I am home a lot, and I have smelled cannabis already in my homes from a nearby location, cannabis location. I was hoping that the Mesquite area would become something like Mesilla. We need a range of businesses, not just one certain type. A lot of businesses have moved out of the Mesquite neighborhood because of the pandemic or crime, but we were hoping to bring back a variety of business. I worked at the university with students in career services for 27 years, and they never said they wanted to work in the cannabis industry. They wanted opportunities for varied businesses. And my research online shows that Albuquerque and Santa Fe are maintaining the 300 buffer zone. And I think they did that for a reason, and I think Las Cruces ought to follow that. The other thing is that you need more notice to neighbors.
Ms. Lambert, I'm sorry, your time is up. If you have a letter or
I have done that. All of you have received.
Yes, ma'am. I did receive it. Thank you.
Several emails.
Thank you.
Good afternoon or good morning, whatever it is. I sympathize with you guys having to listen to all of us. I disagree with most of what I've heard so far. But I got to tell you, I come at this from a very different angle.
Please state your name, sir. I don't think.
Sorry, thank you. I'm Peter Goodman. I probably was enjoying marijuana before all but one of you was born. And I was doing so in integrated groups, which were greatly frowned upon in society at that time. So I'm sympathetic to what you're saying about the history, Councillor Curran, but I don't see this as being about that. I see it from the point of view of somebody who has a business across the street. There's also a bar nearby that keeps me awake at night, and sometimes I'm so angry I want to go up to Mayor Miyagashima's neighborhood and play a boombox loud so he can see what it feels like. But this is, you're talking about a business. You're talking about people amusing themselves, which is great, playing music, which is great, doing, you know, whatever they're doing, and not driving very well afterward, which is not so great because they might bang into my car. And I'll tell you a bit of history from an old friend. When he was a kid in New York, he lived near a bar, and he and the other kids made a few quarters most nights, sexually servicing the drunks coming out of the bars. I think, without meaning to attack anybody, it was really absurd a while ago to hear as an argument for doing away with the zone that you're going to keep it for schools because it's shown to have a bad effect on kids. I find kids in most residences. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this side? Please make your way down if you would, please. If you're speaking, second row. Yeah, there you go. Please come up.
Good afternoon, Councillor and Mayor Pro Temp. My name is Nicole Jordan, and I am the brand advocate for High Horse. And before I start my comment, I would like to address, well, there were several topics that were brought up during public comment that stood out to me due to miseducation and misinformation in our community. But one that I would like to address is vernacular. Vernacular is crucial in order to destigmatize cannabis and cannabis users. And with that, I would like to say that comments continue to be brought up that are not actually related to what we're talking about today, which is the 300-foot buffer. As the legal industry emerges, keeping policy decisions based on false info that makes good people feel ashamed for their choice of alternative medicine is detrimental to setting the example to the rest of the state, as we have, I believe. The existing policy is not preventing dispensaries from opening. The only impact this policy is having is delays and additional costs for small businesses to realize their dreams. This existing policy is also wasteful of staff resources. Eliminating the buffer will free up time on City Council's agenda to address and stay focused on issues that actually are impacting our community negatively, such as fentanyl, the unhoused population, and property crime. These are issues that all deserve our resources and attention. Finally, the legal cannabis industry will make our communities safer. Supporting our efforts to legitimize our industry is investing in making our communities safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this side? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Although it is not
Please, I'm sorry, please state your name and make sure that you speak directly into the mic, and there you go.
My name is Dominique Otero, and I'm employed with High Horse Cannabis Company. Although it is not the general topic of discussion today, there have been false claims in prior meetings regarding cannabis retail outlets and grow farms negatively impacting our youth. According to the CDC and the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, in 2021, 16% of high school students claimed to have used marijuana. That is in comparison to a total of roughly 26% in 2011. The total usage of marijuana amongst the youth has decreased about 10% since the legalization of recreational marijuana, which began in Colorado and Washington circa 2012. According to the National Library of Medicine Research, They performed a study investigating whether adolescent substance use disorder treatment admissions for marijuana use increased in Colorado and Washington following the recreational legalization of cannabis. Over all states in the analysis, the rate of the youth marijuana usage declined significantly over the study period, with the mean rate falling nearly in half. The decline in admissions rate was greater in Colorado and Washington compared to non-recreational cannabis legalization states. The adolescent treatment admissions for marijuana use did not increase in Colorado or Washington following the legalization. According to the National Institute of Health, and I quote, educational attainment, as indicated by both years of education and level of education, has a consistent inverse relationship with drug use. As opposed to withholding information from our youth, the best way to decline the abuse of the substance among the youth is to educate, and educate on all properties of cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josh McCurdy. I'm a partner in the High Horse Cannabis Company, and I would just like to talk about the buffers and, you know, have a free market. Right now, I've been in the medical program for over 10 years, and the prices right now today are the best I've ever seen for our medical patients of all sorts. And not all dispensaries focus on the medical side of it, but for our patients to have access like that, and allowing all of y'all allowed us to do the 24 hours, and we've had patients come in at 2 or 3 in the morning with insomnia, and be able to give them relief is a miracle thing to us, and especially myself. I wanted to mention the stigma of having a medical card. Nobody should have to fear having a medical card or what people think of them because they have medical cannabis and the right to use that as medicine. And just the free competition, I'm a big fan of it, and just the free market, to let it open and let us see where we're at, and the consumers and the patients win at this. Not everybody's going to survive. It's part of the capitalism, and the best will survive with the best methods and the prices and stuff, and the patients ultimately win. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Before we go any further, Mayor is online, and I need a motion to allow him to participate.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Flores.
Second, Abeda.
Second made by Abeda. Christine.
This is on the motion to allow the mayor to participate telephonically. Councilor Abeda?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And Mayor? Is he there?
He's on.
Can I change
Mayor? Adrian?
Adrian.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Mayor. Christine just called the roll, and you're up to vote whether we want you to participate or not.
Hear me now? Hello?
We hear you, Mayor. Can you hear us? Mayor?
I'll just put him as absent for now, and then when he gets back on, he's already voted in.
Okay,
So.
thank you. Okay. Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Mayor. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Christine.
Tell Peter Goodman I said hello.
What did he say?
Peter Goodman, hi. He said hi. Okay.
Mayor, we're voting on allowing you to participate telephonically. We just need your vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please, whoever is next. Sir? Yes. Hold on, sir. He's next here.
Las Cruces,
You need to get.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council Member Conrad Ottenhoff speaking. Las Cruces has certainly welcomed the cannabis industry.
Please state
with
your
open
name.
arms.
as witnessed by
Sir?
the number of outlets.
I need you to state your name.
I did.
I can't hear you, obviously.
Conrad Ottenhoff.
You did. Thank you, sir.
Las Cruces has certainly welcomed the cannabis industry with open arms, as witnessed by the number of outlets currently in place. But we do need to step back and recognize that marijuana is still a controlled substance as designated by the federal government. Just as cigarette smoking was endorsed in the 1950s and beyond as a relaxing experience, later this became associated with lung cancer. Similarly, vaping introduced as a safe substitute that also can jeopardize the respiratory system. So medical use notwithstanding, unforeseen physiological and psychological effects due to long-term use of marijuana are yet to be fully understood. Now, given these concerns and potentially unintended consequences, should we not protect our community and proceed with caution by maintaining or extending the current buffer zones? Essentially, err on the safe side. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cook?
Hello, councilors, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Derek Pacheco, for the record. I thank you all for continuing this conversation. This is an important conversation that is actually putting us on the map and the forefront of innovation when it comes to cannabis and how we deal with it in our neighborhoods. I just want to remind the public that this resolution amendment has come forth by staff members. Dr. Pitts and crew have been busy wasting time having to direct folks to P&Z meetings where every single vote besides one has been approved. This is simply to save time and resources of the Community Development Department. The rhetoric that I've heard has no real force on this conversation because it is the same old school rhetoric that we are trying to get past. We don't need to hear these comments. This is simply about what has been brought forth by staff members. In addition, due to complex and advanced talks with counselors, such as Councilor Flores here, I've taken that to heart and have invited Dr. Peter Grinspoon of Harvard fame and cannabis fame to come speak with folks at my licensed cannabis facility to try to put some of these misnomers to rest, because education is important. And I want you to note that Peter Goodman just spoke on cannabis and being pro-cannabis and being a longtime young person user. I want to remind folks that he is a municipal court judge and he smokes dope. Thank you.
Next.
Hello, Mayor Pro Temp and Council. Hi. My name is Sebastian Suarez. I'm the General Manager at Organ Mountain Cannabis, and I'm a medicinal cannabis advocate. I think this meeting was a perfect setup for what I'm trying to say, because we've already seen a couple of false statements, like the last time this was voted by the council. All 7 of the members weren't there to vote on it, by the committee. And I'm the business that's actually being affected by the business that's trying to open up right next door to ours. With the amount of businesses opening, we're definitely seeing the market flush itself out. But I think far too often we put capitalism first, and we've seen it over and over again with pharmaceutical companies and the alcohol industry and even the fast food industry, that greedy politicians constantly take precedence over public health. And this constantly happens to the point where 20 years later, we're gonna have to turn around and fix it. And I've heard constantly from a bunch of people in the industry, lawyers from other states, that commend New Mexico on the way we've rolled out cannabis legislation over here. But I feel like this here was set up to help protect the market here, and it's slowly breaking it apart. We've already seen in Albuquerque human trafficking victims that are a part of these illegal dispensaries that are coming in and taking advantage of these dispensaries that can't compete. It's no longer a quality game, it's a capital game here. And if you don't have the capital to compete against people like Darren White and, oh man, Kristen Thompson. She used to be the director of the CCD. She's one of Ultra Health's main lawyers, and now she's one of WEED's head spokespersons. And WEED is probably consulting these people over here on the laws they're making now. And I just see it falling apart, slowly but surely.
Thank you. Anybody else on this side?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and City Councilors. My name is Sarah Smith. As a mother, I'm here today to ask you to maintain the 300-foot buffer. My concerns about removal of the cannabis buffer are not related to my own children. My husband and I are raising our own teens to know better than to get involved with drugs. But I'm worried about the many other children in this community who won't have those same advantages, those whose parents are not as involved and who are already at risk. These are the kids who will be most likely to suffer the negative impacts if you remove the buffer. I was not opposed to cannabis legalization. I know that cannabis has important medical uses. Nonetheless, I implore you to prioritize the health and well-being of children growing up here instead of only the needs of the emerging cannabis industry. There are already many dispensaries here in the city, and here we just had a retailer telling you that it's not going to be helpful to him to remove the buffer. It's going to hurt their business. If you remove the 300-foot buffer, you will be putting Las Cruces' children at risk. Public health studies have shown that as more cannabis retailers move into an area, more children are likely to have substance abuse issues, and they're more likely to start using drugs at younger ages. The more that children see cannabis in their community, the less risky they believe it to be, and so more of them will use it. Cannabis is not harmless, especially for children. Studies in the Journal of the American Medical Association have found that adolescent brain development is hindered by the use of cannabis. I have sent you these references. If there are too many dispensaries in Las Cruces, there are going to be more children here who will end up abusing drugs and suffering from impaired brain function. They're going to have problems with attention and memory. These issues do not go away when they stop using cannabis. You will have directly harmed these children through your policies, and these children will not be allowed to thrive and succeed. Instead of removing the 300-foot buffer, I'm calling on you to extend this same protection to multifamily areas as well, so that these protections will be in place for all children regardless of status. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth Ortega, and I'm not going to say a whole lot except that as a psychologist, I learned that cannabis creates crevices in the brain, and it's a psychotropic drug. It's not healthy for you. And as a teacher, I learned that cannabis keeps your students out of class. It was really, really hard to get those students to class. They were always somewhere smoking their weed, and they didn't come to class. Simple. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Bolter. I'm a public health law attorney and a professor at the University of Denver School of Public Health in health policy. I'm also a resident and a parent here in Las Cruces. I came before this committee back in October and shared with you some density maps regarding the existing density in October 2022. I also provided a number of studies that indicated that proximity and density do matter. These buffer zones, they are not arbitrary. They are based in evidence-based research in public health. And Professor Karan, I know that you know well that your physical and social environment are also a social determinant of health, so I will not repeat those. But I do want to talk about the nature of these impact studies and what they're doing in terms of looking at financial impact alone. And I appreciate Dr. Pick's contribution, but simply that the analysis didn't notice or didn't think or didn't observe an impact does not mean that they do not exist. And in the October meeting, we were told that a number of stakeholders would be involved, as Gandara, you mentioned, and Flores, about using public health professionals and retailers to develop point-of-sale retail policy that benefits both local retailers and the community at large. So I just want to name 3 more things. This is not about use, possession, or purchase. Marijuana is legal. Whether it's medical or recreational, you should never have to have an explanation of why you use and what you use. That is your business. It's legal and it's available and accessible. A 300-foot barrier is a reasonable regulation that does not eliminate your ability to access 24-hour service or drive-through facilities. Some of my family members do. However, if you eliminate that buffer, you do put a burden on homeowners that now don't have a choice of whether or not they stay or move based on those incoming retailers. And I'm not saying they would. All I'm saying is that consider this as not a animosity between the two. We can work together to develop better policy, but all stakeholders need to be heard. I did bring a letter from Mountain View and Memorial Physicians.
Please give it to our
and
clerk.
I would love for you to read that because their commercial spaces are also being impacted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else on my right? Okay. Anybody? Council, do you have anything to say? I just want to say, because I said I would, there were a number of you that came up and suggested that this council doesn't care about kids. And I want to be clear. I serve with these people every day, and they care tremendously about kids. They are mamas, aunties, grandmas, friends of young children. They care deeply about this. This is a very complex issue. I think most of us would agree here on council that this isn't about whether we agree cannabis should be legal or not. This is about a buffer, and I'll say specifically from my perspective, I continue to be concerned about youth consumption and density. And again, I've asked our staff to work through that. It's unclear and really unfair to make a decision over time when we clearly asked for experts to come to the table and have conversation, and it hasn't occurred yet. And so we have to rely on experts and community to speak to that. So with that, Christine, call the roll.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, yes, Mayor?
Yeah, can I say a couple things?
Of course.
Okay. First off, I'm happy to say I just got back from my last U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting where I was part, and we actually did pass a resolution to the U.S. Conference of Mayors are going to send to Congress a bill. Well, we want them to put a bill through to not allow tobacco companies to sell menthol to young kids. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out. Number two, 300-foot buffer is basically 1 football field. All right, and so a lot of it is, some homes don't have air conditioning, so they have their windows open, they use fans. If we were to remove that buffer, and you have all these people that might be out, and they're not supposed to, but they do anyways, smoking cannabis, and it's going to hurt the quality of life of those residents who don't want to smell that. And two, it's going to probably hurt the property values of the area where these businesses are. And frankly, there's just too many businesses. They're not all going to make it. I can almost assure you that in the next 5 years, you're not going to see the number that are there because there's just not enough business for them. And you're just all going to be doing is adding more fuel to the fire by removing the buffer. So I really think that if it's not broke, just leave it alone. And I'm obviously going to support keeping that 300-foot buffer, but I just wanted to say hi to everybody and thanks for your patience and that I was able to land safely and we're on our way home. So, okay, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. He's going to stay on the line to vote, yes. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3037. Counselor Beta?
No.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Mayor?
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for everybody's patience. It's 5:12, and we're going to move on. We are in resolution number 23132. I need a motion to approve.
Move to approve. Graham. Second, Abeda.
Motion made by Councillor Graham and second by Councillor Abeda. And I'll ask the folks that are leaving if you could do it very quietly, reduce your speech because we are still meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm going to be leaving, so.
Oh, Mayor.
We're going to miss you.
All right.
Well, I've been up since 4:30 or whatever, 5 o'clock, so a little tired, but I'm glad I made it, so. Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
Everyone. See you guys soon. All right, bye-bye.
Where are you at, Larry? 8.2? There we go. There you go, sir.
Are we ready? 8.2, Larry?
I'm sorry.
Trying.
Move to approve.
We already did it. Thank you, though. Go ahead, Larry.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Member of City Council, Larry Nichols, and Community Development. The resolution to approve before you is for placement of a commemorative memorial and in the location of Veterans Memorial Park. So to discuss the process, the policy, and the precedents of memorials in park settings. Memorial Park request procedure, the applicant normally submits a written request to the Park Recreation Department. The Park and Recreation Department reviews the request from a design type and location request. If the location is in the Veterans Memorial Park, then the Veterans Advisory Board, by ordinance, has an opportunity to review that request. The thing they're looking for is if the memorial request has significance or theme to a military event, a war, or a other event related to the theme of the park. The Veterans Advisory Board then makes recommendations to City Council, who has the last decision on the memorial request. If approved, the applicant procures the memorial and the Park and Recreation Department installs. In November, the Gonzalez family requested a memorial to discuss with Park and Recreation Department. They were given general information regarding the memorial request, and then the Gonzalez's then met with Park and Recreation Director to request the park bench and tree. On the January the 24th, a memorial request in Veterans Memorial Park was presented to the Veterans Advisory Board, and they discussed by the Gonzalez family, the Veterans Advisory Board, and the Park and Recreation Department discussed the memorial policy and guidelines. At that time, the Veterans Advisory Board denied the request for the Veterans Memorial Park guidelines as a complete to Resolution 02002. On February 28th, we began to prepare the Veterans Advisory Board recommendation to the City Council. On March the 10th, there was an additional meeting with the City Manager's Office, the Park and Recreation Department, City Community Development Department, and the Gonzalez family to discuss a memorial request type and location. At that meeting, the Gonzalez's were asking that a butterfly garden be considered for the memorial. The Park and Recreation policy and precedences were provided at that meeting. On March 28th, the Veterans Advisory Board and Gonzalez family were notified of the City Council meeting and the proposed hearing. On April 25th, the Veterans Advisory Board had a regular meeting again, considered the request for updated butterfly garden proposal. The Veterans Advisory Board once again discussed the amended memorial proposal and denied the request to be located in the Veterans Memorial Park setting, citing resolution, again, 02002. The May 22nd City Council hearing date was scheduled, and then today, June the 5th, we have this item before the City Council to render a decision on the memorial request in Memorial Park. The memorial guidelines and policies by the Park and Recreation Department are what they describe as the Memorial Tree and Bench Program. This is a precedence that has been used for memorials in over 50 memorial settings in various parks within the city. That policy talks about option one, a new tree suited for the local park. The second option is a bench placed in the local park or along a trail. And the third option is a custom bench with a name plaque placed in the park or along the trail. The decision alternatives for you today are to consider the Gonzalez family memorial request, or to consider the Park and Recreation Tree and Bench Memorial Policy and Program, or thirdly, to vote on the Veterans Advisory Board recommendation. Your options would be a yes vote to be approved the memorial request. A no vote would be to deny the memorial request. The vote to amend would provide options for memorial type and location, or to table would deny the decision on the request. And we have members from the Veteran Advisory Board here today to speak to the council as well as the Gonzalez family. That concludes my presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Who's here from the VA board?
Can I ask a question, Mayor Pro
You
Tem, or
can,
did
of
you want
course,
him-
Councilor
Did you want them
Bengomo.
to go first? Okay, thank you.
Oh, I just was under the impression that there was further discussion or more presentation, but of course, Councilor Bengomo, please do.
I was unclear about number 3, the veteran board recommendation. I went to use the restroom, so I don't know if I missed it, Larry, but I wasn't clear about that.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Bencomo, your question was their recommendation to council?
You said there was 3 options for today. The last one, number 3, I was unclear about what that was.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant slide 3.
No. Yeah,
Yes,
this,
there we
number
go.
3. Can you explain number 3?
Yes, the number 3 is the Veterans Advisory Board made recommendations to deny, and that was a recommendation to City Council to consider.
Thank you.
If I may. Yes, Councilor, is that Abeda? Yeah. I'm getting my glasses so I can see better.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Mr. Nichols. My question becomes on the recommendation from the board. Did that come during that January 24th meeting? And or did they do a formal vote?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Abeda, that is correct. January 24th was a 10-0 vote at that meeting.
Then that does not look like a vote that would have been able to be allowed under OMA, is that correct? because the request came during public participation, and so it was not an action item and eligible for a vote.
That's correct. It should have been listed as an action item, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Abeyta. It should have been listed as an action item.
So the option for the Veterans Advisory Board item should not be an option for us today, correct? Since it is not a viable legal option. Christine?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Abeyta, yeah, it should have been listed as an action item, so I would disregard their option.
Thank you. I know, and this is a side note, about a month ago, I requested training for parliamentary procedure and OME for boards and everything. I think this is a reason why that is needed. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta. Yes, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Nichols, and my apologies for not being here for the presentation. But I have a question about well, it's up for a vote right now, but we weren't, at least maybe, the veterans have their own memorial and they're opposed to what the city's proposing. Is that correct? No.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores. No, the Veterans Board, they were basing their recommendation based on the resolution 02002, which says that the memorial should respond to the theme of the park, a military event, or a war.
So does the memorial that is being proposed now inconsistent with that?
The Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores, the memorial that's being proposed is an individual memorial for the Gonzalez family's daughter.
Oh, yes, and that's the one where the Gonzalez family is actually paying for it or contributing. I think Mr. Gonzalez is right there. Can he speak to that?
Of course.
Hello. Please state your name.
Adrian and Tessa Gonzalez. So initially, yes, we were talking about possibly having a butterfly garden, but it was discussed with both the Veterans Advisory Board and City Council that she was a military child, and one of the themes is a purple ribbon, which signifies military children. We were willing to do whatever the city and the Veterans Advisory Board see fit, and then we found out that the Veterans Advisory Board doesn't actually have too much of a say in it. Their job is to propose everything to you all, and you all are supposed to make the determination. So for them to vote on it, they didn't actually have that authority in accordance with the city ordinance, which I read.
That's my understanding as well. I just wanted to make sure that that had been fully explained.
Yes, ma'am, and we're still willing to contribute the entire cost if that's what it needs to be. If it needs to be a shared memorial in honor of all military children, because it's kind of embarrassing that we have White Sands Missile Range, Holloman Air Force Base, and Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas. We have this beautiful park, and I don't think you guys throw a military child event in April, and I don't think that's acceptable.
Which is the month that our daughter passed away.
It was also the month that our daughter passed.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
my condolences.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you. Larry, I'm going to say that this comes with deep respect. I'm a mom of a veteran. I understand he went to war, he came back, he has PTSD, and I have some PTSD too as a family member, waiting to hear, and I feel like when I read everything and And honestly, when Mr. Gonzalez came to us at public comment a while ago, several months ago, I believe, to speak to this, I was concerned. And I want for our veteran board, I want our veteran board to really think about those people that include the partners and children, right? That that pay a huge debt, right? Waiting, and the level of insecurity and concern that they all have while their loved one is out to war. I don't believe that our park, I think it should also include that. And I say that with all respect. I know that there's concern about the level of teams that are out there, the maybe disrespectful actions. We've had some property crime a while ago. And again, this doesn't mean any disrespect, but I would like for us to find a way to compromise. And over time, I have felt that there was, and I wasn't there, I don't believe there were notes in the packet, because I've been reading, like I said, since last week. So I didn't see notes, and I don't know if they formally, through the board, take notes. So I wasn't there to hear the back and forth, but it didn't feel like the board was open to coming to a compromise. And you really utilized such a difficult situation with the death of a child that happened there at the park, that we could use that as a positive, because I think, and I'm not a person that has served in the military, but I think there are unfortunately children who die at war. And so could we look at a way to honor children using this situation here? And so, Larry, you were there, I think, or probably not. I don't know that you were there, because I believe Mr. Enriquez was the representative in the board. So can you talk a little bit about the process and what that, if something like that, because I was confused. At first I thought it was a park bench and a plaque, but then it moved into, I think, a butterfly, I guess a butterfly park, if you will. And I wasn't sure what the logic was behind that, although I think beautiful. I think it's great. And I've had several people talk to me specifically about when is the city going to move into those sorts of options.
Yes, Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, I'll defer to Mr. Gonzalez if he'd like to speak, and then I'll answer your question for you.
Sorry. Originally, it was a bench and a tree. When the Veterans Advisory Board was discussing it with us, they didn't want a name plaque. So it was not going to be an identified memorial. It was going to be a nameless memorial. So now, that's why we changed it to, if we can do a butterfly garden, even if it's fully funded by my family.
Mr. Gonzalez, if I can ask Larry, I'm sorry, I know how difficult this is, and I'd like to ask a question. I do want to say I'm a bit concerned, because I know that there's a fundraising that happens where there's bricks that are sold that have names of numerous funders. What's the difference specifically? Larry? I mean, I know that this person said that they would fund it completely, so I just want to make sure that the parties understand completely that, it doesn't feel like there've been some compromise here, and I'm hoping that we can get to that place. And that's what I'd like to suggest, recommend, is that we allow for that to happen there.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, when this was presented to the Veterans Advisory Board, the Veterans Advisory Board heard the request from the Gonzalez family, and each member of the Veterans Advisory Board expressed their condolences and shared in the family's grief. All of us have done. The Veterans Advisory Board was referring to the guidelines for monuments or memorials in the park, that they are related to, not to an individual, but to an individual if he was a participant in a military history event or war. And that was what they ended up basing their decision on. But to answer the second portion of your comment, is there something that could be done to recognize others for the memorial park? That was the whole basis for the memorial. The Veterans Advisory Board point of view was that the Veterans Memorial Park is designated a special use park. So it was the location of that memorial more than the memorial itself that they suggested that the Gonzalez family, if they possibly could consider an alternate location other than the Veterans Memorial Park. But that was, did not want to be considered. And so that's what drove the process. We would need to do this to do what you were suggesting, and that is to go back and change the resolution review guidelines. The review guidelines, I have those here. The review guidelines for this resolution request that there's a description of the type, design, and location, and maybe that's an opportunity to do what you're suggesting. Additionally, the reasoning for the request is to identify if it's a group or an individual. And then memorial is a relationship to the theme of the memorial park. And then finally, the memorial denotes a significant event in military history. We would need to change these guidelines.
Thank you, Larry, for the clarification. Appreciate that very much. I would recommend to change those guidelines. This is a very special circumstance, an unfortunate incident that occurred that resulted in a death, and we could all agree that we share condolences and sorrow of a baby, passing away specifically there. And I just want to say that it's part of our culture. You'll drive all over our city, I-40, I-25, and where people die, right, is where people erect crosses and such, or recognize that the death occurred specifically in that location. And so I don't think, I'm not suggesting that we set a precedence, but what I'm suggesting is that we honor this baby, and that we might look at the way we honor children who die at war, as well as a way to, sort of move in the direction. And I'll get you, Miss English, in public comment, I promise, but we're not at that time yet. Thank you. I'm sorry, since I was talking, is that Councilor Bencomo and Councilor Abeyta?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks, Larry, and thank you to the family for being here. Please know that I cannot imagine the grief that you must be feeling, and I appreciate you being here and your advocacy. I think I would support the resolution, the proposal around the bench and tree with the name of your little girl. I think the family and you can work with the Veterans Board about finding the right location that doesn't, there is a purpose and an intention of that park, a publicly funded park, right? A public park, a publicly funded park that has an intention, that has a purpose, and I think it's a beautiful one. It's all powerful, and I think there could be a place for a bench. I don't think You laid out the intentions of that park and the memorials and anything that goes there, and I think that's important. And a tragedy occurred. None of us ever think that's going to happen, right? Gosh, quite the opposite, right? And then a tragedy happened. And I think that doesn't take away from the intention and the meaning of that park at all. And so for me, please clarify, Larry, if I'm mistaken, but the options are, we need to provide an amendment, right, to this resolution as is, because it doesn't specify any guidance?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Bencomo, if you're wanting to approve the memorial request to the Park and Recreation precedents, their bench tree program, then I believe your vote would be yes.
Oh, okay, as is. I understand. And I think this has a lot of layers. There's a lot of emotion on this, right? And if I put on my sort of logistics hat, right, I also want to note that while your idea for a butterfly garden is beautiful, in the long term, I also consider the maintenance costs and the staffing that then the city would have to incur in order to do that moving forward, right? And so I appreciate the sentiment behind that, I really do, and it's just, I think in the long term, that just works a little bit less than I think what a bench and a tree, and I understand about it not being a nameless memorial, right? And I think a name, again, like I said, does not take away from any other significance of that park. So that is my perspective. I think it's an important request, and I think it's a request that we unfortunately have to make in response to a tragedy.
And Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Bencomo and councilors all, the Veterans Advisory Board does recognize and that you have the final decision on this item.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Councilor Beta.
Thank you. When I bring my kids to Veterans Park, we walk and we try to honor.
Councilor Beta, we can't hear you. Please.
We try to honor the memory and what the park means in that sentiment. And as we're there, there's other service members with their families there, and we're doing it. And then afterwards, we stop at the little playground, and we let out all that energy that we had been holding in as we were doing something very serious. And for me, that's where I see, wouldn't it be nice to be able to sit on a bench under a tree and take a moment and recognize the value that our children mean to us. And we're all family members. And that's where I see that has definite place in our park and for our members, because our veterans are family members, they're parents, and there's so much history to be learned in that area that can't be done if we don't include children there and if we don't allow. And so I think it is a perfect spot to have a bench and to help memorialize and memorize. And trees and benches, they last a lot longer, and as the tree grows stronger, hopefully those memories stay locked in just as strong. So thank you, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta. Councilor Flores, Councilor Cran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you again, Larry and Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez. And I know it's very hard for you to be here. Well, there was, I'm inclined to go with the request as presented. And I would also, I believe, I agree, concur with Councilor Abeyta that that a park, the park bench and a tree would be a lot more meaningful, and then through the years that tree would grow. And then I have just a, and again, some of the guidelines for putting things up in the Veterans Park is that it be related to something that's military. And, well, first of all, the child's father is a veteran who suffers from PTSD, no less. And the other is that PTSD, well, that the father is a military veteran, and the child was at the park. Her death occurred in the parking lot, if I recall correctly. If that isn't a memorial there, I don't know what is. But, and this is with all due respect to the Veterans Board, with all due respect, but it is a public park, and the funding would come out of our Parks and Recreation or whatever funding. So I'm inclined to say yes to the proposal as presented, and with the park and the bench, and to move forward expeditiously. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flotis. Councilor Corrin.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you all for being here and asking about this. So I just want to make extra sure that I understand. Yes is to approve the memorial request in the form of a tree and a bench at Veterans Memorial Park.
To approve the memorial request. The initial memorial request.
Yes, Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Corrin. This is the Memorial Tree and Bench Program that is being considered, the Park and Recreation Department. This is the precedence that they've used for 50 other memorials. And so, but they have the three options, but I believe it is the bench and it doesn't say bench and tree, but that's what was proposed by Councilor Bencomo. So these were the three options that let me show you those. These are the three options that they have in the memorial policy. The option one is the tree, and option two is the bench, and then option three is the bench with a plaque.
At Veterans Park.
Yes, as it's being proposed at Veterans Park.
Okay, thank you. That's just what I wanted to get clarity on. Thank you for that clarity, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Councilor Corrin. Anything else? Okay. Public comment?
Actually, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, just procedurally. Christine,
yes.
Is there, my apologies, I just feel like there's something missing. And so does there need to be an amendment to this resolution?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, no. In the last whereas statement, it says that Parks and Rec Department offers a community memorial tree and or bench program, and so that's what you'll be approving.
Great. Thank you, Christine.
Thanks for the clarification, Councilor Bencomo. Okay, I'm calling for public comment. Please, I'll start on my left, and please come down if you have, state your name.
My name is Peggy Galarza, and I am also a veteran, okay? My husband's a veteran. He died in 2020. He was a Vietnam and Desert Storm veteran. I have to follow the policy rules dealing with Veteran Park because my husband wasn't born in the state. I can't get his name put on the plaque for veteran for the Vietnam Wall over there. I understand he's a veteran and the child died there. At it's a hard, but I don't think it warrants a memorial there for the little child. I have 3 boys that have been through Desert Storm with me and my husband, and they have their own PTSD over this war, as well as I do. I'm okay, my voice is cracking. I understand you lost your child there. But it doesn't warrant under the veterans, policies and rules for a memorial.
Ma'am, please address me, not them.
Well, I
me.
know, but
look right at me
it doesn't warrant a memorial for
Okay.
the child. I mean, I can't get if my children pass away, I can't have a tree put in the park there. We've lived here since 2004. And I can't do any of that stuff either.
Maybe you can.
So I appreciate it, and I hope you vote no on it.
Thank
Okay?
you. Who else? Yes, Miss English? Please make your way down. If you're on to my left, make your way down so we can get through this. We still have a lot more on this agenda, so I'm asking you to make your way down if you're on the left side.
Well, I'm sticking it out with the rest of you. So my name is Lori English, again. I'd like to say that, first of all, my condolences to the family. I'm sorry you lost a child. On the other hand, I'm a 100% disabled veteran standing here in front of you right now. That is a veterans park. I agree there should be some monument to this young lady and the loss of her life, but why not put it in another park? This is a designated veterans park. The names in that park are all people that have given their lives for their country. I respect the Gonzalez family with my entire heart. I am not a parent. I don't know what I would do if I was and lost a child in that manner. But it is Veterans Park. There are numerous other parks that can be designated that might allow a butterfly garden, but this is a Veterans Park. This gentleman suffers from PTSD. I do too. So I have to buy a brick for my father because he did not enlist in New Mexico. I had to buy a brick for myself for the Vietnam Monument. To me, Veterans Park is a specifically designated park that I feel very deeply about this. By the way, I only got 2 minutes and I should be getting 3, but that's okay because I'm trying to make a point here. The Veterans Advisory Council was put in charge of agreeing or voting on parks by the mayor of the city of Las Cruces. This is a program that goes back years, that it is a designated park. Maybe we should name the playground after this child, the playground that already exists. The family would be relieved of any financial responsibility.
Thank you, Miss English. 2 minutes, please.
Yes. My name is Phyllis Maysher Richardson.
I'm sorry, I can't hear your name. Please restate it.
Closer. Phyllis Maysha Richardson.
Thank you, Miss Phyllis.
I'm a daughter of a veteran and a mother of a veteran. I do not agree with having a child in the park, even though I think he said he was a veteran. Is he a veteran? Okay, with PTSD. We both have PTSD. My father is already gone, so I can't speak for him. And my son doesn't live here any longer. So if you can't agree tonight and it's too emotional for you, I would table it. Because I see tears are rolling, maybe some emotions. I don't know whether it's gonna be I don't want to throw this in here, a blue and a red thing, but I think we should just let the emotions lie. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next. Oh, God, oh, God.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my name is Chris Sauter. I'm a retired colonel in the Nurse Corps of the Army. I've thought a lot about this, and I've talked to a lot of vet friends who feel the same way that I do, and many of us veterans do, that this is a veterans park. If we allow this young child to be memorialized there, everyone else is going to want to be memorialized there for some reason. And this is a monument to those people who gave their lives for their country. And I sympathize with the family. When I heard about this, it just killed me. But the Veterans Park is not there for individuals. It's there for military honors. We have the wall that remembers veterans who enlisted in Donna Ana County, and we have bricks for families that have had people come to Las Cruces and perhaps pass here. The park is not dedicated to individuals, but to eras, battles, groups. Again, as a nurse, I understand your grief. Come to the park, sit, enjoy the solitude, think about your daughter. I don't think you need a memorial to do that. You can do that within your heart while sitting in the park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to reset the clock? Because I've already spoken. Thank you. Adrian Gonzalez again. I want to point out that it is not just for people who gave their lives. There are council members, men and women, that purchased a brick. They're here today to tell you that they purchased a brick. Some of them honored their family members, like brothers and fathers, who may or may not have given their lives. I just think it's kind of funny that you guys want to sit here and say like, oh, it's for the ultimate sacrifice, it's for this, it's for that. I feel like a lot of people don't know the history of that park. That park was a gift from Veterans Affairs. That's why we have a Veterans Advisory Board. Since the park has been created, what was it, about 30 years ago? It's been gifted to the city of Las Cruces. Therefore, the city of Las Cruces has control of it because it is a park for the people that veterans defend their freedom for. So for all of you older veterans who feel that this is your park, shame on you. It's for the city of Las Cruces and our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
My name is Fred Huff. I am not a veteran. I want to read here 8.2, a resolution to approve the request for a placement of a commemorative memorial in Veterans Memorial Park. I've repeatedly heard everybody say Veterans Park. This is a memorial park. It's not just another park. I have been very intimately involved with quite a few of the memorials at this park. And as much as I feel for the loss of this family, I have to totally agree with the Veterans Committee and everyone else that states this should be for veterans, a memorial to veterans. That's in the name of the park. So please keep that in mind. I saw a while ago on the teleprompter where they mentioned a memorial at a city park or something like that. That's fine. But this is Veterans Memorial Park. It's not just a park. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this side? Okay, on this other, to my right, anybody want to speak? To my right.
Hello, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Kendall Larson. I am also a veteran, and I completely agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would love to see a memorial to all of our veteran children at the park, not necessarily just for this instance. I know my children suffered a lot while I was gone, and it was very hard for them. But as has been stated, being a veteran memorial park, my family also do not qualify for VA benefits. They would not qualify to be buried at a veteran cemetery because that is designated for that type of situation. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this side? Please make your way down, please. Thank you.
My name is Karen Woods, and I am the current chair of the Veterans Advisory Board.
I'd like to clarify something. Okay, the vote. When Mr. Gonzalez addressed the board members, I was like this, and he just said, well, I want a vote. I didn't offer, I said, okay, you want to vote? We'll vote. That's how the vote came about, not because I made it, because it was the request of Mr. Gonzalez. I want to make that point clear, okay? And at that particular point, when that was done, okay, and you got to remember the complement of the board, okay? It is basically, it's, I got 3 branches of service. I'm the Navy. We have Army and Air Force, okay? They're from all eras and they're all ages, and they are all listed, senior enlisted, or as one case, we have an officer. So the complement is just not one-sided. I just want to let you know about that. This is hard for me, okay? When it comes up forth that a child lost their life, any child loss is terrible, very, very bad. And having to tell parents that they have lost their child, I've done that. It's just not good, period, all right? I feel for them. But I also feel, and I've got to step up for our veterans in that Veterans Park, okay? Like that was said, we have veterans on the wall, we have veterans on the walk for those who didn't qualify either way of being on the Veterans Monument or the wall, okay? And for when it says they have to be in battle or conflict or individuals, the individual is me.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say good afternoon, but it's almost a minute till good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Anyway, the sympathy for your family, okay, your son. Anyway, my name is William Garcia, and I'm the president for the Vietnam Veterans of America State Council, and it's over all the chapters. I've been to many Veterans Memorial Parks, and I'm going to tell you, they're for the veterans, okay? And I sympathize. I have a son. He went through the military, and I have one that's not. But I'll tell you, I was just at the Memorial Veterans Park, the one in Washington, D.C. And as a matter of fact, we had quite basically all the state presidents. There was 42 different states, state presidents there, and all of them took color guards, you know, their color guards, meaning the flags, okay? And I represented New Mexico with 3 flags on a pole. But I'll tell you, Bayard has a Veterans Memorial Park. It's veterans. And, you know, and there's a lot of different parks. I don't know what we could do to help Mr. Gonzalez. But one point I will make, Veterans Memorial Park are for veterans, okay? A lot of them gave their lives, and that's what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Mayor Pro Tem, my name is Bruce Fons. I'm president of the Vietnam Veterans here in Las Cruces. And I agree with a lot of what the veterans say. This is a park, but they say a couple of them mentioned there just for all the fallen. It is not. It's for the living too, because my name is on that Vietnam Memorial. I bought bricks on it. I bought a brick from my father, my brother. He's still alive. I bought one from my sister-in-law who died of cancer. She's on the Vietnam Memorial because she is a Vietnam veteran. But there's nothing in there as far as brick. I don't know what the criteria for the Walk of Honor for brick for that there or not. That's a possibility. On that Walk of Honor for the gazebo up to the county wall. I don't know what the Parks Department is criteria for the people to buy a brick on that. I don't remember. That's an option. But as far as any plaques or monuments out there, I say no, because it is for Vietnam military functions. They're saying Vietnam, Korea. Iraq, we just dedicated the Iraq-Afghanistan monument in there for a military function type there, criteria for that there. So that's my opinion. I say there should be no monument. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this side? Okay. Counselors? Can I just say, Councilor Abeyta, I like your idea of the playground being named. Maybe a bench and a tree in that area, is that possible? Is that possible?
I think that's, I will say, I'm going to be frank, I had a very robust conversation with our board chair, and I asked a specific question, and I said, the question I asked was, would you put a veteran's name over by the children's playground? And you said, absolutely not, that wouldn't be appropriate there. And I said, so what would be, you said that wouldn't be appropriate. So I asked you if it would be appropriate for a child's name to go there.
If you
so I
would
think
not
that would work.
yell, excuse me, Councilor Abeyta.
That's
If
fine.
you would not yell out in the gallery, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I asked if a child's name would be appropriate, since it's not appropriate for a veteran's name to go there because it's not for a veteran space, it's for the children's space. And so that's why I asked that direct question, which is why I think it's appropriate for it to be on the child's space, because it was to honor a child. So that's why I had, and thank you, I just wanted to bring that up, but that's all right. So I'm good, thank you. And thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I like to respond to that.
Madam Chair, I'm back.
Thank you, Mayor.
And probably, you may want to ask Christine, but since I signed off and it came back, you may want to have another vote to allow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Christine? The first one was sufficient, according to Christine.
Okay.
Okay.
Before you go to vote, I'd like to chime in on this.
Okay, well, you should chime in.
Okay, good. All right, well, thank you. And, you know, I have to tell you, I really feel for the parents of the child that got run over. And, you know, we wish we could do whatever we could to obviously bring the child back, but we can't. And I know they really want to have an honor. And I had mentioned that, you know, we're going to be building that parking lot. and I think staff thought that we might be able to do a park bench of some sort, you know. And I guess what I'm trying to get at, if we start doing these tributes, not just at Veterans Park, then I think we're going to have to start allowing it at all the parks. And that's the only concern I have, is the precedent will be setting.
Can I say
I
something?
don't think it's probably the right thing to do. And it's not for the child, it's just the precedent we'll be setting to all of our parks. Because, you know, constantly, you know, there was that young man that, you know, the football player at Oregon Mountain High School. And there was a park that he and his friends would play at, or you know, practice or do whatever at, you know, many times. And we at least did some type of a tree, or, you know, and we did that for Councilor Silva. You know, so what I'm trying to say is, we're going to be building that parking lot. I think those are where the opportunities lie. And so when I won't be voting for this, and I'll be voting no, and it's not anything other than the precedent would be setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Flores, Councilor Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the distinction that I see here is the irony of a veteran to come back, go visit the park with his daughter, and his daughter gets killed. I mean, what are the odds that that is going to happen? You think we're having a day at the park, you know, go, you know, swing, you know, whatever. And that's a distinction I see. If there's ever another child who's killed at some designated park with some name on it, that child should be honored there. The irony well, maybe the Veterans Board should set up more careful parking restrictions or something. I find it outrageous, with all due respect. I've shared this before. My father was in World War II. One brother was at the 38th parallel. Another one lost his life, came back as an empty shell. May he rest in peace. He died about a month ago now. He came back from Vietnam, and there's no way it was the same person. So I know that whatever Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez has gone through is they've been to hell and back. And for them to have the Veterans Board, and with all due respect to service to our country, I find it downright hurtful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, I just want to say that if the precedent we're setting is compassion, I'm all for it. I'm fine setting that precedent. And Gonzalez family, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Larry and Mr. Gonzalez, I again like the idea of the bench and whatnot at the playground. Would you all be okay with that?
Well, wait a minute. I have a question for Larry. I have one more question.
We're still very open to what the city sees as appropriate. We're not asking for a shrine of our daughter, if it's a shared thing, or even a bench and a tree, that's perfectly fine with her name. That's the thing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Larry, do you have anything to say further on that?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem Gondura, that those were options that were set precedents from previous park memorials. If the decision of the council is for that, then that is what will be implemented and carried out.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Flores, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Larry, I have a technical question. I know that there's going to be some changes in the future, probably within the next 10 years, the way things go around here. And but I know that that land that belongs to the city that we purchased from Albuquerque on the north side of the parking lot is going to be, I guess, an expanded parking lot, or a children's playground is going to be moved there. And so I don't know if that has to be taken into account, but voting on this today, should it pass, would remain, I guess, subject to those changes? Or what would happen? I mean, you wouldn't go put a bench and a little tree tomorrow, right?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores, it was mentioned just a moment ago about a parking lot expansion. That's to the north side of the existing parking lot. That will be, all of that has been arranged for now. We have the funding. We have the plans completed. The city has the plans completed, and pending starting construction, probably late summer, early fall. There will be 167 additional parking spaces. But there is an area there that separates the two parking lots. It's called the Remembrance Garden, Remembrance Area. That could be a possibility for a bench and a tree. I think that would be an excellent location. I think it would address the compassion aspect as well, just by the name.
And would the family, Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez, be able to participate in decision-making insofar as the position of the tree, the bench, whatever?
I'm sorry, Councilor, what was the question?
The question was whether Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez would be able to participate at some level, to some degree, in regards to the planting of the tree, the location, positioning of the bench, tree, whatever it is that is decided upon.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores, I would imagine the Park and Recreation Department would work with the Gonzalez family on that.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Flores, we have interim director to come up, please.
I was looking for him.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Robert Nunez, Interim Director for Parks and Recreation. Would like to also make note that previously a master plan was approved, And at this time, the playground is going to be removed from that area to be determined if it will be replaced. But as Larry just mentioned, with the parking lot and then the remembrance area is going to be in that location near where the park is currently placed at. So that was the master plan that was previously approved. Previous administration has had discussions with the Gonzaleses, and we can certainly meet with them again to identify the ideal location for that bench and tree location.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it very much. Okay. Christine, call the roll.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-132. Counselor Abeyta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. 8.3, resolution number 23133. I need a
Move
motion.
to approve, Graham.
Second, Aveda.
Motion made by Counselor Graham, second made by Counselor Abeyta. Adam, as you know, you're going to need to be sworn in. Thank you. Right? Okay.
Adam, are you ready?
Almost.
Let me know when you're ready. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Adam, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next case tonight, Adam Ochoa, Community Development for the record, is an appeal to a special use permit at 2560 Samaritan Drive. Subject property currently consists of the Three Crosses Regional Hospital. Encompasses roughly about 10.61 acres in size and is Zone C3 commercial high-intensity conditional. Essentially, what's the proposal is a helipad that would be located on the subject property in a currently vacant, like unimproved parking lot island in the southeast corner of the facility, and I have a picture of that for you could see. But there is the subject property we're discussing right now. Again, it is Zone C3C. This is essentially where that location of that helipad is being proposed. You can see it there. Again, it's just a vacant area on the property. The reason for this location is because it's actual distance to the existing ER. So the closer you are to the ER, the better it is. So it's about 95 feet from the ER's entrance, which is right around this area here. So again, the proposal is for a helipad located in the southeast corner of the parking facility. It is approximately 95 feet from the emergency facilities. Will be a 60-foot by 60-foot final approach and takeoff area, or FATO as they call it as well. And it is roughly about 368 feet from existing residential neighborhood to the east. Here is the drawing of that. It doesn't meet all requirements for federal requirements for the Federal Aerospace Protection Regulations, including 14 CFR Part 77. It doesn't meet all the requirements for a special use permit as outlined in Section 38-54 of the 2001 Zoning Code. It will meet all outdoor lighting ordinances of the City of Las Cruces, and it will be designed and constructed in accordance with what is FAA AC 150/5390-2C. In other words, it's going to follow all federal standards, essentially is what that means. Reviews were sent out to all relevant agencies and departments in the city. All did support the proposed zone change. Notice was sent out to subject property owners within 500 feet of the subject property. Staff did receive 2 emails and a phone call. One email and phone call were concerning the development of the helipad and its proximity to the neighborhood, and one literally was just getting more information. Additionally, on top of that, I believe y'all might have received from the clerk an additional email that was received after the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for the City Council meeting, essentially, since we did have to renotice the area. On November 15, 2022, the Planning and Zoning Commission did meet and take this case under consideration. P&Z did go ahead and vote to approve the SUP by a vote of 4-0. Findings were that the helipad will meet all outdoor lighting ordinance requirements. The proposed special use permit follows the requirements for a special use permit as outlined in section 38-54. Excuse me. It also meets the purpose and intent section of the code, which is section 38-2, and as well as I stated before, it does meet all those federal regulations for a helipad. A letter of appeal was submitted to staff on November 29th, 2022, in time within the appeal period that is allowed. Concerns are you have the letter in front of you as well. Concerns about public engagement meetings, about warranty deeds and the actual owner of the property. They believe that Section 30-2 of the 2001 zoning code is not being met, in contrary as the way staff feels. Additionally, they believe that there's a disconnect with the statement, the summary, in compliance with our Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan. So your options today is 1, to vote yes and approve the appeal. This would essentially overturn the Planning and Zoning Commission's approval. 2, to deny, 2 to vote no and deny. This would essentially uphold the special use permit. It would stay in effect. 3, vote to amend, or 4, vote to table and postpone and direct staff and the applicant accordingly. I stand for questions. The applicant and his representative are here as well if you have any questions for them. I'm not sure if the appellant is still here, but we stand for questions.
Thank you, Adrian. Is the appellant here? I don't see him, and wanted to clarify, Adrian, very specifically what his issues were. I know you listed those. They were a bit confusing. I think at the end of the day, I mean, I've read everything, read it again, read the notes of P&Z, the minutes of P&Z, and his concern was specifically about unsure who all the owners were of the property?
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe that was one of his concerns, correct? I believe the CEO of the hospital is here. You could clarify that, as well as one of the partners for the area, if they could possibly answer any questions for you as well. But everything that staff did receive was signed by the property owner, and an affidavit was submitted with that application stating that everything that was submitted to staff is real and it's done properly and follows all requirements for a submittal of a special use permit.
Okay, that's great. I would like to hear from the CEO if he's here. She? Oh.
Might have to step out. I believe there's somebody else here now.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Thank you for your time. My name is Kelly Rodriguez. I'm sorry. I'm the Director of Nursing Services at Three Crosses. I'm stepping in for our CEO, John Lanning. He had to step out. Actually, our hospital is actually owned by multiple investors. And so there is a group of investors who own our property. And of course, looking to ensure that the safety and quality of the care that we provide to our patients is always at the forefront of what we do. And so as a part of that, having a functional, permanent helipad is most necessary. Right now, we're functioning with what is called a landing zone, and so that does potentially pose some safety concerns, not only to the patients who are flying in and out of our facility, but to the flight crews who are bringing patients in and out of our facility, as well as the community members. Because right now, a landing zone is a temporary spot where they set up cones, and of course, anyone could potentially drive through that zone and potentially harm themselves. So really, truly, we are asking really for you to uphold the previous vote for us to move forward with the planning and zoning of that helipad.
So who were the local owners?
As far as local owners, I can't speak to the list of them, but there are a number of owners that own the land and own, of course, the facility.
Does anybody know on staff who they are?
Hi, I'm Bob Pofall. The real estate itself is owned by a group out of Nebraska, and the hospital operation leases that. And we do have, myself and other local people are part of the ownership of the operating part of the hospital. And so that's kind of the structure of what we have. We have a limited partnership and then investors from around the country who've put in large sums of money to the hospital. And so I would say this is, right now, in these emergency situations, we land on the street or the parking lots. And for these emergencies, that's totally legal. We think this is a safer solution to have a permanent location and for these helicopters to land and continue to serve our community.
Thank you, Mr. Pofall. I understand through the minutes of the P&Z that you were in the process of a master plan, and that was maybe in November. Is that being conducted, or has it been completed, and what were the results of that? I'm
not sure
asking a very loaded question with lots of detail, as I know what master plans consist of.
Yeah, I'm not sure which master plan that is, but.
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe the master plan you're talking about is called the Royal Crossing Master Plan. That is actually the master plan immediately south and west of the subject property. It's, give you a better idea. Here we go. It's essentially this area here and this area around here. So the master plan doesn't really incorporate the hospital itself, but our Apodaca blueprint, that does incorporate essentially everything, which is a mixture of commercial development, multifamily, single family, and of course, a fully functional hospital.
Thank you. I guess I'm concerned about this coming as it's coming without knowing what the master plan of any of that area, because it's going to become more dense, right? So when you look at the safety and the well-being of not only, of course, the employees there of the hospital, but of the community, you're going to look at something very different from today and maybe even 3 to 5 years. So when we talk about the safety and well-being, what is currently there is going to look very different later on. So I'm concerned, it's going to be more dense, and I'm concerned that we don't have the entire picture. Can someone help me answer that?
Mayor Pro Tem, yes, ma'am. So again, since the master plan itself does not incorporate the subject property, staff leaned back on Apodaca blueprint. In Apodaca blueprint does call out for the hospital, and it even has an artist rendition with a helipad on there. You can see the little circle with the H, essentially. So all that was taken under consideration when that blueprint was developed. So again, it wasn't the plans that it is set on in the future. Additionally, when I sat down with staff to review this, we're looking at distances and those types of concerns as well. Looking around the area, how far they are, even the 2 hospitals here in the city, a couple of hospitals in El Paso as well. I myself live right down the street from Providence East in El Paso, and it's the parking lot, it's the helipad, parking lot with 2 parking stalls, residential right next door. So it's not used all the time. It's just for emergency uses, if you will. But it's definitely something that's needed and called out by the master plan for a fully functional hospital, essentially, ma'am.
Thank you, Adam, for that. And then in terms of a traffic impact study, do you also take that into consideration as you're looking at, the best place for the helipad and what the concerns could be with the number of cars and not only that, but the neighborhood as well?
Mayor Pro Tem, staff did take a look at that. The actual study that the applicant had done for the FAA requirements, it actually has an actual flight route that it's supposed to follow. So they will have to follow that to make sure they don't affect any traffic within the area, including existing traffic in the parking lot itself. Additionally, staff also felt that this is probably the best location for it because it's so close to the actual emergency room entrance, pardon me. It's better there than having to run all around the building to the other side to get to the emergency room.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Thank you, Adam, for that. And then, since you brought up the flight plan, I know there have been some concerns of folks that around how the helicopters are coming in currently, and you've asked, or someone has said designated the southeast side, right, specifically, and I think those things have been ironed out, I believe.
Mayor Pro Tem, that is correct.
Okay.
The flight plan is a very extensive study that the applicant's representative provided us, which kind of had us go cross-eyed a little bit because a lot of engineerese, if you will. But the summary essentially said the location and the flight plan that they have planned out with the helipad would work for the hospital and have a minimal effects on the surrounding area.
When you say minimal effect, what are you talking about?
Mayor Pro Tem, well, it's a helicopter, so they're just trying to get in and out without disturbing things as much as possible. And staff felt it does meet the intent of the special use permit that it would have it's not only a benefit for the area, but a benefit for the city as a whole.
So in terms of the other two hospitals, you've approved special use permits for the helipads at those two entities, correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, that is correct. Both hospitals did receive special use permits for their helipads.
And can you tell me if there have been any accidents or concerns related to that as you're putting them in and currently?
Mayor Pro Tem, we have not received any complaints about them as of now. We did speak to code enforcement officers if they knew of any complaints, and they did not have any.
Complaints, but I'm talking about accidents.
Oh, we have no record of that, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Appreciate that. Anybody else? Okay, any?
Wait, can I ask? I'm sorry. I think I just didn't hit in time for you to see.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just to be crystal clear, because the wording on these is always so weird, a no on this resolution is a yes to the helipad.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mayor.
So I'm still trying to get on Zoom, but I haven't been on my Zoom at the house for a while, so there's a lot of updates. But I just want to say a couple things. I support having a helipad there. Please let's keep focused that to the residents that we're fortunate that we have now 3 hospitals, okay? And the other 2 hospitals have helipads. One's in District 6, one's in District 2, and they're near residents. I mean, I don't think that it's not like it's a daily occurrence to my knowledge. I might be mistaken, but did someone share how many times they would be flying approximately? I mean, I know you can't count on it to be exact, but you know, I don't see the helipad that's at Mountain View. I mean, I'm not that close to it, but the flight path is, you know, it depends on where it flies, but I mean, I don't see it that often. So, I mean, this is about safety. This is about maybe saving someone's life. That the injuries are that serious. And that hospital, I have to admit, my mom was there and pretty impressed with it. Very good. I'm really happy that they're doing well, and it's really a great place. And you know, like I said, I'm supporting the this helipad. And just to clarify, so you're saying a no vote would allow them to have the helipad, is that correct?
The no vote will allow them to have the helipad?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. Essentially, by voting no, the appeal fails exactly, and the SUP stays under effect.
Thank you, Adam. And please come up to the podium, state your name and the answer to Mayor's question. Thank you.
This is Kelly Rodriguez, again, Director of Nursing Services at Three Crosses. So currently right now, what we're averaging, and our census continues to increase, we're seeing about an average of 20 helicopters coming in and out of the facility on a monthly basis. Primarily, a lot of those are coming into our 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week cath lab. So, and we're getting patients as far as Gallup and Las Vegas, those needing services that we're able to render specialty services to.
Thank you for that. Okay, I think we're at the moment of public comment. Please come down.
I didn't really quite hear anything. I'm sorry. Still trying to get Zoom. Did they say approximately
20 a month?
20 a month, okay.
Uh-huh.
And then also, just to confirm, a no vote would allow the helipad, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Please come up and state your name.
Yes, Madam President. Paul Pompeo with Soderville Associates, are the civil engineering consultant firm for this hospital project. We're also the civil engineers that are doing the 77-acre master plan known as Royal Crossing, which we just recently approved, master utility plan, master drainage plan, and preliminary plat for phase 1. So with that, I'm just standing before you if you have any specific technical questions about any of the engineering that's gone on those items.
No, but I knew I saw it on the minutes, and I wanted to see what that, included, and what sort of things are included in the master plan, but appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Joe Ruprecht, resident. I just have a clarification I want to ask for a backup in the PowerPoint, if we could, to the screen about the appeal. There was a term used that I would like to see clarified. On the third line, it says tainted and non-verifiable information concerning public engagement was given in the applicant's statements. Since the applicant himself is not present either telephonically or in person, I would like to know what that tainted phrase is about, because I have engaged with this individual in a number of circumstances in the past year, and I find him very particular about details. He has his own particular way, though, of expressing himself, and there are times when he's using devices to help him communicate, and which are within the bounds of what we should be able to follow. And I'm concerned that this idea of something being tainted is being applied to somebody with a certain amount of disability. So please clarify what that means.
Can't read it.
I find it difficult without the appellant here to clarify further. That's, I'm very concerned that he's not here. It's sort of unlike him to not be here.
I understand that, and I agree. I was expecting him to be here, and I did not expect to make any comment on this.
And I don't.
But without him here, I am concerned because to me, tainted is a term applied by staff. It's not coming from him.
Oh, that's
so
who
they
was
should
the-
be able to clarify what that means.
Adam, can you clarify where the tainted word is used?
Mayor Pro Tem, that is a direct quote from his letter, with the parentheses too. It's directly from him.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, anybody else have anything? Yes, ma'am, please make your way down.
Hello. My name is Julie Hernandez. Very nervous, never done anything like this before. But I live...
Welcome.
Thank you. I live at 2315 Desert Drive, which is directly behind the helipad. I have been to lots and lots of meetings over the years about the Apodaca plan. It has changed many, many different times. I'm so unclear about what's going to happen behind my fence. I mean, I have a wall, and it's just what's going to happen there. The helipad feels much more than 20 times that a helicopter comes in. I can tell you in one day, I can count 3 or 4 coming in. They come directly over my house, so I know when they come. If I look out over my fence, I can see them land. I think that I'm concerned about the noise, of course. I'm concerned about just the whole idea of what's happening kind of out there. I know that lighting has been an issue. I know, has anyone driven by or driven through the street called Legacy? What is that? Who approved that road? I mean, if anyone has driven it, if you haven't, you should take a minute to do that. The noise from the air conditioner or whatever's happening at the hospital is very loud. The noise in our backyard, you cannot enjoy our backyard because it's just, I mean, the noise when I open my door to the, my bedroom door, there's lots of different things happening. So I'm very concerned about, I want there to be a helipad, don't get me wrong. I want people to get the care that they need. I just worry about, okay.
Thank you.
You know
Thank
my
you
words.
so much. Anybody else? Okay. Looks like no other comments. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-133. Counselor Beta?
No.
Counselor Graham?
No.
Counselor Bencomo?
No.
Counselor Cran?
No.
Counselor Flores?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Mayor?
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. 8.4, resolution number 23-134.
Move to approve, Graham.
Second, Abeta.
Motion made by Counselor Graham, second by Counselor Abeta. Hi, Adam.
One-man wrecking crew.
Do you have to swear him in again? Okay. Let him get situated and then we'll.
All right, hit me, Christine.
Ready? Adam, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
One more time, Adam Ochoa, Community Development, for the record. Before you is another appeal to a special use permit and SUP for a property located at 1602 East Loman Avenue. Subject property is currently zone C2, commercial medium intensity, and it consists of a vacant commercial building. This is originally a small auto and truck repair shop is what it was. It is located right on the corner of Loman Avenue and Lujan Street, and encompasses roughly about 0.215 acres in size. It is located in a major commercial corridor along Loman with a vast different uses all over the place, including retail, restaurants, offices, and of course there's also single-family zoning, or not zoning, but single-family development to the south of the property as well. Shown here, the subject property here in the yellow, as you can see right along Loman here, everything essentially zone commercial, some open, well, I guess that's flood designation zoning to the south of here, Lujan Street, it's right where Loman and Amador essentially split. Shown here some aerials of the property, just give you a little more idea of where it's at. Here's that the car wash right here that we're, and like I said, there's single-family homes along the street, these residential streets to the south. Some street views of that property. So the proposal is for a proposed cannabis retail store on the subject property. Unfortunately, the subject property itself is right across the street from another cannabis retail store, and it is roughly about 78 feet away from it. Code requires that a minimum 300-foot buffer be between two cannabis retail stores, or a special use permit would be required. So essentially, that is what the applicant did, submitted a special use permit to allow their cannabis retail store at this location. All other buffer distances are being met, including distances from single-family zoning and from schools/daycare property as well. The proposed new cannabis store retail store will have to follow all City of Las Cruces requirements and state of New Mexico regulations governing cannabis-related retail activity. Here is what the applicant submitted, showing the building here and the measurement from building to building. Like I said, it is about 78 feet away, so about 222 feet less than what's required by what would be required in order for them to be allowed there by right. So all relevant city staff did review the proposed application, and nobody had any real comments regarding the proposed establishment. Notice was sent out to all property owners within 500 feet of the proposed special use permit, and staff did receive one phone call that was in opposition of the proposed establishment, stating that there are too many already in the city and it is too close to residential and the schools, which it is not. It meets the requirements of our code. On February 28, 2023, the Planning and Zoning Commission did meet to consider the special use permit. They reviewed the SUP and did vote to approve the proposed special use permit with conditions by a vote of 3-1. The findings were, except for the distance of cannabis to cannabis, it meets all other distancing requirements. It is located along Loman Avenue, which is one of our primary commercial, I guess, hubs, if you will, in the city. Ingress and egress will have very minimal impact on traffic. Then it meets the purpose and intent of Section 38-2 of the zoning code, and it'll meet all requirements of the not only the zoning code but the state of New Mexico state statutes as well concerning cannabis. Additionally, staff did point out that Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan is being met. The intent of it is being met since it is located along a mixed-use corridor where we want a mixture of different types of commercial uses, office uses, residential, and so forth, and it is located in a regional commercial place type as well, as called out by the Elevate Las Cruces. The condition that the Planning and Zoning Commission did vote for this one is that the property will be required to complete an administrative replat for the subject property. Essentially, there are 3 underlying property lines, and essentially they would have to replat it to remove those underlying lot lines to make it one complete piece, one complete lot, essentially. And that would have to be done prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the business. An appeal was submitted, essentially saying that the appellant state that allowing the SUP saturates the area with cannabis establishments, that the allowance of the proposed cannabis establishment creates an economic hardship on adjacent cannabis establishments, and believes that the required 300-foot buffer should be followed. With that, Council, your options today is 1, to vote yes and approve the proposed appeal, and that would essentially eliminate the special use permit. 2, to vote no and deny. This would uphold the special use permit. 3, to vote to amend, or 4, to table and postpone and direct staff accordingly. I stand for questions. I believe the appellant is here as well, if you have any questions for them.
Thank you, Adam. Anybody? Public comment? Yes, please make your way. Mayor?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, did you have anything to?
Oh, yeah, well, sure. I mean, is this Massatelli's old garage? Rest in peace, Mr. Massatelli, Tom, the mechanic. It's right at the corner of Loman and
Lujan.
It's like across the street from another cannabis store, isn't it?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. It's right across the street.
Isn't that? I thought there was and then it's right behind a car wash, but I thought there was like a residence right there, right across the street. No?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, there are residences to the south of it, but they're zoned commercial. So the way the ordinance reads, it's for single-family zoned properties, R1A essentially.
So the house is zoned?
And the houses are zoned commercial.
Yeah, I mean, I really, I think we'd be doing the disservice to that cannabis business that's right across the street. And I don't think that's really good. I mean, I think, I've never been inside there, but as far as it looks like it's a pretty decent building. They've done a pretty good job. That sign's pretty large. It's pretty expensive. I mean, I don't know. I won't be supporting this measure, but again, so I appreciate it, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, public comment, please come up, state your name. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Sebastian Suarez, the general manager of Organ Mountain Cannabis. I'm the employee of the appealee. So basically,
Mayor Pro Tem, I should probably swear him in if he's the appellant.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're the appellant? Yes.
I am his
You have to get
employee.
sworn in, correct?
Ready? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of law?
yes, and will my time be reset? Cool.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Connie.
Thank you. My name is Sebastian Suarez. I'm the general manager at Organ Mountain Cannabis. Basically, if the precedent was set a little while ago to follow the 300-foot rule, we've done everything on our behalf to make sure we're following the rules down to the point where we got like perfect compliance inspections and stuff like that. Like double checking and making sure, even calling ourselves out to the CCD to make sure that we're following all the rules. And with this precedent, like with this rule being set in the law 9 months before we actually started opening for retail, we bought the residence that we're operating out of at the moment, and we spent like over like $30,000 just on rent to secure that location, knowing that it would help us compete in this new market that's being set up. And like I said before, I mean, we've seen time and time and again where we have the opportunity here and now to build this industry and make sure it's built correctly and nurture it like it's a child. You know, they say, show me a kid at the age of 7 and I'll show you him for the rest of his life. Show me this industry 7 years in and I'll show you it for the rest of its existence. Like, if we're not here to help the community and help the people that are already paying your taxes, then what are we here for? There's good money to be made and good taxes to be made where good business is being done. And right now it just seems like this conversation wouldn't be happening if there wasn't a rule made, if this 300-foot rule wasn't made to ensure that this new and thriving industry is treated appropriately, because too often we just see cannabis treated like a third-class citizen, if not even worse in this country. You know, there's a bunch of stigma tied to cannabis, and I feel like this is just not helping with all the, Oh yeah, well, I got sworn in. Yeah, well, that's just kind of what I see kind of happening with, and you know, there's two like Kristen Thompson and the dude who owns Pure Life, how he's like best. There's articles in the news. If you Google Darren White and Susana Martinez on the same Google search, it'll come up saying that they're friends with each other and how they're in cahoots with each other. And to me, it just makes no sense. You know, Susana Martinez set the 300-foot rule to help protect this industry. I feel like she was trying to help protect her money at that time, but it was a very smart idea to help competition thrive because, like I said before, it's not, at this point, it's not even a quality game. You can have terrible customer service, terrible quality product, and as long as you got the money to survive this oversaturation of the market, you'll make it. But if you got good customer service, a good quality product, and you don't necessarily have all this capital, you're left in the dust, you know, because this 300-foot rule is just, and it's, to me, I really do feel like we're being let down by our local, I really like a bunch of the things that you have to say, Ms. Mayor Pro Tempore, but it's just, I feel like me and you see eye to eye on a lot of the things here, but it's just too much interest from big money making a lot of the decisions for a lot of you guys, and it's really sad to see because this could be a thriving cannabis market and it could be something that helps the people who are already here paying your taxes. You're gonna create this oversaturation of the market and it's gonna cause people to not want to sell legal cannabis, and it's already happening. There's been dispensaries shut down already because they're selling illegal cannabis from outside of the state. There's already been instances in Albuquerque where human trafficking, like illegal cannabis grows, are being shut down, and they go and they try to question the people who are being like these human trafficking victims, and none of them speak out against it, but we all see what's happening. To me, it's not cannabis that's the problem, but it's a bunch of it's the history of cannabis, you know, and we're just allowing it to continue to be a very dangerous market to compete in, not only from a public safety standpoint, but from just a entrepreneur trying to compete in the market. You know, it's a new industry. I can see if it's a bar opening up, it makes sense, or if it's a fast food restaurant. These industries have a lot of backing behind them, but this cannabis industry needs people like you guys to have our back. You know, when we're doing things right, we're paying our taxes, we're making sure we're selling just clean product to the community. But when you start creating this oversaturation, you're gonna start seeing the black market rise. And, you know, just, I hope we can learn and just move forward, because the other states have failed in the past. We got a lot of states that have failed and we can learn from them. But oversaturation does not solve the issues of human trafficking and a bunch of the unfortunate sides of cannabis. There's a dark side to cannabis, and we all gotta be real and just notice and accept it. And we can do a part to help stop that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Excuse me, before you get going, I just want to clarify that the appellate could have his time.
Okay.
But I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Okay. So good evening, obviously, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm Dennis Turner. I'm actually the founder and owner of Euphoria Group, DBA Cloud9. We also are locally owned. My partner Erica is born and raised in Las Cruces as well. One of the only minority women, obviously, in Las Cruces. There's a couple things that I want to touch on, which is, number one, the gentleman from Community Development said earlier that there were 16 special use permits. He said that half and half were instances where this exact issue went and was approved. I want to notate that. So there have been prior ones right now that have been approved. We were approved last time 3-1. And I want to talk about use and purpose. There are, much respect to Oregon Mountain. I don't believe in bad talking other businesses. We're all in the same industry. But use and purpose. Oregon Mountain is a retailer who does not offer the same use that we do. They are vertically integrated, which means that they supply themselves and they own a grow. I have been over to their establishment and talked to their management several times, and they even offered me to tour their facility. My primary focus in my establishment is drive-through. That is a complete different use. We are not vertically integrated, which means that we need to buy from them in order to do business. So essentially, I am contributing to their business as well. Not to mention, I just want to reiterate the fact that there were 16 that were already prior approved, as we were too. Also, real quick, social equity. I didn't hear nobody talk about that. We have a proposal to donate 2.5% of net monthly profits to child daycare for single moms, economic inclusion, reentry, and will 100% be backed by Las Cruces locals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to mention, I think Adam, when he went through his presentation, I just want to make sure you understand the grounds on which you evaluate this. This in our code, the way it reads is that it has an undue impact on the neighboring properties. Now, it's relatively vague in the code what that means, and it's going to be up to you to decide what that is. This is not like a variance application where the person has to show that they have a hardship that requires you to give them leeway in what's being done. This is only a standard that says it has an undue impact on the neighboring properties. And that's why it's here. And I think when we talked about this earlier, there was a little bit of a discussion of the neighbors ought to be able to have some sort of say in what goes on in the next property. That's sort of what it's getting at, is that the neighbors get a chance to come out and say what they're going to say. But it does leave it up to you, an awful wide range of how you can consider impact. And I just want to make sure you understood that this is not a variance application at all. This is an SUP, a special use permit. The heliport's a little easier to understand because it's public safety and so on. This one's probably a little bit less easy to get your head around what the standard is. But P&Z had their view on what the standard was. And I see Councilor Flores with kind of a quizzical look on your face.
Are you done, yes. Dr. Pitts? Okay. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Pitts. Yes, I have a quizzical look because I'm quizzed. I mean, what does this really mean? Special use permit allowing cannabis dispensary retailer within the required buffer distance to another cannabis dispensary retailer. So you have two retailers, and it's within the, can you explain that to me?
Mayor Pro Tem.
What does a no vote mean on this? A no vote means that you leave the decision, we leave the decision of the P&Z intact.
Correct. Correct,
And
that's
they
what a
made,
no vote.
and their decision was to issue the special use permit.
Yes, they found in their findings of fact that there was no undue impact on neighboring properties that was not contemplated in the
Great, okay.
great.
Thank you for the
yeah, okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Pitts, let me ask.
Yes.
You said P&Z had their interpretation of what the impact meant. Can you share with us what that was?
Adam was there, I will let him.
I was there. So essentially, the justification for the vote, the way they voted, was they felt that it should be treated like any other business. You know, one burrito shop next to another burrito shop. That's the way they were saying it. They felt that it's capitalism allowing them to go there. Should have minimal impacts, considering also, as the original applicant stated, it is retail, but it's a different type of retail that they'll be doing there. So that is essentially why they voted to approve. That's why they felt it would have minimal impact, because it is retail, but it is a slightly different version of retail for cannabis.
Thank you. And help me understand, what other impacts to neighboring properties could we consider? Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, some other potential impacts is like noise, obnoxious odors, potentially, that's covered by code, so no night pollution, because they need to follow outdoor lighting ordinance. Impact of excessive amount of traffic potentially. Different things like that could be taken into consideration as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, whenever you have a moment, if I
Yes.
could say another one.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so I kind of Googled this, and so now, so across the street is Oregon Mountain Cannabis, I think?
Yes.
Okay, and so who's the company wanting the special use permit at 1602 East Loman?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you're looking for the name of the applicant that is going in here?
I didn't hear that one.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, it is Euphoria Group is the name of this company. My apologies, group.
You're going to have to repeat it. You kind of...
Oh, my apologies. Euphoria Group is the name of this.
Euphoria Group.
Correct.
Okay, so let me just, that's fine. So let me just say, for the record, I will be voting yes, which would basically not allow this, because in my opinion, the undue impact is to a brand new business with a brand new industry that will definitely impact their ability to generate the revenue needed to sustain themselves. So that's my finding of fact, and that's why I'll be voting yes, which in turn will deny the special use permit. So I just wanted to get that, and I just want to verify that with Christine's a yes vote would deny the special use permit. Is that correct, Christine?
Yeah, so a yes vote, Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm going to step on you. A yes vote means the two stores can't be by each other. A no vote means the two stores can be by each other.
Good. Thank you. That's what I thought. Okay, so I'll be voting yes. Based on those findings of fact that I found.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right here in front of me. I'm so sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Pro Tem and councilors. My name is Mario Jimenez. I'm with High Horse Cannabis Company, and I'm a sitting planning and zoning commissioner for Doña Ana County. The City and Planning Zoning Commission has reviewed the merits of the SUP and concluded that the applicant followed all proper channels to operate, resulting in the approval of the SUP. Earlier today, we heard from city staff that to date, all SUPs have been approved, and this SUP before you should not be treated any differently. As also mentioned today, we do not limit competing businesses from operation in other markets, such as fast food pharmacies, such as Walgreens or CVS. Within your packets, For this agenda item, the appeal mentions protections for the industry surrounding the governor's intent of the passage of the legislation. The intent is to protect the consumers and the market. And I also want to clarify that the governor in office during the time of passage and currently in office is Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, not Governor Susana Martinez. The intent of the legislation was not designed to protect a single business. Again, it was designed to protect the consumer. As the cannabis industry continues to grow, there will be more competition that benefits the consumer. Sales continue to do well and grow in New Mexico and here in Las Cruces, not showing any slowdown of the industry. High Horse Cannabis prides itself on providing alternative medicine, providing alternative medicine to consumers and supporting responsible growth of the industry. That is precisely what this vote is about, responsible growth. Growth that is following council's existing ordinance for the operation of the cannabis retail store. I urge the council to support the property vetted and approved SUP for Resolution 23-134. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Okay, anything else, council? Okay, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 23-134. Counselor Abeyta?
No.
Counselor Graham?
No.
Counselor Bencomo?
No.
Counselor Cran?
No.
Counselor Flores?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Okay. (8.5) Resolution number 23-135. I need a motion.
Move to approve, Corrin.
Second, Abeyta.
Motion made by Councillor Corrin, second by Councillor Abeyta. Hi, Robert.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. Robert Nunez, Interim Director for Parks and Recreation. This evening we'll be going over our Parks and Recreation fees and charges and facility use policy for our Parks and Recreation Department. With me today is our Deputy Directors, Ms. Claudia Chavez, Interim Director for Youth Services, Mr. Franco Granillo, Parks Deputy Director, and Mr. Phil Katnack, Recreation Aquatics Deputy Director. And they will be going over the some of the changes that we do have within our fees and charges and our recommendations for facility use updates. Includes all of our facilities that we oversee, our parks and programs that are within the department. And if approved, this will be effective immediately. And first off will be Ms. Claudia Chavez.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council, Claudia Chavez, Interim Deputy Director for Youth Services. The out-of-school time programming, we have the after-school program for fall and spring semesters. They roughly go 90 days from 2:30 to 5:30. We are asking for a $100 semester fee per child. For our summer recreation program, it goes 26 days approximately from 7:30 to 5:30 p.m. We're asking for $40 per child. And camps during the Las Cruces Public Schools spring and fall, 7:30 to 5:30, approximately 10 days. We're asking for a $20 per child camp fee. The A. Fielder Memorial Safe Haven Weed and Seed Program and Teen Connection currently do not have a fee. The proposed fees will meet the 25% recovery rate as an incremental recommendation as we come out of COVID from a $400 fee that we had in the after-school program to the $100. The summer recreation program was set at $200 per session. We're asking for $40, and the camps were at $100, and we're asking for $20. Currently, we have 450 to 500 children in the after-school program, to include Teen Connection and Weed and Seed out-of-school time programs that we are servicing. And during summer rec, we have 3 sites that we've increased our 60 attendance participation to 70 based on the need. to approximately 300 to 350 youth in those programs. The out-of-school time programming for families also in need, we offer a youth scholarship program. That program is based on residency and financial need. There is an application that goes off the New Mexico Health and Human Services income eligibility guidelines, and it is $120 per child or $240 per household in a fiscal year. We also work with families for installment payment plans, and those are reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and arrangements are made for either lump sum payments or monthly broken up to work with the families in the community. The application for these is for athletics programs, all the leagues, sports leagues, camps, summer rec, and swim lessons. Okay. Next up, we have the park section, and I'll stand for questions at the end as well.
Good evening, Mayor and board members. Franco Granillo, Parks Deputy Director for the Park section. Some of the items I'll be talking about tonight are just the highlights of what we've changed. Not much change in my areas, but we did have a few. So if you'll see, the presentation mentions that the request for the use of the following parks for community events, and they're not limited to these parks, but parks such as Apodaca Park, Desert Trails, Johnson Park, Klein Park, and Women's Pioneer Park, and Young Park are major community areas where people like to hold large events. We are asking for a $250 deposit, basically to get a confirmation and a commitment from the organizers, because we book these events out quite a bit of time in advance, and it takes a lot of city resources and time and staff to get these events put on. They'll work with traffic, with streets, with us here in parks, and sometimes even facilities in order to get electrical to places where it sometimes may not be available. So that $250 fee will cover a lot of that and get it, I guess, set up so they can start planning their event. And there's no, it's not an additional fee, it's included in their charges. We'll also be discussing new league and tournament deposits, a not in good standing fee, because we do have organizations that it's very hard to get payment from, or they don't pay at all at times. And I'll talk about a little bit about our tree and bench memorial program, which we kind of discussed a little bit earlier. The next slide will have a little bit, some numbers for you to look at. So again, I mentioned the community event and park rental setup. This is mainly for Renaissance Fair, Pachanga, the Spring Fest, and car shows that would rent Young Park for an entire day to include the parking lot and all sections of the park. For an example, a charge at Young Park for an entire day is roughly $1,200. They'd put down $250 to get their event set up with us and the permit in place, and then they would continue to pay as the event came closer, or they'd pay out in a lump sum as the event took place. Our new league and non-established organizations, we feel that a lot of leagues can come into our city because we have good fields, good facilities, and we have one that's all bunched together, which a lot of leagues and organizations like. When a new league and organization will come in to want to use our fields, we make sure that they put down a 50% approved permit cost. Again, that way they show commitment, and we're not making it easy for new leagues and tournaments to come in and displace our locals, because sometimes our locals don't have the revenue that these new leagues and organizations do, so we want to be fair with everyone. And the parties that are not in good standing, that covers, again, some organizations are very difficult to get a hold of at times and to receive payment. They'll ask us to open an online payment window for them, and sometimes they don't make it. We have some leagues and organizations that base themselves out of California but have a local PO, so for a little while they were considered local, but we caught on to that. So we make sure that we get those payments up front, or if they're not paying us, we make sure and collect the entire fee plus 50% of their upcoming event cost or permit cost. And finally, would be the tree dedication and bench memorial program. We were looking at making these changes in roughly 2020, 2019, because costs for a bench and tree and plaque were going up back then. We were looking between $1,500 and $1,600 back then, and we were charging $12. So we were using our maintenance dollars and our, our daily supply funding to cover some of these benches, and You know, in my opinion, I don't think it's good stewardship of city funds to place it on one person's bench. You know, we got to get these items paid for in full. And we were increasing from $300 to $500 for tree purchases and planting, and from between $1,200 and $1,500 to $1,800 and $2,500, depending on how nice you want the bench to be. $1,800 will get you the basic expanded metal tan on black frame bench with the plaque on the back, roughly a 2x4 size plaque. And if you want a really nice bench that's has a little bit different design, a little bit different of a mounting setup, then that will cost you up to $2,500. And it isn't for us to make any money, that's just for us to cover costs. So I believe Phil will have the next slide, so I'll turn it over to Phil.
Good evening, Phil Katnack, Deputy Director for Recreation. The Recreation section, the fees that we're changing are very simple on this go-around. We're transitioning away from a punch card system to a debit system. So if you look at your fees and charges, there's a lot of marks. We had a punch card for fitness classes. We had a punch card for weight room. We had a punch card for lap swim. We're going away from that and going to a basic debit system where you put an amount of money in and you feed off that money. So you could spend $40 for a sports league. You can use that same debit to do your fitness class, to do your lap swim, and it takes away the redundance and it gives you a little bit more flexibility as a user. So we're transitioning away from the punch card system to the debit system, and that's more for our customers, just to be a little bit more customer friendly and easier for us to track on our new RecTrack system. We are also asking for a $5 increase for our various youth sports leagues and community education classes. We have not raised our league fee since 2012, and we're going from $35 to $40 a league for individuals who already have a uniform, and from $45 to $50 for individuals that want to sign up for the league and need a uniform. So in our leagues, we give everybody the same uniform to keep if you see in other leagues, some teams have very fancy uniforms, some teams don't have uniforms at all. Those uniforms can be very expensive. We've cut that by purchasing the uniforms, and they're flipped, so it's either a white or a blue. If you're the home team, you're blue. If you're the away team, they're white. It takes away the need for uniforms, and it gives everybody that equal setting. So we have not increased that in 10 years, and the increase is basically to pay for the cost of the jerseys and the cost of staffing and officials that we have for our youth leagues. We are also increasing $5 for community education classes, which include CPR, first aid, lifeguarding, and those fees as well. We're not going to make any money off of that, but we're increasing to pay for the increased cost of processing to American Red Cross and for the learning material from American Red Cross, so it evens it out. And finally, we opened our new 50-meter community pool on May the 27th. We haven't brought the fees to you in a while. We talked about it in prior work sessions, but we're going to give you those fees. So to get the fees for our new aquatic center, we worked with all of the different agencies around our partners in different cities around our area, Hobbs, Tucson, El Paso, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, NMSU. So the fees we're keeping basically the same. Lap swim will continue to be $2. 60 plus is $1. Our fitness swim will continue to be $2 and $1 for seniors. Open swim will be $3 for 1 to 17 and $4 to 18 to 59-year-old. That's equal to what we do at the Regional Aquatic Center. And here's where the fees a little bit tied to our new pool. Lane rental fees are going from $4 at Fringer Pool, which was over 60 years old, to $11. Lane fees for 50 meters will go to $13. If you're a commercial group bringing in, if you want to rent our facility, and you're a profit-making agency wanting to rent, will go up to $50, because a lot of professional groups will come in, they'll want to rent our building, take it over, they'll charge private lessons. They're big businesses, they're not nonprofits, so that fee is $50. We also have a non-residential fee because a lot of swim teams, tournament teams, group teams for all of our different events come from El Paso because they know we have great amenities and they want to take advantage of our lower prices. So it's a little bit higher than we have for our nonprofit and local people. Team meet rentals, $175 per hour. That's cheaper than the area quite a bit, and we go up to $700 for commercial because, again, those are those groups from out of state, out of the area that are coming to our facility to make money. And they understand that fee, and they'll be willing to pay that fee. And it's basically what we're doing in Albuquerque and what they're doing in El Paso, and then $220 for those groups from El Paso that want to come in to use our facility. And real quick, how we set these prices, we met with a consultant, Councilman Hunsucker, when we started our vision for this new pool. I think at the time when we started this vision, only Councilor Gondeta and maybe Councilor Flores had been involved. We did an economic impact study with Francisco Palares from our economic development team who was here at the time. We got suggestions for prices for lane rental fees, for swim meets. And in all cases, we're a little bit under that because we know it's a shock to go from $4 to $11. So it's still a reasonable fee. There's the opportunity to set prices through MOUs and agreements with the public schools and maybe swim teams. That's a little bit separate from this, but would be not part of our fees and charges. And that's basically our big changes for this year's fees and charges. And with that, I'll pass it back over to Robert, and if you guys have any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, with that, that concludes our presentation. And again, vote yes, approve, vote no, deny, amend, or table. And with that, we'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions? Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Remind me her name.
Ms. Claudia Chavez.
Ms. Chavez, thank you so much. I just had one question for you. In terms of the scholarships, I know that you mentioned that there was some scholarships for kids that families that may need that assistance. Where is that money coming from? Does that come from your Parks and Rec budget?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, that's actually all donations.
Oh my gosh.
All those are donations coming in from the community.
Do you mind if I ask how much is in that fund?
There's $7,000 in that fund.
Wow, and is it like annually people are donating to that?
Robert, I'll segue to you, but I believe so, it's fiscal year.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo. So we've had private residents, private businesses, nonprofits approach us and donate funds. This is carried over now. 2019 was the last scholarship that we did give out. Due to COVID, of course, our programs were revised, and we were doing a lot of different things, still providing some services, tutoring, mentoring, but just a much smaller capacity. As we're coming back and we're requesting these, we do believe that we'll be getting families to request those funds.
Okay.
And with those funds, the scholarship program, they are required to pay 50%, and we will match that 50%.
Wow. Okay. Have you ever requested funds from the city, from the general fund, to help with that fund?
No, ma'am.
Maybe that's just a little handoff to the city manager's office. I think that's an important scholarship fund. I think that's, these services are critical for so many families. And so if that is a study that we can do, we should definitely try that. Great. And then my last question was for the last part of the presentation. And funny enough, I texted Congressman Vasquez and said, we're talking about the pool, and he's literally calling me right now. A little flex for everyone. But I think I texted him because I remember so clearly that this was something he was advocating for significantly. I remember before he left that this brand new pool be accessible to everyone in the community. If you can go back to 8, I think it was slide 8 where you had the prices for the natatorium. I'm wondering, so the Aquatic Center is $2 for everybody currently?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, currently the Regional Aquatic Center is $4 for open swim.
It's $4 for open swim. Okay. Is there wiggle room on this? I think particularly for kids under 17 years old, often, I think you've heard him many times, the boxing coach of Crosstown Boxing often comes here and talks about how there are such little services for kids on this part of town, and how even when we talk about new recreational facilities, we're talking about them being on the East Mesa, and there was rumors on social media that natatorium was only going to be open to professional swimmers and not the entire public. And I would personally like to see the natatorium be accessible to children, especially. Curious if you did talk about the possibility of it being completely free or even $1, but I would like us to have that conversation. I know it's very late, but I just think it's important, and I would like to make such services easily accessible for kids who may want to access the pool.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bencomo, anything's possible. You guys are the council, set the prices as approval, but just to give you a quick heads up, it's a 50-meter community pool, which means it's 4 feet to 12 feet. So it's a little bit different than our Regional Aquatic Center or our outdoor pools.
Yeah.
So that would be up to you. We've done a few things in leading up to this. We've met with the public schools and started discussion about possibly bringing each third grade or fourth grade from all of our schools to get acquainted with our water, make that fee either no fee or a reasonable amount of fee, where we bring our instructors and start getting our community of Las Cruces used to water. We've also been talking about to Athletic Director Vita Montes from the public schools about the possibility of bringing high school swimming teams from all the schools to participate as part of a school sport. So we've had those discussions. We haven't talked about free because we're set by council to have 85% cost recovery for youth sports, 33% for aquatics, and this new aquatic center, to tell you the truth, and we brought it up during our planning and during our business plan meetings, this pool is not going to bring that much money in, probably 16% or less. So that's something for you guys to consider. Lap swim, you could only fit 4 people in a lane. 15 lanes are usually set up at a time. So the max that you could have is 60 swimmers, which is bringing in $120. So not very much money. So something for you guys to think about. Like I said, anything is possible. I'll leave that to you guys as the policymakers, but we always, when we do sports, when we do activities, we want to make sure that there's buy-in from our community, and when they say buy-in, it means that they get involved with when something is always free, it's been taken advantage of quite often.
I don't think so. I quite disagree. I think actually the zero fare bus transit is a perfect example.
Well, I'm talking in aquatics. I think it might be a very good idea for our athletic leagues. If you didn't pay for that league and you didn't pay to participate, there's a good chance you're not going to be invested to go to practice or the games if you don't really want to. When you get invested by paying a fee, it changes that. And that in athletic leagues for sure, when you're committed to a team of 5 to 10. In open swim, that's a different story. So I will let you guys talk to that.
No, I agree that it's an incredible place. Have you all seen it inside? I'm at the Aquatic Center often, not as often as I like, but often, and I went in and checked it out the other day, and it was incredible. It is an incredible facility that I want make sure that kids have access to and that they don't feel like they can't. I'm curious why the 60 plus is $1 and $2.
So at our last fees and charges, 2019, council decided that 60 plus every activity that we do is half price. So if we charge $2, it's $1. If we charge $4, it's $2. And that was set by maybe not you as council, but the previous council who set our fees and charges.
Okay. I would like to see the same fee charge for under 17 years old, if I'm being honest. I mean, I'm only one person, so the rest of the council could disagree, but I would like to have that discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Anybody else? I see Councilor Beta.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, I also like to entertain that idea, since this is not necessarily a quote-unquote moneymaker as well. If doing the reduction to match that of the 60+ as well, so the $1 lap swim, $1 fitness, and then $2 open swim, just to match it up. I think that would be agreeable. I would entertain a motion for that.
Can we, I have a couple of questions. Can we ask those questions and then we can do the amendments? Okay, thank you. Robert and staff, thank you all for your presentation and for bearing with us and with your patience. We're still here meeting. I do have a couple of questions about the Weed and Seed program. It's been near and dear to me. It has really changed the landscape, right? Specifically for our area in District 1, the Mesquite Historic District, and any others. I know at one time we had tried at former council to scale that out over in the East Mesa. We had actually started it, and then I think just constraints with employees, transition, that kind of thing, it sort of fell on the wayside. And so I get a number of emails about the Weed and Seed program and what we're doing to add to it and add more. There's always this fear that it'll be taken away. And I don't think that will happen, but I've also want to express well, not only my gratitude to that program, I think, but also express how important I think that program is to the community and the kids who live around there, and what we could do to scale it out. I know there's been some discussion about that, but I don't know if it has moved forward. And Robert, can you talk a little bit about that?
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, so the Weed and Seed program, A. Fielder Memorial Safe Haven, located at A. Fielder Memorial Safe Haven, has been in existence for 21, going on 22 years. Originated through a federal fund, or federal grant through Las Cruces Police Department. Numerous youth have gone through that program, have benefited from that program. We still plan to offer it as income-based, and 90 to 95% of those youth are free of charge to that facility. Right now, it's 100% with that information. We are still requesting funds from the general fund to offer operations we've increased our staff at that facility. That is not going anywhere. As to the request of expanding it, we are trying to identify, one thing that we did do is we moved our teens out of that building, which is now Teen Connection, and we are utilizing Frank O'Brien Papin Community Center as well as the East Mesa Recreation Center this summer. That program has increased in popularity, so we needed more space than to house them with the kinder through fifth graders. So that has worked out tremendously. We are in discussions with Quality of Life on some other possible locations of expanding programming for kinder through fifth. We currently have 7 sites at our Las Cruces public schools, and we always entertain opportunities to expand not only the Weed and Seed program, but our out of school time programs as a whole. We see approximately from kinder to 12th grade, 450 youth every day at all of our programs, the 7 at the schools, Weed and Seed, and our Teen Connection. And so there's always opportunity to expand on that. We have discussed with principals at the schools, internally, WIA building possibilities, Benavides Community Center, and any other location. We've even had discussions of trying to house them within City Hall after hours to utilize possibly the computer lab. Any opportunity is possible to, I don't want to say get them off the streets, but to allow them to interact socially, have services, whether it's internet, Wi-Fi. We have a beautiful gaming room at Franco Bryan Papin. For those that game, I'm a little past the gaming, but I don't like to call them kids. The youth love what we have to offer. But to expand on those services, such as Weed and Seed, we are certainly always looking for other locations.
That's good to hear. And do you have an amount specifically that you're looking at? Because it sounds like you have a few conversations going on with the various principals and such. And maybe this isn't the time. I would agree that it's late. We probably want to schedule a different time to have this conversation. But I believe that a lot of our programming, especially with the amounts, even at $100, is so unattainable for many of our children in community, in neighborhoods like, well, across the city, frankly, you know, when have 34% poverty rate in my community or district, Councilor Graham's district. I mean, we know where they're at, and to do that 50-50 just seems unattainable for folks. And like you, I want our kids, our youth children to feel like there is a alternative, right? That, you know, if you keep them busy and learning and with a mentor, we're more likely to keep them, you know, the straight and narrow, if you will. And I know you believe in that. So I'd like to have an additional conversation about looking at different funding, grant opportunities with our grants department. I think there's a lot of cool grants out there that we can do some substantial stuff with our kids moving forward. And then I also agree with Councilor Bencomo. I want all our kids to learn to swim and be just familiar with the water. Like, so many kids do not have that opportunity, and I like to have future discussions. So if we can have specific meetings related to that and what it would take to have increase that fund, that slush fund, if you will, the scholarship fund. I think there's a number of ways that we can do that. I don't think everybody knows that, and so with that, I was going to say I'd turn it back to Mayor, but I'm the one presiding over the, Councilor Graham.
I'm wondering if we should discuss tabling this.
I'm thinking.
To a date definite.
I was going to make an amendment for those prices.
Christine, can you weigh in on what's actually in the resolution and if we can do that at the moment?
For the amendments, I actually was going to have Phil clarify because we were trying to read the resolution and figure out where it needed to be amended. So he said he was going to clarify for you guys first, and then I'll come back.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, so for the open swim, which you guys mentioned you'd like to go down to $1 or free, $1 or however you mentioned, that is tied to not only our Regional Aquatic Center, but to our outdoor pools. So that would be across the board for those pools because that's where it's laid out in the fees and charges. It's not laid out only in the natatorium. So that's one point of clarification. And the Regional Aquatic Center open swim is a little bit higher than the outdoor pools and what we had said at the natatorium. So
I guess I didn't understand if that clarifies what it's reading on the ordinance, the resolution, and whether we can table it for a date certain. And I think that's what we should do, would be my opinion.
Sounds good. Do I need to propose a date as well?
Yes, we can table it so that we can make it we can clarify and make sure that it's understandable when you guys get it back. So yes, if you want to table to date specific, you would need to choose a meeting.
Okay.
Like a month?
A month?
How much time do you need? Yeah.
We could have this, Madam Chair, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, whenever you're ready, if you want to bring this back in a month, in a few weeks, where this will be a minimal change. The only thing different is our fees for open swim and lap swim are set under general swim and not under the natatorium. So we'll have to clarify that for you guys.
Okay. So July 3rd, we're not off that day are we off on?
No, as of right now, no.
Okay, great. Then I would move to table to date certain of July 3rd, 2023.
I'll second that.
Can we stop a bit, just clarify, point of clarification, Christine? I want to make sure that weed and seed and the grants and the funding, the scholarship, all that is also tied into this as well? And so is that plenty of time for you to get everything together, Robert?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm actually in discussions with our grants office. We started last week on a couple of grants we found, so I'm talking with Susan.
Cool. Okay. Very good.
I just have another,
Yes,
point of clarification. I support us tabling it, but I do notice that the resolution says partial cost recovery for aquatics. It seems like you're trying to ascribe to that, to live up to that, but you're saying generally we don't. So it seems like we should change the original ordinance that said that if we're going to change up the fees, I would think. Sorry. So that's my question is, are there other things that we need to look at that are kind of deeper or more historical that are beyond this? Because it's putting Parks and Rec in a weird place to have to try to make back money to something that we can't do.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Sonia Delgado, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to step in really quick to talk about that 33%. So that has been set, it's been there for quite some time. And aquatics has never hit 33%. And the reason for that is because it costs so much money to make sure the pool stays in all the levels it needs to be at with all the chemicals, all the staff that's needed. And our community won't pay that to go to the pool. So because of that, the fees have always been adjusted to however the community was feeling and council was feeling at that time. And so we're nowhere near that. We haven't been for years. So could you adjust that? Absolutely. You could absolutely adjust that. And then just one other point I wanted to make. I know that Parks and Rec does have fees right now they are utilizing, so tabling it won't hurt them. They'll be able to use that. They do have language within the resolution itself currently that allows them to operate in case they need to start something new, try a new pilot program, so they'll be okay. So that way they have plenty of time to come back with whatever information you're requesting.
Thank you. That's all. I just didn't want us to keep something on the books that we're just never going to do, because that seems kind of silly to me. So I guess just ignore the 33% thing like you've been doing. I recommend you carry forward. I'm here for the tabling. Okay, we're good.
Councilor Corrin, I think you make a great point, and we should really, when you're considering this, we should really consider those percentages and meet those, whatever a realistic goal that we set. We shouldn't have this unrealistic. If that's happening, you should come back to us and say, look, we missed the mark, council, you missed the mark. We'll take responsibility, but we shouldn't keep this up. It needs to be changed.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, these fees and charges and these percentages that we set, they're goals that we set as a department. 33% is basically an aquatic kind of guide across countrywide. We're always trying to strive for that 33%. We do want to have some kind of percentage in there because we do want to strive to increase our business, to increase profitability wherever we can. So if it's set at 20% or if it's set at 15%, we do want to have some kind of goal to strive for. So I'll meet with my staff and we'll try to set that.
Thank you, Phil. Okay, we have a motion on the floor with to table it to date certain July 3rd. Yes? Okay, Christine.
This is on the motion to table Resolution 23-135 to July 3rd, 2023. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Cran,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
and Mayor. I don't know if he's still on. Okay, well, he's absent. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. 8 points in Council Bill number 23-027. I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve, Graham.
Second, Abeta.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeta. Erica, thanks for hanging with us, Erica.
You're welcome. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Erica Hawkes, Treasurer. The ordinance before you is to authorize the execution and delivery of a loan agreement with the New Mexico Environment Department, NMED, for the expansion and improvement of wastewater infrastructure. NMED Clean Water State Revolving Fund offers low interest rate loans for water and wastewater capital infrastructure projects. Our resolution was approved by the Utility Board on November 10th, 2022, authorizing the submission of a completed application for financial assistance. The anticipated closing date is July 14th. The loan is pledged with revenues. It's a subordinate lien on the net revenues of the joint utility. The loan amount is $16,916,853 with a subsidy grant amount of $227,240. The maturity of the loan cannot extend beyond the agreed upon useful life of the project, and the interest rate not to exceed 0.01%. The projects anticipated to be funded with the loan and loan proceeds and grant funds is wastewater system improvements, the Jacob Hands wastewater treatment facility, East Mesa waste reclamation, and extensions of sewer collection systems. Now I have the options before you, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Erica. Any questions? Seeing none, public comment? Okay. I have to ask.
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3033. Counselor Abeta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And Mayor is absent.
Okay, 8.7, Council Bill number 23-028. Oh, we have to suspend, do I suspend the rules now, Christine? Okay, we have to suspend the rules to combine both of these, 8.7 and 8.8. Council Bill number 23-029.
So moved, Corin.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Corin, second by Councilor Graham. Erica?
I need to do a roll call really quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It's late. This is on the motion to discuss items 8.7 and 8.8 concurrently. Counselor Abeta? Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
They're totally going to turn out the lights on us, you guys.
Yes.
No kidding.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
The mayor's absent.
Good evening again, Erica Hawkes, Treasurer, for the record. The ordinances before you is to authorize the execution and delivery of a loan agreement with the New Mexico Finance Authority for the financing of flood control and street projects. The New Mexico Finance Authority offers lower cost financing for capital projects. The rates are determined by the city credit rating. The city has a debt cycling program for flood and street projects. The cycling program provides consistent funding for projects without increasing the debt service payments. City anticipates to receive the loan proceeds on July 14th, 2023. The flood loan details, the pledge revenue sources for the flood control loan is the fifth 1/4% increment of the municipal gross receipts tax. The last time the city obtained a loan for flood control projects was in 2020. The loan amount cannot exceed $3.1 million with maturity no later than June 1st, 2036, and the interest rate has to be less than 12%, or cannot be more than 12%, with the NMFA fee less than 1% of the loan. The loan proceeds will be used to fund flood control infrastructure projects. The street loan is pledged with the first 1/4% increment of the MGRT. The last time we cycled this loan was in 2020. The loan amount cannot exceed $5.1 million, with maturity no later than June 1st, 2037. The loan proceeds will be used to fund street improvement projects, including related repairs to curbs, sidewalks, and drainage necessitated by the street modifications. And that is it.
Thank you, Erica. Any questions? I see no public. Yeah, okay. Christine?
We need a motion and a second.
Move to approve
it.
Resolution 8.7.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Counselor Graham, second by Counselor Flores.
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3034. Counselor Abeyta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Okay.
Move to approve Resolution 8.8. Graham?
Seconded, Corin.
Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3035. Counselor Abeyta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Okay. Board appointments. No, there's two. We need individually, correct, Christine? You need, here I have one.
Move to approve Doug Butler to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee.
Second, Graham?
Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Doug Butler to the CIAC. Counselor Abeyta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Motion to approve Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority, Monique Lopez. It's a new appointment.
Move to approve.
Second, Corin.
Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Monique Lopez to the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority. Counselor Abeyta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent.
Okay, notice of proposed ordinances. 10.1, Council Bill number 23032.
Bring it forward.
Thank you. Councilor Flores. Council Bill number 23033, ordinance number 3039.
Bring it forward.
Councilor Flores, thank you. And 10.3, Council Bill number 23-034.
Bring it forward.
Okay. Next, City Council member board reports and comments. Do I even dare?
I have a couple of things.
I know. So do I.
They're all saying no.
They're saying no, but.
Okay, I'll go forward. I'll hurry up. Last week on Thursday, May 30, was it May 30? Well, whenever it was, last Thursday, the Real New Mexico, Las Cruces, was launched, the new motto, the new branding, and it was absolutely wonderful. So all the stuff says the real New Mexico, Las Cruces. All right. I want to thank Karina Oberman, her piece in the newspaper a few days ago. She was really lauding the city for the public transportation available to her when she was injured and couldn't drive. And I just want to add that she wasn't aware of the South Central Regional Transit District. I think a lot of people aren't. But that one not only connects our city, but it connects us to different parts of New Mexico, southern New Mexico, as well as El Paso, Texas. And I think I would like the city manager to look into the issue of backyard breeders. There's a high kill stat at the Animal Service Center, and I think that what is contributing to that is the breeders who are not licensed and are exploiting that and being very cruel to animals. Also, I'd like a presentation, if at all possible, on traffic calming efforts in the city. We have a lot of we have a lot of speeding in the East Mesa, and I get telephone calls, comments, and all that from my constituents. I'm sure it's prevalent throughout the city. I also want to comment, and lastly, on the comments by a constituent who said she wasn't able to get treatment and indicated that Memorial Medical Center and Mountain View hospitals are for profit only. So, you know, I think we need to look at universal health care. It's something that we brought up several years ago, and a lot of people are in dire need. A lot of people don't qualify for Medicaid. And anyway, the National Health Service in the UK has been successful, and perhaps we can model ours after that. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. I do want to say, since I got bypassed, is speaking on our oversight or the Citizen Review Board request. I believe community policing from Century 21 policy, policing should be adopted as a philosophy for the entire police force. It adopts things like, and highlights focuses on trust, legitimacy, policy, and oversight, technology and social media, community policing and crime reduction, officer wellness and safety. I think when we have a well-resourced team, and when I say that, I mean looking at root causes to what is happening in community around crime. That means addressing poverty, our mental health, and I think we all agree that that's something that we need to do. And we have a meeting this week with our Public Safety Select Committee. I have committed to looking at ways to open up the Public Safety Select Committee to the public. And we'll be having those discussions. We'll also be looking at reviewing the OIR contract, and Councilor Corrin made a wonderful suggestion about involving OIR when there is a police shooting and a fatality. And I just want you all to know that I've heard that. I've heard the community, and I'm going to try to work diligently to come up with a compromise or something that we can all agree with, because I heard very clearly that there's a lack of trust of police, transparency, and accountability. And I do want to say a big thank you to Chief Dominguez for putting the town hall together, but I'd like some more notice to go out would be very, very helpful. And with that, I will turn it over to Council Corrin.
I have no rights to talk to anyone anymore.
I'm so sorry I stepped on your...
It's all right. Councilor Bencomo.
I have no comments today, thank you.
Councilor Graham.
Yeah, I'll save it till I have more juice.
Councilor Abeda.
Out of respect for staff time, no comment.
Okay. Ikani.
No comments today, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Okay, we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Graham.
Second, Abeda.
A motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Abeda. Becky? Christine?
I don't mind being called Becky. This is on the motion to adjourn the meeting. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No, I want to stay here.
I'm sure.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Thank you.